During my mother's birthday dinner, I exposed that my stepfather had been hiding an entire second family across town. I'm 33, the eldest of 4 kids. My mom just turned 60, and we'd planned this big celebration at Romano's, her favorite Italian place downtown. My siblings, Sarah, 31, Mike, 28, and Jenny, 25, were all excited about surprising Mom with this dinner. We'd been planning it for weeks, even got the private dining room in the back. My stepfather, Dan, 58, has been married to my mom for about 15 years now, since I was in high school. The guy always seemed like the perfect husband, constantly calling Mom his soulmate, buying her expensive jewelry for no reason, posting those cheesy Facebook photos with captions about how blessed they were. I'll admit, I actually liked Dan for years. He treated Mom well, or so I thought. After my real dad left when I was 12, Dan stepped up. He came to my graduation, helped me move apartments, even lent me money when I was between jobs. The man seemed genuinely devoted to our family. Mom was happier than I'd ever seen her, always talking about how lucky she was to find love again. But about 3 months ago, things started feeling off. I was helping Mom organize her finances for tax season when I found these weird receipts. Dinners at restaurants we'd never been to, purchases at stores nowhere near our house. When I asked about them, Dan just said they were work expenses, and he'd mixed them up with personal stuff. Made sense, I guess, but something about his tone bothered me. Then came the late nights. Dan started having these emergency meetings that ran until midnight. Weekend work trips that seemed to pop up out of nowhere. Mom would make excuses for him, saying his company was going through a rough patch and needed all hands on deck. But I'd worked in corporate for over a decade. Nobody has that many urgent Saturday meetings. The thing that really got to me happened 6 weeks ago. I was at Northgate Mall picking up a gift for my girlfriend when I saw Dan walking with this woman and 2 young kids. Not just walking. The guy was holding the woman's hand, carrying the little girl on his shoulders while the boy ran ahead. They looked like a family. A real family. I ducked behind a pillar and watched them for maybe 10 minutes. Dan was laughing, buying the kids ice cream, kissing this woman on the forehead, the same way he kissed my mom. My first instinct was to rationalize it away. Maybe she was a coworker going through a divorce, and he was being supportive. Maybe the kids were his boss's grandchildren and he was doing some weird favor. I tried to convince myself it was innocent, but something in my gut wouldn't let it go. I started paying closer attention to Dan's behavior, the way he'd step outside to take certain phone calls, how he'd sometimes smell like different perfume when he came home. The nights he'd claim to be working late, but his company's parking lot would be empty when I drove by. Small things that individually meant nothing but together painted a picture I didn't want to see. 2 weeks before Mom's birthday dinner, I made a decision that still makes me sick to think about. I followed him. I'm not proud of it, but I had to know. Thursday evening, Dan told Mom he had a client dinner and would be home late. Instead of going to any restaurant, he drove straight to a subdivision about 20 minutes across town. He pulled into the driveway of this nice 2-story house, like he belonged there. Through the front window, I could see him hugging the same woman from the mall. The kids ran up to him like he'd just come home from work. I sat in my car for 3 hours, watching this man live what looked like a completely different life. When he finally left around 11, I drove home in complete shock. This wasn't just an affair. Dan had a whole other family. The next week was torture. I couldn't look at Mom without feeling sick. She was so excited about her birthday dinner, talking about how grateful she was for her perfect husband and wonderful family. Meanwhile, I was doing research online, finding public records that confirmed my worst fears. The woman's name was Linda. She had 2 kids, ages 7 and 9, and according to county records, she and Dan had bought that house together 18 months ago. I tried talking to my siblings about what I'd discovered, but none of them wanted to hear it. Sarah kept insisting I was paranoid and seeing things that weren't there. Mike said even if something was going on, Mom's birthday wasn't the time to deal with it. Jenny just looked at me like I was crazy and said Dan would never do something like that. But I had photos. I had addresses. I had mortgage documents with both their names on them. This wasn't paranoia or imagination. This was proof that the man we'd all trusted, the man my mother loved, was living a complete double life. And in 2 days, we were all going to sit around a table and celebrate with him like he was some kind of hero. The night before the dinner, I barely slept. I kept going back and forth about whether to say something. Part of me thought maybe I could pull Dan aside privately, give him a chance to come clean on his own. But then I'd think about Mom planning this celebration for weeks, about how she'd been telling everyone about her amazing husband, and I'd get angry all over again. I showed up to Romano's that Saturday night with a folder full of evidence in my car, photos I'd taken, printouts of property records, screenshots from Linda's Facebook page where she posted pictures of her family, including Dan at what looked like the kids' school events. My hands were shaking as I walked into the restaurant. Mom looked incredible. She was wearing this blue dress Dan had bought her for their anniversary, her hair done up fancy. She was practically glowing with happiness as she hugged each of us. Dan was playing his part perfectly too, pulling out her chair, ordering her favorite wine, telling the server it was his beautiful wife's special day. The whole thing made me want to throw up. My siblings were acting normal, making jokes and sharing family stories. Sarah had even put together a photo slideshow on her phone of Mom through the years. Everyone was laughing and having this perfect family moment while I sat there knowing it was all built on lies. Mike kept giving me these warning looks like he knew I was about to explode. But I was trying to hold it together. About halfway through dinner, Dan started telling this story about how he knew Mom was the one within weeks of meeting her. He went on about how family was everything to him, how he'd never experienced love like this before, how blessed he felt to be part of our family. The guy was laying it on thick and Mom was eating it up. She kept reaching over to squeeze his hand and looking at him like he hung the moon. That's when I noticed he was wearing his wedding ring, the same ring he'd had on when I watched him kiss Linda goodbye at that house, the same ring he wore when he carried her daughter on his shoulders at the mall. This man was sitting here, declaring his devotion to my mother, while he'd been building an entire life with another woman and her children. I excused myself to go to the bathroom, but really I went outside to get the folder from my car. My heart was pounding so hard, I thought I might pass out. I kept telling myself to wait, to find a better time, but when was that going to be? Tomorrow, next week, next year? How long was I supposed to let my mom live in this fantasy while Dan continued playing house with 2 different families? When I came back inside, they were getting ready for toasts. Sarah went first with something sweet about Mom being the strongest woman she knew. Mike talked about how grateful he was for Mom's support over the years. Jenny made everyone tear up talking about Mom's sacrifices as a single parent and how happy she was that Mom found love again. Then Dan stood up. He raised his glass and started talking about how marrying Mom was the best decision he'd ever made, how she completed him, how he couldn't imagine life without her, how he promised to love and cherish her for the rest of their lives. The entire restaurant was looking at our table because this guy was being so dramatic and romantic. Mom had tears in her eyes. I couldn't take it anymore. I stood up before Dan could finish his toast, and the whole table went quiet. My siblings looked confused. Mom smiled at me expectantly, probably thinking I was going to add something nice about Dan. Instead, I opened that folder and started talking. I told them about the house on Maple Street that Dan owned with another woman. I showed them photos of him with Linda and her kids. I read off the mortgage documents that proved he'd been financially supporting this other family for over a year. I laid out the timeline of his lies, the fake work, meetings, the manufactured emergencies that were really just him going home to his other life. The silence was deafening. Mom's face went completely white. Her hands started shaking so badly she had to put down her wine glass. Sarah was staring at me with her mouth open, like I lost my mind. Mike and Jenny just looked back and forth between me and Dan like they were watching a tennis match. Dan tried to deny everything at first. He said I was making things up, that I doctored the photos somehow. But when I started reading Linda's address out loud and describing the inside of their house, his whole demeanor changed. He got angry instead of defensive, started yelling about how I had no right to invade his privacy and follow him around. That's when Mom finally spoke up. Her voice was barely a whisper when she asked if it was true. Dan looked at her for a long moment, then threw his napkin on the table and stormed out of the restaurant. He didn't deny it. He didn't try to explain. He just left my mother sitting there on her 60th birthday, surrounded by the ruins of what she thought was her perfect marriage. The rest of that dinner was a nightmare. After Dan stormed out, Mom just sat there staring at her plate for what felt like forever. She didn't cry, didn't say anything, just stared. The other people in the restaurant were trying not to look at us, but you could feel everyone watching. Sarah finally suggested we should leave, and Mike had to practically carry Mom to the car because her legs gave out when she tried to stand. I drove Mom home while my siblings followed behind. The whole ride, she kept asking me if I was sure, if there was any chance I'd made a mistake. I had to tell her about the mortgage papers, about seeing him with the kids multiple times, about how Linda's Facebook was full of photos of their family life going back almost 2 years. By the time we got to her house, Mom was sobbing so hard she could barely breathe. Dan wasn't there when we arrived, but his clothes were gone from their bedroom. He'd taken his laptop, his golf clubs, even the photo of him and Mom from their honeymoon that used to sit on his nightstand. Like he'd been planning his escape route all along. Mom found a note on the kitchen counter saying he was sorry and needed time to think. That was it. 15 years of marriage reduced to a post-it note. The next few days were chaos. My siblings were completely split on whether I'd done the right thing. Mike and Jenny kept thanking me for exposing Dan before Mom wasted more years on him. But Sarah wouldn't even look at me. She kept saying I could have handled it differently, that I didn't have to destroy Mom's birthday to tell the truth. She accused me of being selfish and dramatic, said I probably enjoyed having all the attention on me during the big reveal. That hurt more than I expected because part of me wondered if she was right. Could I have pulled Mom aside privately the next day? Could I have confronted Dan first and given him a chance to confess? But then I'd think about him giving that speech about how blessed he felt to be part of our family, and I knew I couldn't have sat there and listened to more lies. Mom surprised everyone by how quickly she took action. I thought she'd be devastated for weeks. Maybe try to work things out with Dan or convince herself it wasn't as bad as it looked. Instead, she called a divorce lawyer first thing Monday morning. By Wednesday, she'd frozen their joint accounts and had the locks changed on the house. Turns out my mom was a lot tougher than any of us gave her credit for. The real shock came when the lawyer started digging into their finances. Dan hadn't just been supporting Linda and her kids. He'd been funneling money from his and Mom's accounts for almost 2 years. Mortgage payments, car payments, vacations, private school tuition for Linda's children. He'd been using Mom's inheritance from her parents to fund his double life. When Mom found out about that, Whatever sadness she had left turned into pure rage. Dan tried calling and texting for about a week after the dinner. He wanted to explain everything and claimed he'd been trying to figure out how to leave Linda but didn't know how to tell Mom. Complete garbage, obviously, since he'd been the one who bought the house with Linda and put both their names on everything. Mom blocked his number after he showed up at her work trying to talk to her. About 3 weeks later, Linda contacted my mom through Facebook. Turns out she'd been living her own version of hell. Dan had told her he was divorced, that his ex-wife was crazy and trying to cause problems for him. Linda had no idea my mom existed until she saw the divorce papers. She'd been planning to marry Dan next summer. The poor woman was just as devastated as Mom was. Maybe worse, because she had 2 young kids who thought Dan was going to be their stepdad. It's been 2 months since the dinner now, and things are still messy. The divorce is moving forward, but Dan's fighting Mom on everything. The house, his retirement accounts, even her car that he helped pay for. He's trying to claim the money he spent on Linda was business expenses or loans that he's entitled to get back. His lawyer's apparently just as slimy as he is. My relationship with Sarah is still strained. She came to Mom's birthday makeup dinner last month, but she barely spoke to me. Mike thinks she'll come around eventually, but I'm not sure. Sometimes doing the right thing costs more than you expect it to. Mom's doing better than I thought she would. She joined a divorce support group and started seeing a therapist. She even went on a weekend trip to visit her sister without asking anyone's permission, which might sound normal, but Mom hadn't done anything like that in years. She says she feels like she's waking up from a 15-year dream, figuring out who she is when she's not trying to be Dan's perfect wife. I still lose sleep, wondering if there was a better way to handle everything. Maybe I should have confronted Dan privately first. Maybe I should have waited until after the birthday dinner. But then I think about Mom planning to grow old with a man who was never really hers to begin with, and I know I couldn't have stayed quiet. On my wedding anniversary dinner, I told the restaurant staff that my husband was celebrating with his mistress instead of me. I'm 34 and I've been married to David, who's 36, for 7 years now. We had this tradition that meant everything to me. Every single anniversary, we'd go to this upscale Italian restaurant called Marcello's downtown. Same corner table by the window, same bottle of Chianti, same tiramisu to share at the end. The staff knew us there. They'd always make a big fuss about our anniversary and bring us complimentary champagne. It was our thing, you know, the one constant in our relationship that I thought was sacred. But this year, everything felt different. David had been acting strange for months leading up to our anniversary. He'd come home later and later from work, claiming big projects and demanding clients. His phone was suddenly glued to his hand and he'd flip it face down whenever I walked into the room. The worst part was how distant he'd become physically. We barely kissed anymore. And when we did, it felt like he was going through the motions. I kept telling myself it was just a rough patch, that 7-year itch people talk about, but deep down, I knew something was seriously wrong. Monday night, the day before our anniversary, David dropped the bomb. He was sitting on the couch scrolling through his phone when he casually mentioned that he'd have to work late Tuesday and we'd need to postpone our anniversary dinner. Just like that. No apology, no suggestion for when we could reschedule. Nothing. I felt like he'd punched me in the stomach. I tried to keep my voice steady when I asked if we could at least do something small when he got home, but he just shrugged and said he'd probably be really late and exhausted. I barely slept that night. Something about the whole situation felt wrong, but I couldn't put my finger on what exactly was bothering me. Tuesday dragged by at work, and I kept checking my phone, hoping David would text and say he'd figured out a way to leave early. By afternoon, I was feeling sorry for myself and decided to do something nice for him. I called his favorite bakery and ordered his preferred tiramisu to be delivered to his office as a surprise. I thought, maybe if I showed him I understood about work being crazy, he'd appreciate the gesture. That's when everything started unraveling. I called David's office to coordinate the delivery timing with his assistant, Linda, who I'd spoken to dozens of times over the years. But when I explained about the tiramisu surprise, Linda sounded genuinely confused. She told me David wasn't in the office and hadn't been there all day. In fact, she said he'd blocked off his entire afternoon and evening as out of office time. My heart started racing, and I could barely get the words out to cancel the delivery order. I sat in my car outside my office building trying to process what I'd just learned. David had lied to me. He wasn't working late. He was somewhere else, entirely, doing something he didn't want me to know about. My mind immediately went to the worst-case scenario, but I tried to push those thoughts away. Maybe it was a surprise for me. Maybe he was planning something special and had to lie to keep it secret. By 8 p.m., I couldn't stand sitting at home anymore, imagining all the possibilities. I decided to drive to Marcello's, thinking maybe I'd grab a glass of wine at the bar and wallow in my self-pity. At least being there might make me feel connected to our happier times, even if I was alone on our anniversary. The restaurant was busy for a Tuesday night, warm lights spilling out onto the sidewalk. I was about to park when I glanced through the large front windows and my entire world tilted sideways. There was David, sitting at our table, our corner table by the window where we'd sat every single anniversary for 7 years. But he wasn't alone. Across from him was a woman I'd never seen before, blonde, probably in her late 20s, wearing a red dress that probably cost more than my monthly salary. They were leaning across the table toward each other, completely absorbed in conversation. David was holding her hand, his thumb tracing circles on her palm, the same way he used to do with mine when we were dating. The champagne bucket next to their table held the same bottle of Dom Perignon we'd splurged on for our 5th anniversary. What made it worse was seeing how happy he looked. David was laughing at something she'd said. His whole face lit up in a way I hadn't seen in months. It was like watching a stranger who happened to look exactly like my husband. Or maybe it was like seeing the man I'd married, just with someone who wasn't me. I sat there in my car for what felt like hours, but was probably only 20 minutes, watching them through the window like some kind of stalker. My hands were shaking so badly I could barely hold my phone. Part of me wanted to drive away, pretend I'd never seen any of this, go home and wait for him to come back with whatever lie he'd prepared. But a bigger part of me was filling up with a rage I'd never felt before. He wasn't just cheating on me. He was doing it at our place on our day, probably telling her all the same things he'd once told me. That's when I remembered how well the staff at Marcello's knew us, how they always made such a big deal about our anniversary, bringing us that complimentary champagne and asking about our plans. And suddenly, I knew exactly what I was going to do. I got out of my car and walked toward the restaurant entrance, my legs feeling like they might give out at any second. My heart was pounding so hard I was sure everyone could hear it. I had no real plan beyond this vague idea involving the staff. But something about seeing David recreate our entire anniversary tradition with another woman had broken something inside me. The careful, polite version of myself that would have handled this quietly was gone. The hostess greeted me with a smile, but I walked right past her toward the bar area where I could see Marco, our usual server. He'd been working at Marcello's for years and always remembered us. His face lit up when he spotted me walking over. Marco started saying something about how wonderful it was to see me and happy anniversary. But I cut him off before he could get too far into his usual cheerful greeting. I told him that David was already here and pointed toward our corner table. Marco looked confused for a second, probably wondering why I wasn't sitting with my husband. But then his expression shifted to that professional server mode where they don't ask questions. I explained that I wanted to surprise David with the complimentary anniversary champagne they always brought us. Could Marco take it over to the table as a special gesture? I was amazed at how steady my voice sounded when everything inside me was shaking. Marco beamed and said, of course, that it would be his pleasure, and hurried off to get the champagne ready. While Marco was preparing everything, I positioned myself across the restaurant where I could watch, but David couldn't see me yet. The blonde woman was still talking animatedly, gesturing with her hands the way I used to do when I was telling David stories about my day. She had no idea what was about to happen. Neither did he. Marco approached their table carrying the champagne bucket and 2 flutes, wearing his biggest smile. I watched David's face go from mild confusion to dawning horror as Marco started his usual anniversary spiel. Even from across the room, I could see David frantically shaking his head and trying to wave Marco away. But it was too late. The champagne was already being opened with a loud pop that seemed to echo through the restaurant. That's when I made my move. I walked across the dining room, weaving between tables, my eyes locked on David's panicked face. The closer I got, the more I could see him desperately trying to signal Marco to stop. But Marco was in full celebration mode, pouring champagne and chatting about what a lovely couple they made. By the time I reached the table, Marco had finished pouring and was standing there beaming, clearly proud of himself for orchestrating this romantic moment. The blonde woman looked confused but was smiling politely. David looked like he was about to vomit. I positioned myself right next to their table and spoke loud enough that the nearby tables could definitely hear me. I thanked David for choosing such a special place to celebrate and told the woman I hoped she was enjoying her evening. Then I looked directly at David and delivered the line I'd been rehearsing in my head during that long walk across the restaurant. I told him happy anniversary and said I hoped his date was having fun at the dinner that was supposed to be for his wife. The reaction was immediate and devastating. The entire restaurant went dead silent. You know that moment in movies when the record scratches and everyone stops talking at once? It was exactly like that. I could feel every pair of eyes in the place turning toward our little drama. The blonde woman's champagne glass slipped from her hand and shattered on the floor. Her face went completely white as she realized what was happening. She grabbed her purse and bolted for the exit without saying a single word, practically knocking over a waiter in her rush to escape. I almost felt bad for her. She probably had no idea David was married. David just sat there frozen, staring at me like I was some kind of ghost. His mouth was hanging open, but no words were coming out. Marco was standing between us, looking absolutely mortified, probably realizing he just helped orchestrate the most awkward scene in the restaurant's history. The silence stretched on for what felt like forever. I could hear whispers starting up at other tables, people leaning toward each other to comment on what they just witnessed. Someone at the table behind David actually pulled out their phone, and I realized they might be recording this whole thing. Finally, David found his voice and started stammering something about how this wasn't what it looked like and that we needed to talk privately. But I was already walking away. I'd said what I came to say, and there was nothing else I wanted to hear from him. The entire restaurant was buzzing with conversation now, everyone talking about what had just happened. I made it to the parking lot before the adrenaline completely wore off and my hands started shaking again. I could barely get my keys in the ignition. Behind me, I could see David stumbling out of the restaurant, probably trying to decide whether to chase after me or just disappear entirely. I didn't stick around to find out which option he'd choose. I drove straight to my sister Jenny's house without even thinking about it. She lives about 20 minutes away, and I honestly don't remember most of that drive. My hands were still shaking when I pulled into her driveway, and I could barely get my phone out to call her. When she opened the door and saw my face, she just pulled me inside without asking any questions. Jenny made me tea and let me cry on her couch for about an hour before I could even form coherent sentences. When I finally told her what happened, she went through about 5 different emotions in the span of 2 minutes. First shock, then anger, then this weird pride, then concern, and finally, she landed on calling me a complete badass. She kept saying she wished she could have seen David's face when I dropped that bomb. My phone started ringing almost immediately after I got to Jenny's. David called 17 times that first night. 17. I let every single call go to voicemail. The texts started coming too, one after another, each one more desperate than the last. He kept saying we needed to talk, that I'd embarrassed him in front of everyone, that I'd made him look like a monster when people didn't understand the whole situation. The whole situation. Like there was some context that would make cheating on your wife at your anniversary restaurant somehow acceptable. By the next morning, the messages had shifted from desperate to angry. David was furious that I'd caused such a public scene instead of handling things privately like adults. He actually used the word overreacted in one text, which made me so mad I threw my phone across Jenny's living room. Jenny had to talk me out of driving over there to key his car. The story spread faster than I expected. Apparently, someone at the restaurant did record part of it because Jenny's friend Melissa texted her a blurry video someone had posted on social media. You couldn't really see much, just me walking away from a table while people stared, but the caption explained the whole thing. Within 2 days, it had been shared hundreds of times with comments ranging from queen behavior to "This is why you don't air dirty laundry in public." My mom called me the second day to lecture me about how I should have handled the situation. She kept saying that public humiliation never solved anything and that I'd made things worse by creating a spectacle. According to her, the mature thing would have been to confront David privately at home and work through it in counseling. She actually suggested I should apologize to him for embarrassing him. But then my best friend Rachel called and said she'd never been prouder of me. She'd been suspicious of David for months and kept saying she wished she'd said something earlier. Rachel's take was that David deserved everything he got for being stupid enough to take his mistress to our anniversary restaurant. She called it poetic justice. The reactions from other people were all over the place. Some of our mutual friends were horrified that I'd made such a scene. Others thought it was brilliant revenge. David's brother actually called me to apologize for David's behavior, which was awkward, but kind of sweet. My coworkers were split down the middle. Half thought I was a hero, half thought I'd lost my mind. What surprised me most was how vindicated I felt. Yeah, I was heartbroken and angry and scared about what came next, but I wasn't sorry. Every time I replayed that moment when the whole restaurant went silent and David's face went white, I felt this surge of satisfaction. He'd wanted to play happy couple with someone else using our traditions, our places, our special things. Well, now everyone knew exactly what kind of husband and person he really was. I stayed at Jenny's for a week before going back to get more of my stuff. David had apparently been staying at his friend Mark's place, so the house was empty. It felt weird being there. Like I was visiting a museum of my old life. I packed 2 suitcases and left my wedding ring on the kitchen counter next to a note saying I'd be in touch through a lawyer. The lawyer consultation was easier than I expected. I brought screenshots of all David's texts where he basically admitted to the affair by trying to justify it. She said, cases like this were pretty straightforward, especially with witnesses to his behavior. I felt relieved knowing I wouldn't have to drag this out for years. 3 weeks later, I'm still at Jenny's and David is still sending me messages. They've gotten less frequent but more pathetic. Last week, he sent this long email about how sorry he was and how the other woman meant nothing to him. He claimed he was going through some kind of midlife crisis and that he'd do anything to fix things between us. But here's the thing. I don't want to fix things. That moment in the restaurant wasn't just about catching him cheating. It was about finally standing up for myself after months of feeling like something was wrong, but not trusting my instincts. It was about refusing to be the wife who suffers in silence while her husband makes a fool of her. Some people think I went too far by humiliating him publicly instead of handling it behind closed doors. Others are calling me a hero for exposing him so dramatically. Honestly, I don't care anymore what people think was right or wrong. David made his choice when he decided to cheat. And I made mine when I decided not to protect his reputation at the expense of my own dignity. I drove straight to my sister Jenny's house without even thinking about it. She lives about 20 minutes away, and I honestly don't remember most of that drive. My hands were still shaking when I pulled into her driveway, and I could barely get my phone out to call her. When she opened the door and saw my face, she just pulled me inside without asking any questions. Jenny made me tea and let me cry on her couch for about an hour before I could even form coherent sentences. When I finally told her what happened, she went through about 5 different emotions in the span of 2 minutes. First shock, then anger, then this weird pride, then concern, and finally she landed on calling me a complete badass. She kept saying she wished she could have seen David's face when I dropped that bomb. My phone started ringing almost immediately after I got to Jenny's. David called 17 times that first night. 17. I let every single call go to voicemail. The texts started coming too, one after another, each one more desperate than the last. He kept saying we needed to talk, that I'd embarrassed him in front of everyone, that I'd made him look like a monster when people didn't understand the whole situation. The whole situation. Like there was some context that would make cheating on your wife at your anniversary restaurant somehow acceptable. By the next morning, the messages had shifted from desperate to angry. David was furious that I'd caused such a public scene instead of handling things privately like adults. He actually used the word overreacted in one text, which made me so mad, I threw my phone across Jenny's living room. Jenny had to talk me out of driving over there to key his car. The story spread faster than I expected. Apparently, someone at the restaurant did record part of it because Jenny's friend Melissa texted her a blurry video someone had posted on social media. You couldn't really see much, just me walking away from a table while people stared. But the caption explained the whole thing. Within 2 days, it had been shared hundreds of times with comments ranging from queen behavior to this is why you don't air dirty laundry in public. My mom called me the second day to lecture me about how I should have handled the situation. She kept saying that public humiliation never solved anything, and that I'd made things worse by creating a spectacle. According to her, the mature thing would have been to confront David privately at home and work through it in counseling. She actually suggested I should apologize to him for embarrassing him. But then my best friend, Rachel, called and said she'd never been prouder of me. She'd been suspicious of David for months and kept saying she wished she'd said something earlier. Rachel's take was that David deserved everything he got for being stupid enough to take his mistress to our anniversary restaurant. She called it poetic justice. The reactions from other people were all over the place. Some of our mutual friends were horrified that I'd made such a scene. Others thought it was brilliant revenge. David's brother actually called me to apologize for David's behavior, which was awkward but kind of sweet. My coworkers were split down the middle. Half thought I was a hero, half thought I'd lost my mind. What surprised me most was how vindicated I felt. Yeah, I was heartbroken and angry and scared about what came next, but I wasn't sorry. Every time I replayed that moment when the whole restaurant went silent and David's face went white, I felt this surge of satisfaction. He'd wanted to play happy couple with someone else using our traditions, our places, our special things. Well, now everyone knew exactly what kind of husband and person he really was. I stayed at Jenny's for a week before going back to get more of my stuff. David had apparently been staying at his friend Mark's place, so the house was empty. It felt weird being there, like I was visiting a museum of my old life. I packed 2 suitcases and left my wedding ring on the kitchen counter next to a note saying I'd be in touch through a lawyer. The lawyer consultation was easier than I expected. I brought screenshots of all David's texts where he basically admitted to the affair by trying to justify it. She said cases like this were pretty straightforward, especially with witnesses to his behavior. I felt relieved knowing I wouldn't have to drag this out for years. 3 weeks later, I'm still at Jenny's, and David is still sending me messages. They've gotten less frequent, but more pathetic. Last week he sent this long email about how sorry he was and how the other woman meant nothing to him. He claimed he was going through some kind of midlife crisis, and that he'd do anything to fix things between us. But here's the thing. I don't want to fix things. That moment in the restaurant wasn't just about catching him cheating. It was about finally standing up for myself after months of feeling like something was wrong, but not trusting my instincts. It was about refusing to be the wife who suffers in silence while her husband makes a fool of her. Some people think I went too far by humiliating him publicly instead of handling it behind closed doors. Others are calling me a hero for exposing him so dramatically. Honestly, I don't care anymore what people think was right or wrong. David made his choice when he decided to cheat, and I made mine when I decided not to protect his reputation at the expense of my own dignity. At the company holiday party, I told everyone my boss had been stealing credit for our team's work to secure his bonuses. I'm a 28-year-old software developer at a mid-sized tech company, and I've been dealing with my boss Mike for 3 years now. Mike's 45, supposed to be our department manager, but honestly the guy can barely code anymore. My team consists of Sarah, who's 24 and just started as a junior dev, Marcus, who's 30 and our senior developer, and Alex, who's 26 and handles all our UI/UX design. We're a tight group, and we actually get shit done. The thing about Mike is that he's always been the type to take vague credit for our successes. You know the type. Shows up to client meetings, nods along when we explain the technical stuff, then somehow becomes the face of the project when it's time for recognition. I'd gotten used to it over the years because that's just corporate life, right? But this recent project was different. We spent 6 months building this revolutionary inventory management software for retail clients. I'm talking game-changing stuff that could actually disrupt the market. The whole team busted our asses on it. Late nights, weekends, debugging sessions that went until 2 a.m. Sarah was practically living at the office trying to optimize the database queries. Marcus rewrote the entire backend twice to handle the client's ridiculous scaling requirements. Alex created this beautiful interface that made complex inventory data actually digestible. Mike showed up to maybe 4 out of our 20 team meetings. When he did attend, he'd just sit there scrolling through his phone or making vague comments about staying on schedule. His biggest contribution was forwarding emails from the executives and occasionally presenting our demos to higher-ups, which basically meant reading off the slides we prepared for him. About a week before the holiday party, I started hearing through office gossip that Mike was getting some massive year-end bonus. Then, 2 days before the party, Sarah mentioned she'd overheard Mike in the break room telling some executives that he had personally architected the entire system. We all kind of laughed it off nervously because what else could we do? Marcus even joked that we should crash Mike's bonus celebration, but nobody took it seriously. The holiday party was at the Grand Plaza Hotel Ballroom. Fancy place, maybe 200 people there, including families and kids. The company really went all out with the decorations and open bar. I was actually looking forward to it because we'd been working so hard and it felt good to finally relax with the team. Everything was going fine until Mr. Henderson, our CEO, took the stage for the annual recognition ceremony. He started talking about outstanding individual contributions and how important it is to recognize people who go above and beyond. Then he called Mike up to the front. I watched Mike walk up there with this huge grin on his face while Mr. Henderson pulled out an oversized check for $15,000. 15 grand. For a project Mike barely touched. The CEO started praising him for his dedication and innovative approach, and I felt my stomach drop. But then Mike grabbed the microphone and started his acceptance speech. That's when everything went completely off the rails. He talked about all the sleepless nights he spent coding. He mentioned the personal sacrifices he made and how proud he was of his innovative approach. He actually said the words, "I'm proud of what I accomplished on this project." My team was sitting at the same table, and I could see Sarah's face going white. Marcus was gripping his beer bottle so hard I thought it might shatter. Alex just had this look of complete disbelief. We were all exchanging these horrified glances while the entire room applauded for work we had done. The applause seemed to go on forever. Mike was up there soaking it all in, holding his giant check while my teammates, who had actually built the damn thing, sat there watching their boss take credit for everything. Sarah had student loans she was struggling with. Marcus just bought his first house. This bonus could have changed any of our lives, and instead, it was going to someone who couldn't even remember which programming languages we used. I kept thinking about all those late nights when it was just us in the office, troubleshooting problems that Mike didn't even know existed, the breakthrough moment when Sarah figured out how to optimize our database queries, the weekend Marcus spent rewriting our entire authentication system, the dozens of iterations Alex went through to get the user interface perfect. Mike finished his speech and the room erupted in more applause. He was beaming up there, and I realized that he actually believed his own bullshit. In his mind, he probably did deserve that recognition because he was the manager, and everything his team accomplished was automatically his accomplishment, too. That's when Mr. Henderson announced that the microphone was open for anyone who wanted to toast our achievers. My heart started pounding and my hands were shaking. Sarah grabbed my arm and mouthed the word "no" at me, but I was already standing up. Marcus tried to pull me back down, but I was already walking toward the front of the room. The CEO looked confused, but handed me the microphone anyway. The entire ballroom went quiet, and I could feel everyone staring at me. Mike was still up there on stage, still holding his bonus check. And he had no idea what was about to happen. Standing there with the microphone in my hands, I had about 3 seconds to decide if I was going to ruin my career or finally do what needed to be done. My teammates were staring at me from across the room with pure panic in their eyes. Sarah was shaking her head frantically. Marcus looked like he was about to have a heart attack, but all I could think about was Mike up there on stage, still grinning like an idiot while holding that $15,000 check. The whole ballroom was dead silent, waiting for me to say something. I could see the executives at their table looking mildly interested, probably expecting some generic toast about teamwork or company values. Mike was standing right next to me, and I swear I could see the exact moment when he realized something was wrong. I cleared my throat and started talking. I said I wanted to toast the real team behind that inventory management software that everyone was celebrating. Then I started naming names. Sarah Chen, who spent 3 weeks optimizing our database queries and reduced processing time by 60%. Marcus Rodriguez, who rebuilt our entire back-end architecture twice to handle the client's scaling requirements. Alex Kim, who designed an interface so intuitive that clients were calling it revolutionary. I could see people in the audience starting to pay closer attention. The executives were exchanging glances. Mike's face was slowly draining of all color as he realized where this was going. But I wasn't done yet. Here's the thing nobody knew. I had actually prepared for this moment. Not because I planned to destroy my boss at the holiday party, but because I'm paranoid about documentation. I always keep records of everything just in case something goes wrong. So I had slides ready on my phone, and I knew the hotel's projector system because we'd used it for client presentations before. I pulled out my phone and connected it to the projector while everyone watched. The screen behind me lit up with our project's GitHub repository. I showed them the commit logs with timestamps, proving exactly who wrote what code and when. Sarah's name was all over the database optimization commits. Marcus had authored 90% of the back-end modules. Alex's UI commits were clearly tagged and documented. The room was so quiet you could hear people breathing. I scrolled through our project management system showing who attended which meetings, who completed which tasks, who submitted which deliverables. Every single piece of evidence pointed to the same conclusion. Mike's contribution to this project was basically forwarding emails and showing up to present our work. Mike was still standing there on stage, but now he looked like he wanted to crawl under the nearest table. His face had gone from confident to confused to completely mortified in about 30 seconds. The bonus check was still in his hands, but he was holding it like it was radioactive. I could see Mr. Henderson at the executive table taking notes on his phone. The VP of engineering was leaning forward, studying the data on screen. Other people throughout the room were whispering to each other, and I could tell the mood had shifted from celebration to complete awkwardness. The crazy part was how calm I felt up there. All the anger and frustration from the past few months just melted away as I methodically went through the code reviews where Mike's comments were things like, looks good and approved, while the actual technical feedback came from senior developers in other departments. I displayed our team's Slack conversations about solving major technical problems, conversations that Mike wasn't even part of. Then I got to the really damning stuff. I showed them emails where Mike had explicitly told executives that he was personally handling the technical architecture. Messages where he claimed to be doing hands-on coding work. Meeting notes where he took credit for breakthrough solutions that had actually come from my teammates during late-night debugging sessions he never attended. The whole presentation took maybe 5 minutes, but it felt like an hour. When I finished, the silence was deafening. A few people started some awkward, scattered applause, but it died out quickly because nobody knew what the hell they were supposed to do in this situation. Mike finally tried to say something about how management involves oversight and team leadership, but his voice cracked and he basically just mumbled some nonsense about collaborative efforts. The CEO stepped in and thanked me for the clarification, then announced that dinner would be served shortly. Classic executive move. Just pretend nothing weird happened and move on to the next agenda item. I walked back to my table in complete silence. My teammates were staring at me like I had just set myself on fire in front of the entire company. Sarah looked terrified. Marcus was shaking his head in disbelief. Alex just kept saying "holy shit" under his breath. Mike disappeared from the stage, and I didn't see him for the rest of the night. People at other tables kept glancing over at us, but nobody came over to talk. It was like we had become radioactive. The rest of the party continued around us, but our little corner of the ballroom felt like a disaster zone. I spent the rest of the evening watching executives have quiet conversations at their table, while occasionally looking in our direction. Whatever I had just done, there was no taking it back now. The rest of the holiday party was basically a nightmare. Nobody knew how to act around us after what had just happened. People would walk by our table and either completely ignore us or give these awkward little nods like they were acknowledging accident victims. The whole vibe shifted from celebration to this weird tension where everyone was pretending everything was normal while obviously gossiping about the drama. Mike vanished completely after my presentation. I didn't see him leave, but one minute he was there looking mortified, and the next minute he was gone. He didn't say goodbye to anyone, didn't try to do damage control, just disappeared. His wife was still at the party, though, sitting at the executive spouse's table, looking confused about why her husband had suddenly evaporated. What really surprised me was how many executives came over to talk to us, privately. The VP of engineering actually shook my hand and said they needed to have a conversation on Monday. The CTO pulled me aside near the bar and started asking detailed questions about our development process and team dynamics. 3 different department heads made comments about appreciating the clarification on who actually did the work. But my team was split between being grateful and being absolutely terrified. Sarah kept saying I was either a hero or I had just gotten us all fired. Marcus was convinced we were about to face massive retaliation. Alex seemed excited at first, but then started panicking about what would happen when Mike got back to the office. We ended up leaving early because the whole situation was just too uncomfortable. Monday morning was when reality hit. I got to work, and there was already an email from HR asking me to come in for a discussion. Not a meeting, a discussion, which somehow sounded way more ominous. I spent the whole morning waiting for that appointment and trying to act normal while Mike was completely avoiding all of us. The HR meeting was actually way better than I expected. The director, Janet, had clearly done her homework over the weekend. She had printed copies of all the documentation I had shown at the party, and she was asking really specific questions about our project timeline and Mike's actual involvement. She wanted to see everything: commit logs, meeting notes, email chains, Slack conversations. I handed over months of evidence, and she took it all very seriously. Mike was basically a ghost in the office. He would show up, go straight to his office, and close the door. He stopped attending our team meetings completely. When we did see him in the hallways, he would look the other way or suddenly find something very interesting on his phone. It was like working with someone who was pretending we didn't exist. The weirdest part was how other teams started reaching out to us. People from different departments began sharing their own stories about Mike taking credit for their work. Apparently this had been going on for years, but nobody had ever called him out so publicly. I started getting messages from developers saying things like, "Thank you for finally saying what we were all thinking." About 2 weeks after the party, rumors started flying about Mike being reassigned. People were whispering about restructuring and leadership changes. The CTO scheduled individual meetings with each of us to talk about our career goals and what kind of management structure would help us be more effective. It was pretty obvious they were planning something. The office atmosphere was incredibly tense during this whole period. You could feel people choosing sides, and there were definitely some colleagues who thought I had gone too far. A few people made comments about how I should have handled things through proper channels instead of making a scene. But honestly, I had tried the proper channels before and nothing ever happened. Then about 3 weeks later, something unexpected happened. I got an email from the CEO's assistant asking for a meeting on Friday afternoon. The subject line just said, "Future opportunities," and nothing else. No context, no agenda, just a meeting request that could mean absolutely anything. I had no idea if I was about to get promoted or fired. My teammates were convinced it was bad news because you don't usually get called to meet with the CEO unless something major is happening. Sarah was convinced they were going to make an example out of me. Marcus thought maybe they were going to offer me Mike's job. Alex was sure I was getting terminated, and they wanted to do it personally. The whole week leading up to that meeting was torture. I kept going over everything that had happened, wondering if I had made the right choice or if I had just destroyed my career for a moment of satisfaction. Mike was still avoiding us. HR was still conducting their investigation, and everyone in the office was treating me like either a hero or a pariah, depending on who you asked. I guess I'm about to find out whether burning bridges was worth it. Either way, I don't regret standing up for my team. They deserved recognition for their work, and Mike deserved to be exposed for what he was doing. Sometimes you have to make a choice between keeping your head down and doing what's right, and I chose to do what felt right in that moment. The meeting is tomorrow, and I honestly have no clue what's going to happen, but at least my team knows their work mattered, and that's something Mike can never take away from them. At my best friend's baby shower, I announced that her husband had been secretly messaging me for months. I'm 26, and I've been best friends with Sarah since we were kids. We did everything together growing up. Sleepovers, school dances, college applications, you name it. When she got engaged 2 years ago, she asked me to be her maid of honor without hesitation. Her husband Mike is 29, and he always seemed like a decent guy. Quiet, polite, treated Sarah well from what I could see. Nothing ever felt weird between us. That all changed about 4 months ago, when Mike started texting me. At first, it was completely innocent stuff. Asking about surprise party ideas for Sarah's birthday, wondering what she might want for Christmas. Normal brother-in-law type questions. I didn't think anything of it. But then the messages started getting more frequent. He'd text me random things throughout the day, like funny memes or asking how my work was going. Still seemed harmless enough. Maybe he was just trying to be friendly since we were going to be family. Sarah had always wanted us to get along better anyway. The shift happened gradually. The texts started coming later at night. Instead of asking about Sarah, he'd ask about my dating life, or make comments about how I looked in photos Sarah posted. I started getting this uncomfortable feeling in my stomach every time my phone buzzed with his name. I tried to brush it off at first. Maybe I was reading too much into it. Maybe he was just being friendly and I was overthinking everything. But the messages kept escalating. He started telling me I was prettier than I realized, that any guy would be lucky to have me. When I'd take hours to respond or give short answers, he'd send follow-up texts asking if he'd said something wrong. The worst part was watching Sarah during all of this. She was absolutely glowing with her pregnancy. Every time I saw her, she'd talk about how excited she was, how supportive Mike was being, how perfect everything felt. She'd show me ultrasound pictures and talk about nursery colors and baby names. She was living in this beautiful bubble of happiness, and here I was, sitting on this secret that could destroy everything. I kept telling myself I should say something. But how do you tell your pregnant best friend that her husband is sending you inappropriate messages? Especially when she's never been happier in her life. Every time I thought about bringing it up, I'd see her face light up when she talked about their future together. And I just couldn't do it. So I tried ignoring Mike's messages instead. I'd read them and not respond, hoping he'd get the hint and stop, but that just made him try harder. He started sending longer messages, more personal ones. He'd tell me about problems in his marriage that I definitely shouldn't have known about. He'd complain about feeling disconnected from Sarah since she got pregnant. A few weeks ago, he sent me a message late at night saying he'd been thinking about me, and wished we could spend more time together. Just the two of us. That's when I knew I couldn't keep pretending this was innocent anymore. I screenshot that message and a bunch of the others, thinking maybe I'd finally work up the courage to tell Sarah. But then I'd see her at baby shower planning meetings, so excited about this party her mom was throwing, talking about how perfect everything was going to be. How could I destroy that? She was 7 months pregnant and planning for her future. The timing felt horrible. The night before the baby shower, everything came to a head. It was almost midnight when my phone lit up with another message from Mike. This one made my blood run cold. He said he'd been lying awake, thinking about me, that he wished I was the one carrying his child instead of Sarah, that maybe we could figure out a way to be together after the baby was born. I stared at that message for probably 20 minutes. This wasn't some harmless flirtation anymore. This was him actively wishing his pregnant wife was someone else, wishing their baby was with me instead of the woman he married. I screenshot it immediately. I didn't sleep at all that night, and I kept going back and forth on what to do. Part of me thought I should wait until after the baby was born, let Sarah have this one perfect day. But another part of me realized that if I didn't speak up now, she'd be starting motherhood built on lies. She'd be raising a child with someone who was actively pursuing other women behind her back. By morning, I knew what I had to do. Sarah deserved to know who she was really married to before their child arrived. She deserved the chance to make decisions about her future with all the facts, even if it meant ruining what was supposed to be the happiest day of her pregnancy. The baby shower was that afternoon in her parents' backyard. Everything looked perfect. Pastel balloons, little decorative strollers, tables full of gifts. Sarah was wearing this flowing yellow dress, and she looked absolutely radiant. Mike was playing the perfect husband-to-be, helping set up chairs and making small talk with the relatives. Watching him act so normal while knowing what he'd been saying to me behind Sarah's back made me feel sick. I had all the screenshots saved on my phone, and I knew that in a few hours, when it came time for the maid of honor speech, I was going to change everything. The shower started at 2, and by 3:30 I was barely holding it together. I'd been watching Mike work the room like nothing had happened, laughing with Sarah's dad about baby names and helping her open gifts. Every time he smiled or put his arm around Sarah, I felt this rage building up inside me. Sarah's mom had done such a beautiful job with everything. There were probably 40 people there, aunts, cousins, co-workers, neighbors. Everyone was having such a good time, taking pictures and playing those silly baby shower games. Sarah kept looking around with this expression of pure joy, like she couldn't believe how loved she was. I kept my phone in my purse, but I could feel it there like it was burning a hole through the fabric. Every few minutes I'd catch Mike looking at me, and he'd give me this little smile like we shared some secret. It made my skin crawl. At one point he even came over and asked if I was okay because I looked stressed. The audacity of it was unbelievable. Around 4 o'clock, Sarah's mom started gathering everyone for the speech portion. This was the part I'd been dreading all day. As maid of honor, I was supposed to give the main toast before they cut the cake. I'd written something weeks ago about our friendship and how excited I was for her to become a mom. But obviously that wasn't happening anymore. People started finding seats or gathering around where Sarah was sitting in her chair decorated with ribbons. She looked so happy and relaxed, one hand on her belly, the other holding Mike's hand. Her mom handed me the microphone, and suddenly everyone was looking at me expectantly. My heart was pounding so hard I could hear it in my ears. I looked out at all these faces, people who'd known Sarah and me for years. family members who'd watched us grow up together, new friends from her work. They were all smiling, waiting for me to say something sweet about my best friend. I started the way I'd planned. I talked about how long Sarah and I had been friends, how excited I was that she was going to be a mom, how much this baby was already loved. Everyone was nodding along. Some people had tears in their eyes. Sarah was beaming up at me. Then I turned to look at Mike. He was still holding Sarah's hand, still playing the perfect husband role. And something inside me just snapped. I pulled out my phone and opened the screenshots. My hands were shaking, but my voice was steady when I started talking again. I said something like how I thought Sarah deserved to know the truth before her baby was born, and then I started reading his messages out loud. The reaction was immediate. The first message I read was one of the milder ones from a few weeks ago, but you could feel the energy in the backyard completely shift. People stopped smiling. Someone's fork clattered against their plate. I kept reading. When I got to the message about wishing I was carrying his child instead of Sarah, the silence was deafening. Sarah's face went completely white. Mike dropped her hand and stood up, saying something about how I was taking everything out of context, that these were just friendly messages that I was twisting around. But I wasn't done. I held up my phone so the people closest to us could see the screen. I showed them the timestamps, messages sent at 1 and 2 in the morning. I read the one where he complained about feeling disconnected from Sarah since she got pregnant. I read the one where he said he thought about me when he was lying in bed next to her. That's when Sarah started crying. Not just tears, but these horrible sobbing sounds. Her mom rushed over to her while her dad stood up and started yelling at Mike. People were talking over each other, some trying to comfort Sarah, others demanding to see my phone to verify what I was saying. Mike kept trying to defend himself, saying I was jealous or that I'd misunderstood everything. He kept looking around desperately for someone to back him up, but no one was buying it. Sarah's cousin grabbed my phone and started scrolling through the messages, reading them to the people around her. Each new message made the situation worse. Sarah couldn't even look at Mike. She was doubled over in her chair, crying so hard I was worried about the baby. Her mom was stroking her hair and shooting daggers at Mike with her eyes. Sarah's dad looked like he wanted to punch him. Within minutes, people started leaving. Not in an organized way, but in that awkward shuffle that happens when everyone realizes a party is definitely over. Some people hugged Sarah on their way out. Others just quietly gathered their purses and left without saying anything. Mike was still trying to salvage the situation, following people around and insisting that I was lying or exaggerating. But the screenshots didn't lie, and everyone could see them. His explanations got more desperate and less believable as more people saw the evidence. The backyard that had been full of laughter and celebration 20 minutes earlier was now almost empty except for immediate family and a few close friends. The decorations looked ridiculous now, like props from a play that had ended badly. Sarah was still crying, and I was standing there with my phone in my hand, knowing that I'd just blown up my best friend's life on what was supposed to be one of the happiest days of her pregnancy. The cleanup afterward was the most awkward hour of my life. Sarah's mom and aunts were quietly packing up decorations while trying not to look at anyone. I started helping with the gift table, not really knowing what else to do with myself. Nobody was talking much, except in whispers. Sarah had stopped crying, but she looked completely shell-shocked. She was still sitting in that decorated chair like she couldn't process what had just happened. Mike kept trying to approach her, but every time he got close, someone from her family would step between them. Her dad finally told him to leave, and Mike actually argued about it until her uncle backed up her dad. Then Mike left, but not before shooting me this look that was pure hatred. I wasn't sure if I should stay or go. Sarah hadn't said a word to me since I'd finished reading the messages. Part of me thought maybe I should give her space, but I also didn't want to abandon her when everything was falling apart. Her mom made the decision for me by asking if I could help get Sarah inside. We got her settled on the living room couch and her mom brought her some water. That's when Sarah finally looked at me directly, for the first time since it all happened. I was bracing myself for her to scream at me or tell me to leave. But instead, she just said, "Thank you." Her voice was barely a whisper and her eyes were red from crying, but she said she was glad she knew. That's when I completely lost it. I started crying, harder than I had all day, apologizing over and over for ruining her shower, for not telling her sooner, for letting it get this far. Sarah reached over and grabbed my hand and told me to stop apologizing. She said, if anyone should be sorry, it was Mike, not me. Her mom made us both tea, and we sat there for a while, not saying much. Sarah kept touching her belly, and I could tell she was thinking about the baby, about what this meant for her future. Eventually, she asked to see all the messages, not just the ones I'd read at the party. I handed over my phone and watched her scroll through months of inappropriate texts from her husband. The worst part was watching her face change as she read them. She'd gasp or make these little wounded sounds when she got to particularly bad ones. At one point she asked when the first weird message was sent, and when I told her it was right after she'd announced the pregnancy to Chloe's family, she started crying again. By evening, Sarah had decided she wasn't going home. Her parents set up her old bedroom for her, and she asked me to help her pack a bag from her house while Mike was at work the next day. We drove over there in complete silence and threw clothes and pregnancy books into a suitcase as fast as possible. Being in their house felt surreal, like I was looking at the set of a play about a happy marriage that I now knew was all fake. Mike started calling and texting both of us nonstop once he realized Sarah wasn't coming home. His messages to me were angry, accusing me of ruining his marriage and lying about everything. His messages to Sarah were the opposite, apologetic and desperate, begging her to come home so they could work things out. Sarah showed me some of them, and they made me sick. He was still trying to manipulate her even after being caught. The family reaction was swift and harsh. Sarah's dad called Mike's parents and told them what happened. Her sister drove down from 2 states away. Even her grandmother, who usually stays out of family drama, called to say she never liked Mike anyway. Most of them were furious with him, but a few people thought I should have handled it differently. Sarah's aunt pulled me aside the day after the shower and said she understood why I did what I did, but she wished I'd found a private moment instead of making it so public. A couple of Sarah's cousins seemed to agree with that sentiment. They weren't mad at me exactly, but they thought the public humiliation was unnecessary. I've been staying close to Sarah like she asked, but our friendship feels different now. Not bad necessarily, but complicated. I'm the person who delivered the news that destroyed her marriage, and even though she's grateful, that's a weird position to be in. Sometimes I catch her looking at me and I wonder what she's thinking. Mike is still trying to do damage control. He's been telling people that I came on to him and he was just being polite, or that I misinterpreted friendly messages because I was jealous of their marriage. Nobody who's seen the screenshots believes him, but he's still trying to spin the story in his favor. Sarah's been seeing a counselor and trying to figure out what she wants to do about the divorce while 7 months pregnant. She says she feels stupid for not seeing the signs, but I keep telling her that he was deliberately hiding this from her. She's scared about being a single mom, but also relieved that she found out now instead of years down the road. Looking back, I still don't know if I did the right thing. The timing was horrible and the public nature of it was brutal. But Sarah deserved to know who she was really married to before their child was born. Mike had months to come clean on his own and chose not to. He was planning to let her raise his baby while living a complete lie about their marriage. That feels worse to me than ruining one party, even if it was supposed to be the happiest day of her pregnancy. On the night of my college reunion, I revealed that my former roommate had been the one who sabotaged my scholarship years ago. I'm 36 now, and I'd been dreading this reunion for months. Part of me wanted to skip it entirely, but I knew Jake would be there. My old roommate, who's now some hotshot lawyer, and I couldn't let him have the satisfaction of thinking I was too ashamed to show my face. Jake and I were tight back in college. We were both 21, both pre-law majors, both hungry for the same scholarships and internships. We lived together for 2 years in Morrison Hall, stayed up late studying for the LSAT prep courses, complained about Professor Williams' impossible constitutional law exams. I genuinely thought he was my best friend. We had this running joke about how we'd end up as law partners someday, probably specializing in different areas so we wouldn't compete with each other. That all changed during sophomore year when my world completely fell apart. I had this full academic scholarship, the kind that covered everything, tuition and room and board. It was the only reason I could afford college in the first place. My parents worked factory jobs, and there was no way they could help me with school expenses. That scholarship was my lifeline. Then in March, I got called into Dean Morrison's office. She had this grim expression and a manila folder on her desk that she kept tapping with her pen. She told me there had been an accusation of academic dishonesty regarding my research paper for Professor Chen's advanced political theory class. Someone had anonymously tipped them off that I'd plagiarized significant portions from an academic journal. I was stunned. I'd worked my ass off on that paper for weeks, pulling all-nighters in the library, cross-referencing sources, making sure every citation was perfect. But when they showed me the evidence, but it was damning. They'd found the exact same passages in my paper that appeared in another student's work from the previous semester. Word for word, paragraph for paragraph. The source was some obscure political science journal from the 1980s that I'd never even heard of. The scholarship committee met the following week and voted unanimously to revoke my funding. Just like that, 15 years of planning and dreaming went down the drain. I had to scramble to get student loans, find multiple part-time jobs, and watch my GPA tank as I struggled to balance everything. Jake was supportive at first. He even helped me get a job at the campus bookstore where his girlfriend worked. But I could tell he was uncomfortable with the whole situation. What really ate at me was how perfectly orchestrated the whole thing felt. The timing was suspicious. It happened right before scholarship renewals were due. The source material was so obscure that whoever set it up had clearly done their research, and the way the anonymous tip came in just felt too convenient, too targeted. I spent the rest of college working. 3 jobs: the bookstore, tutoring freshmen, and weekend shifts at a local restaurant. My grades suffered, my social life disappeared, and I had to take an extra semester to graduate because I couldn't afford a full course load. Meanwhile, Jake sailed through school, got the scholarship I'd lost, landed a prestigious internship at a downtown law firm, and graduated summa cum laude. After graduation, we lost touch pretty quickly. He went straight to law school at Northwestern, while I spent 2 years working to pay off debt before I could even think about continuing my education. I eventually made it through law school myself, but it took me 7 years instead of 3, and I graduated with crushing debt. Jake, from what I heard through mutual friends, became this rising star at a big firm, made partner early, married his college girlfriend, bought a house in the suburbs. The whole American dream package. For 15 years, I carried around this nagging suspicion that someone had deliberately sabotaged me. The evidence had been too perfect, too convenient, but I never had any proof, and honestly, I tried to convince myself I was just being paranoid. Maybe it really was just bad luck and poor research on my part. Then 3 weeks ago, Tommy Rodriguez called me. Tommy lived down the hall from us in Morrison, and we'd kept in loose touch over the years. He was drunk when he called, rambling about his own reunion planning committee meeting. But then he said something that made my blood freeze. He told me that back in college, Jake had bragged to him about setting me up for the plagiarism scandal. According to Tommy, Jake had deliberately copied my research, planted the evidence, and then anonymously reported me to the administration. He did it because he saw me as his biggest competition for law school recommendations and scholarships. Tommy said he'd kept quiet all these years because he figured it was none of his business, and he wasn't even sure Jake was telling the truth back then. But seeing Jake's success over the years while knowing what he'd done had been eating at Tommy, especially after a few drinks. I hung up the phone and just sat in my kitchen for about an hour, processing what I'd just learned. 15 years of wondering, of second-guessing myself, of thinking maybe I really had screwed up somehow. And it turned out my instincts had been right all along. Jake had destroyed my scholarship, derailed my entire future just to get ahead. And he'd been living with that secret ever since, building his perfect life on the foundation of what he'd done to me. The reunion was still 2 weeks away at that point, and I knew Jake would be there. Everyone always talked about Jake at these alumni events. The success story. The golden boy who'd made it big. I had to decide whether to confront him privately or just let it go. But the more I thought about it, the more angry I became. The reunion was held at the Alumni Center in their fancy ballroom, with the high ceilings and crystal chandeliers. I showed up fashionably late, hoping to avoid the initial awkward small talk phase, but the place was packed. Everyone looked older, softer around the edges, but trying their best to project success and happiness. I grabbed a whiskey from the bar and started scanning the room for Jake. I found him pretty quickly. He was holding court near the back corner, surrounded by a group of our old classmates and a couple professors. He looked exactly like what you'd expect a successful lawyer to look like. Expensive suit, perfect haircut, confident posture. People were laughing at his jokes and hanging on his every word. It made me physically sick watching him play the role of the beloved alumni success story. I spent the first hour just observing him, nursing my drink and listening to fragments of conversations around the room. Everyone was talking about Jake at some point, how well he was doing, his big house, his partnership at the firm, his perfect family. Sarah from my old study group mentioned how he'd always been destined for greatness, how focused and driven he was in college. If only she knew what that drive had actually looked like. The formal program started around 8 with some speeches from the Alumni Association president and a few professors. They talked about our class legacy, our achievements, how proud the university was of what we'd accomplished. Then, they opened up the microphone for anyone who wanted to share memories or thoughts about our college experience. Jake was one of the first people to volunteer. Of course he was. He'd always loved being the center of attention, especially when he could position himself as some kind of moral authority. He walked up to the podium with that same confident stride I remembered from college, adjusted the microphone, and launched into this polished speech about integrity and values. He talked about how our time at the university had shaped his character, how the professors had taught him the importance of honesty and hard work. He said something about how success meant nothing if you didn't earn it the right way, how cutting corners or taking shortcuts would always catch up with you eventually. The crowd was eating it up, nodding along and smiling like he was delivering some profound wisdom. But the part that really set me off was when he started talking about competition and how healthy rivalry could bring out the best in people. He said that college had taught him to compete with integrity, to win or lose with dignity, to always respect your fellow students even when you were vying for the same opportunities. He mentioned how some of his closest friendships had been forged through academic competition, how those relationships had lasted long after graduation. I was gripping my whiskey glass so hard I thought it might shatter. Here was this guy who had literally sabotaged my entire future standing up there preaching about integrity and healthy competition. The hypocrisy was suffocating. Everyone in that room was buying into his act, seeing him as this paragon of virtue when he was actually a fraud who'd built his success on deliberately destroying someone else's opportunities. My hand started shaking with anger as he wrapped up his speech to enthusiastic applause. People were nodding appreciatively. A few were even wiping away tears like he'd delivered some kind of inspirational masterpiece. Jake basked in the attention for a moment, scanning the crowd with that same smug smile I remembered from college. That's when I stood up. I didn't plan it, didn't think it through. But suddenly, I was on my feet, walking toward the front of the room. The conversations around me died down as people noticed me moving through the crowd. Jake saw me coming, and his expression shifted slightly. Not alarm exactly, but confusion, mixed with something that might have been recognition. I reached the podium and held out my hand for the microphone. Jake hesitated for just a second, probably trying to figure out what I was doing, but he couldn't really refuse without making a scene. He handed it over with a forced smile and stepped back slightly. The room went completely quiet. All eyes were on me, including several professors who'd been there during my plagiarism scandal 15 years earlier. I looked out at the crowd, then turned to face Jake directly. His face had gone pale, and I could see the wheels turning in his head as he tried to figure out what I might say. I started by thanking him for his inspiring words about integrity and competition. I said, it was interesting hearing him talk about honest rivalry and respecting fellow students, especially coming from someone with his particular history. The confused murmur that went through the crowd told me people weren't following yet, but Jake's expression had shifted to barely concealed panic. Then I told them everything. I explained how Jake had systematically sabotaged my scholarship by plagiarizing my work, planting evidence, and anonymously reporting me to the administration. I described how his actions had destroyed my academic standing, forced me into crushing debt, and derailed my entire future. I mentioned Tommy's recent revelation about Jake's bragging, how he'd been proud of eliminating his competition through fraud and manipulation. The reaction was immediate and intense. Some people gasped audibly, others started whispering to their neighbors. A few laughed nervously, like they thought this might be some kind of elaborate joke. Jake just stood there frozen, his mouth opening and closing without any sound coming out. Professor Chen, who'd been involved in the original investigation, was staring at both of us, with this look of dawning understanding on her face. I handed the microphone back to Jake and walked away from the podium. The room erupted in confused chatter behind me, but I didn't look back. I'd said what I needed to say. The aftermath was immediate chaos. Jake finally found his voice and started sputtering denials, claiming I was drunk and making up stories, that I was jealous of his success and trying to drag him down. But his panic was obvious to everyone in that room. His face was bright red, he was sweating through his expensive suit, and his voice cracked when he tried to defend himself. It was not the composed response of an innocent man. I could see people throughout the crowd exchanging glances and whispering to each other. Some looked shocked. Others seemed to be processing what they'd just heard with growing understanding. Professor Chen and two other faculty members who'd been there during my original scandal were huddled together near the front, having what looked like a very intense conversation. I didn't stick around to watch Jake's meltdown continue. I'd accomplished what I came to do. And honestly, I was running on pure adrenaline and needed to get out of there before I said something I'd regret. I grabbed my coat from the check station and walked out into the parking lot, leaving behind the buzz of confused conversations and Jake's increasingly desperate attempts to control the narrative. The drive home was surreal. I kept replaying the moment over and over in my head, the look on Jake's face when he realized what I was about to do, the collective gasp from the crowd when I revealed what he'd done. The way certain professors immediately started connecting dots from 15 years ago. Part of me felt vindicated, but another part wondered if I'd just made a huge mistake. Over the next few days, my phone wouldn't stop ringing. The story had apparently spread through our alumni network like wildfire, and people were reaching out with reactions ranging from support to curiosity to outright shock. Sarah from my old European history study group called to say she'd always thought my plagiarism accusation was suspicious, especially given how meticulous I'd always been with research and citations. She said several people had discussed it over the years, wondering if there was more to the story. Mike from the debate team sent me a long text saying Jake had always been ruthless when it came to academic competition, and my revelation explained a lot of things that had never quite made sense. He mentioned specific incidents from college where Jake had seemed unusually interested in other people's projects and research topics, always asking probing questions about deadlines and sources. The most validating response came from Professor Chen, who sent me a private email 3 days after the reunion. She said my story made complete sense given what she remembered about the original investigation. She'd always had doubts about how perfectly the evidence had come together, how the anonymous tip had been so specific and well-timed. She couldn't do anything official after all these years, but she believed me and said she wished she'd trusted her instincts back then. Even Tommy called to apologize for not speaking up sooner. He said watching Jake give that speech about integrity while knowing what he'd really done had made him sick, and he was glad I'd finally exposed the truth. He also mentioned that a few other people from our dorm had reached out to him, saying they remembered Jake making suspicious comments about academic competition during our sophomore year. Jake, meanwhile, went into full damage control mode. He posted something vague on social media about false accusations and jealousy, how success always brought out the worst in some people. He denied everything publicly, claiming I was a disgruntled former roommate who couldn't accept that he'd made something of himself while I'd struggled. But from what I heard through mutual connections, he was rattled. His law firm apparently had him lying low for a while, avoiding any high-profile cases or public appearances. Some people weren't supportive, though. A few classmates reached out to say they thought what I'd done was inappropriate, that airing 15-year-old grievances at what was supposed to be a celebration was petty and wrong. They argued that even if my accusations were true, the statute of limitations on college drama had long since expired, and I should have handled it privately if I really needed closure. My sister thinks I did the right thing, but she's biased since she watched me struggle through those extra years of school and crushing debt. My parents are conflicted. They're proud that I stood up for myself, but they worry about potential legal consequences or professional backlash. My mom keeps asking if Jake might try to sue me for defamation, which honestly hadn't occurred to me until she brought it up. The strangest part is how I feel about it all. There's definitely relief, like I finally got this weight off my chest that I've been carrying around since I was 21. For 15 years, I second-guessed myself, wondered if maybe I really had screwed up somehow, if the plagiarism accusation was legitimate and I'd just blocked it out. Now I know my instincts were right all along, and there's something incredibly validating about that. But I also feel guilty about disrupting what was supposed to be a fun reunion for everyone else. People were there to reconnect and celebrate, not to witness someone's public revenge 15 years in the making. I turned what should have been a pleasant evening into drama and controversy, and I know some people will always remember our reunion as the night someone dropped a bombshell instead of the night they reconnected with old friends. The question I keep asking myself is whether I was justified in exposing him after all these years, or if I should have just let sleeping dogs lie. Jake has built a whole life since college, career, family, reputation, and my revelation has potentially damaged all of that. But then again, he built that life on the foundation of what he did to me, and maybe it was time for the truth to finally come out. For my cousin's wedding toast, I revealed that he had stolen thousands from our grandmother's savings to fund the event. I, 32F, had always been the closest to my grandmother Ruth out of all the grandkids. She's 87 now and raised me after my parents died in a car accident when I was 8. My cousin, Jake, 29, was supposed to be her other favorite. He'd always visit her on Sundays, help with her yard work, and call her every few days. Everyone in the family thought he was this amazing grandson who really cared about Grandma Ruth. About 4 months before Jake's wedding to his fiancée Sarah, 26, my grandmother called me crying. This wasn't like her at all. She's usually this tough old bird who doesn't complain about anything. She was so embarrassed and kept apologizing for bothering me, but she said money had been disappearing from her savings account and she couldn't figure out what was happening. She'd been living on Social Security and a small pension for years, and every penny of that savings account mattered to her. She was terrified she was going crazy or that someone was stealing from her, but she didn't want to tell anyone else in the family because she was ashamed. I drove over to her house that same day. She had all these bank statements spread out on her kitchen table, and she looked so lost and scared. I told her we'd figure it out together and that she had nothing to be embarrassed about. When I started going through her statements from the past 6 months, I found multiple large withdrawals that she definitely hadn't made. There was $2,000 in March, $30,500 in April, another $2,800 in May, and it just kept going. All told, someone had taken over $15,000 from her account. The thing is, all these withdrawals were made online. My grandmother barely knows how to use email, let alone online banking. The only person who had access to her account was Jake, who'd helped her set it up about 2 years ago when she wanted to start paying her bills electronically instead of writing checks. He'd insisted on setting up the whole system for her and said he'd be her backup in case she ever got locked out. I felt sick to my stomach realizing what this meant. Jake had been stealing from our 87-year-old grandmother while pretending to be the perfect grandson. And now he was about to have this huge expensive wedding that everyone knew he couldn't afford on his construction worker salary. I spent a few days trying to figure out how to handle this. Part of me wanted to believe there was some other explanation. But the more I thought about it, the more it made sense. Jake had been talking about this dream wedding for months, showing off all these fancy vendors he'd booked, bragging about the country club venue. Everyone in the family had been wondering how he was paying for it all, but we just assumed he'd saved up or taken out loans. The day before the wedding, I cornered Jake at the rehearsal dinner. He was standing around with his groomsmen laughing about how much everything was costing and making jokes about being broke after the honeymoon. I pulled him aside to the hotel bar and showed him copies of the bank statements I'd made. His face went completely white for about 2 seconds. Then he actually started laughing. He looked me right in the eyes and said Grandma Ruth didn't need all that money anyway since she was 87, and what was she going to spend it on? He said he'd pay her back after the honeymoon and told me not to be such a drama queen about it. The way he said it was so casual, like he was talking about borrowing $20 instead of stealing thousands from an elderly woman on a fixed income. He actually seemed annoyed that I was bringing it up and ruining his good mood. I told him he needed to come clean to the family and start paying her back immediately, but he just walked away from me. He went right back to his groomsmen and started joking around again like nothing had happened. I stood there, watching him celebrate while knowing that every single thing at this wedding was being paid for with money he'd stolen from the woman who'd helped raise both of us. That night I barely slept. I kept thinking about my grandmother sitting at that family table the next day, smiling and complimenting everything, having no idea that her own grandson had robbed her to pay for the flowers and the champagne and the fancy dinner she'd be eating. Jake was just going to let her sit there and enjoy his wedding, paid for with her money, and probably never tell her the truth or pay her back. By the morning of the wedding, I'd made up my mind about what I was going to do. The wedding was absolutely insane, easily a $50,000 affair at this fancy country club that Jake definitely couldn't afford on his own. There were ice sculptures, a live band, flowers everywhere, and over 200 guests. I kept looking around, thinking about how every single detail was paid for with my grandmother's stolen money. I sat at the family table next to Grandma Ruth, watching her smile and compliment everything. She kept talking about how beautiful Sarah looked and how proud she was of Jake for putting together such a lovely celebration. She had no clue that she was essentially paying for her own grandson's wedding without knowing it. Every time she said something nice about the venue or the food, I felt like I was going to throw up. Jake looked so smug the entire day. He was strutting around in his expensive tuxedo, shaking hands with everyone, acting like he was some big shot who'd made it in life. During the ceremony, when they were saying their vows about trust and honesty, I almost laughed out loud at the irony. Sarah looked genuinely happy and had no idea she was marrying a thief. All day I went back and forth about what to do. Part of me thought, maybe I should just handle this privately after the wedding and not ruin everyone's day. The rational part of my brain kept saying that exposing him in front of 200 people would be cruel and would destroy the family. But then I'd look at my grandmother clapping along to the band that was being paid for with her retirement money, and I'd get furious all over again. During dinner, Jake's best man gave this speech about what a stand-up guy Jake was and how he always looked out for family. People were laughing and nodding along, and I wanted to scream. Here was everyone celebrating this guy who was literally robbing an elderly woman, and they had no idea. When they announced it was time for family toasts, my heart started pounding. I hadn't planned exactly what I was going to say, but I knew I couldn't just sit there and let this continue. I stood up and grabbed my champagne glass, and Jake actually smiled at me, like everything was fine between us. I started off completely normal. I talked about growing up with Jake, how close our family was, and how happy I was for him and Sarah. Everyone was smiling and nodding, and my grandmother reached over and squeezed my hand. For a second, I almost chickened out because everyone looked so happy and peaceful. But then I looked at Jake again, and he had this satisfied smirk on his face, like he'd gotten away with everything. That's when I said it. I told everyone how amazing it was that Jake had managed to afford such a beautiful wedding on his construction salary, and then I added that, of course, it was much easier when you had access to Grandma Ruth's savings account. The entire room went dead silent. You could have heard a pin drop. My grandmother's smile completely disappeared, and she stared at Jake with this look of confusion and then horror. Sarah grabbed Jake's arm and started asking what I was talking about. Jake's face turned bright red, and he started stuttering something about me being crazy. But I kept going. I told everyone exactly what he'd done, how he'd stolen over $15,000 from our 87-year-old grandmother over the past 6 months to pay for this wedding. I said that while they were all enjoying the beautiful flowers in the open bar, they should know it was all paid for, with money taken from a woman on a fixed income who trusted him completely. The room exploded. Sarah started screaming at Jake, demanding to know if it was true. My grandmother started crying and asking Jake how he could do this to her. Jake tried to grab the microphone from me, but his best man actually held him back because I think even he was shocked. Other family members started shouting, some at me for ruining the wedding, others at Jake for being a thief. Jake kept trying to deny it, but then my Aunt Patricia stood up and said she'd always wondered how he could afford all this. A few other relatives started nodding and saying they'd had the same suspicions. Jake's dad was yelling at everyone to calm down, but it was complete chaos. Sarah ran out of the reception hall crying, and Jake chased after her. My grandmother just sat there looking devastated, and I realized that in trying to protect her, I might have hurt her even worse by humiliating her in front of the entire family. The band had stopped playing, and half the guests were just sitting there in shock while the other half were whispering and trying to figure out what was happening. The wedding reception basically ended right there. Some people left immediately, others hung around to gossip about the drama. I'd accomplished what I wanted. Everyone now knew what Jake had done, but looking at my grandmother's heartbroken face, I wasn't sure if it had been worth it. The reception was basically over after my toast. The band packed up their equipment while guests either awkwardly filtered out or stayed to gossip about what had just happened. Sarah had locked herself in the bridal suite and wouldn't come out, even though Jake was pounding on the door trying to explain himself. You could hear him through the door making excuses and promising he was going to pay the money back. But she wasn't having any of it. My grandmother left with my Aunt Linda about 20 minutes after everything went down. She was still crying and kept asking how Jake could have done this to her. I tried to go with them, but she said she needed some time to process everything. Seeing her so heartbroken made me wonder if I'd made the right choice, but it was too late to take it back now. My Uncle Bob cornered me in the parking lot and absolutely lost it on me. He was screaming about how I'd ruined Jake's wedding day and humiliated the entire family in front of hundreds of people. He said I should have handled this privately and that there would have been better ways to deal with the situation. A few other relatives joined in, saying I'd chosen the worst possible moment to air family business and that I'd destroyed any chance of fixing this quietly. But then my Aunt Patricia came up to me and whispered that she was glad someone finally had the guts to expose Jake. She said she'd been suspicious for months about how he could afford this wedding on his salary, and that a few other family members had privately wondered the same thing. She told me that my cousin Lisa had even joked about Jake probably robbing a bank to pay for everything, not knowing how close to the truth she was. The next few days were a complete mess. Jake didn't answer any of my calls or texts, which I expected. Sarah apparently packed up all her stuff and moved back in with her parents. Word got around that she was talking to a divorce lawyer, even though they'd only been married for like 12 hours. Some people said she was furious, not just about the stealing, but about the fact that Jake had let her plan this whole wedding, knowing it was paid for with stolen money. My grandmother called me 3 days later and thanked me for standing up for her. But I could tell she was still devastated. She'd contacted her bank about the unauthorized withdrawals, and they told her to file a police report. She also made an appointment with a lawyer to see what her options were. The bank said they might be able to recover some of the money, but it would take time, and there were no guarantees. The family split completely over what I'd done. My mom's side mostly supported me and said Jake got what he deserved for stealing from an elderly woman. They thought someone needed to hold him accountable and that he probably would have kept taking money if I hadn't exposed him. But my dad's side was furious and said I'd handled everything wrong. They kept saying there had to have been a better way to deal with it that wouldn't have caused so much public humiliation. Jake's parents were probably the angriest with me. His mom called me a few days later crying and saying I'd destroyed her son's life over money that could have been worked out privately. She insisted that Jake would have paid Grandma Ruth back eventually and that I'd ruined his marriage for no reason. His dad sent me this long text about how family problems should stay in the family and that I'd betrayed Jake by making this public. It's been about a month now, and things are still pretty chaotic. Jake finally texted me last week, but it was just to call me a vindictive bitch and say that I'd destroyed his life because I was jealous of his happiness. He's apparently staying with a friend because Sarah won't take his calls. Some relatives said she's definitely filing for divorce and wants nothing to do with him. My grandmother is doing better, but she's had to change all her banking information and doesn't trust anyone with her finances anymore. The lawyer thinks she has a good case for getting some of the money back, but Jake would probably have to declare bankruptcy, which means she might not see much of it anyway. The whole family dynamic is completely different now. We used to have these big Sunday dinners at my grandmother's house, but those have basically stopped because half the family won't be in the same room as the other half. Some people still think I'm a monster for choosing his wedding day to expose him, while others think Jake is the monster for stealing from our grandmother in the first place. I honestly don't know if I did the right thing. Maybe there was a better way to handle it that wouldn't have caused so much collateral damage. But I also think about Jake laughing when I confronted him privately and saying that Grandma Ruth didn't need the money anyway. Part of me believes he never would have faced real consequences if I hadn't forced everyone to see what kind of person he really was. Was I wrong for exposing my cousin as a thief during his wedding toast? Or was it the only way to make sure he couldn't keep exploiting our grandmother? While giving a speech at my sister's graduation party, I exposed that our mother had sabotaged her college applications years ago out of jealousy. I'm 25, and my sister Sarah is 27. We were at this backyard graduation party our parents threw for her master's degree, with probably 30 people there. Aunts, uncles, neighbors, family friends. The whole deal. Sarah had just finished her graduate program after years of working her ass off, and everyone was celebrating. But I had this secret eating at me that was about to blow everything up. When Sarah first applied to colleges back in high school, she was the perfect student. Honor roll, student council, volunteer work, the works. She applied to like 8 schools, including some really good ones that she was more than qualified for. But somehow she got rejection letters from almost all of them. The only acceptance she got was from our local state school, which wasn't bad, but it wasn't what she deserved either. The whole family was shocked. Sarah was devastated. She kept saying she must not have been as smart as everyone thought, that maybe her grades weren't actually that good. She went to the local college and did fine, but she always carried this chip on her shoulder about not being good enough for the better schools. Even now, finishing her master's, she'd make these comments about how she wasn't the brightest or how she had to work twice as hard as everyone else because she wasn't naturally gifted. What Sarah never knew was that I overheard something when I was about 17. I was walking past the kitchen and heard my mom on the phone with our Aunt Linda laughing about how she'd solved the problem of Sarah potentially moving away for college. She literally bragged about how she never mailed several of Sarah's applications, just threw them away, said she couldn't bear the thought of Sarah leaving and never coming back. I was a stupid teenager and didn't know what to do with that information. Part of me thought I misheard, and part of me was terrified of the fallout if I said anything. So I kept my mouth shut and watched my sister blame herself for years. Fast forward to 3 weeks ago, we're at Cousin Mike's wedding, and Aunt Linda had clearly been hitting the open bar hard. She corners me and starts going on about family, secrets, and how she's always felt guilty about keeping quiet. Then she just blurts out the whole story again, how my mom confessed to her about sabotaging Sarah's applications, how she made Linda promise never to tell, how she's regretted staying silent all these years. My blood was boiling. Here was confirmation of what I'd heard years ago, and meanwhile, Sarah was still carrying around this guilt about not being smart enough. She'd worked herself to the bone to prove she belonged in graduate school, constantly talking about how she had to study harder than everyone else because she wasn't naturally intelligent. So now we're at this graduation party, and I'm watching. Sarah deflect compliments and make self-deprecating jokes about her abilities. My mom is playing the supportive parent, accepting congratulations from relatives about how well she raised us and how proud she must be. People are telling stories about Sarah's determination and resilience. And she keeps responding with stuff like, well, I had to work extra hard since I'm not the brightest bulb, or good thing I learned early that I needed to compensate for not being naturally gifted. Every comment was like a knife. My mom would just smile and nod, sometimes even agreeing that Sarah had to work harder than most kids. The woman who literally sabotaged my sister's future was sitting there accepting praise for being such a supportive mother. I was supposed to give a speech. That was the plan. The little brother giving a heartfelt toast to his accomplished big sister. I had notes prepared about her perseverance and dedication, about how proud I was of her achievements. Standard graduation party stuff. But sitting there, watching my sister diminish herself while my mother basked in the glory, I couldn't do it. I couldn't give some generic speech about resilience, when the person who created the need for that resilience was sitting right there, smiling and accepting credit for Sarah's success. The whole time people are eating and chatting. I'm having this internal war. Part of me knew that dropping this bomb would destroy the party and probably damage our family permanently. But another part of me was screaming that Sarah deserved to know the truth. She deserved to understand that her rejections had nothing to do with her abilities and everything to do with our mother's selfish fears. When it came time for speeches, I stood up with my glass like everyone expected. Sarah was beaming. My parents looked proud, and all these family members and friends were looking at me expectantly. I started off normal, talking about how proud I was of Sarah and how hard she'd worked. But as I kept talking, I could feel this moment approaching where I had to decide. Stick to the script and let my sister keep believing she wasn't good enough. Or finally give her the truth she'd been denied for almost a decade. I was about 3 sentences into praising Sarah's determination when I just couldn't do it anymore. I looked at her sitting there, still believing she wasn't smart enough for those colleges, and something in me snapped. I pivoted mid-speech, told everyone that Sarah deserved to know something that had been kept from her for years. The backyard got quiet real fast. You could see people putting down their drinks and actually paying attention instead of just politely listening to another graduation speech. I said that Sarah never actually got rejected from those colleges because of her grades or qualifications. I said our mother had made sure those applications never even got sent. Just put it out there, plain and simple, in front of 30 people. The silence was deafening. Sarah's face went through this whole progression, confusion, then this dawning realization, then pure shock. She looked at me like I'd just told her gravity wasn't real. My mom immediately started shaking her head and saying I was wrong, that I didn't know what I was talking about. But Aunt Linda, who was already a few drinks in, chose that exact moment to have a conscience. She just blurted out, "It's true," loud enough for everyone to hear. Said she'd known for years and felt terrible about keeping quiet. That's when everything went to hell. Sarah turned to look at my mom with this expression I'd never seen before. It wasn't just anger. It was this deep betrayal, like her whole understanding of herself was crumbling in real time. My mom kept denying it at first, getting louder and more defensive. But you could see she knew the game was up. Sarah stood up from the table and asked my mom directly if it was true. Just a simple question. But the way she asked it, you could hear how much she needed it to not be true. My mom tried to deflect, saying I was causing drama and ruining the party, that we should talk about this later privately. But Sarah wasn't having it. She demanded an answer right there in front of everyone. That's when my mom broke down and admitted it, but immediately started with the justifications. She said she did it because she loved Sarah too much to let her go so far away. Said she was protecting our family, that Sarah was too young to understand how much it would hurt everyone if she left. The sound Sarah made when she heard that confession, I can't even describe it. It was like watching someone get punched in the gut. She asked my mom how she could do that, how she could let her believe for years that she wasn't good enough. My mom kept saying she thought Sarah would be happier staying close to home, that everything worked out fine in the end. By this point, half the party was trying to pretend they weren't listening while the other half was openly staring. Uncle Jim tried to suggest we move this inside, but Sarah was past caring about making a scene. She told my mom that she'd spent years thinking she was stupid, that she'd pushed herself twice as hard in college because she thought she was starting from behind. My mom actually had the nerve to say that all that hard work made Sarah stronger, that she wouldn't be where she is today if she'd gone to some fancy out-of-state school. Like she was taking credit for Sarah's success after literally sabotaging her opportunities. That's when Sarah really lost it. She told my mom that she'd stolen her choices, her confidence, years of her life, believing she wasn't capable of more. Sarah said she'd watch other students get into good schools and assume they were just smarter than her, that she'd turn down opportunities later because she thought she wasn't qualified. The whole backyard was watching this family meltdown. Aunt Linda was crying and apologizing for keeping the secret. Uncle Jim was trying to get everyone to calm down. The neighbors were looking around like they wanted to leave, but didn't know how to excuse themselves from someone else's family drama. My mom was getting more defensive by the minute, saying I had ruined Sarah's special day by bringing up old news. She accused me of humiliating her in front of everyone and said I should have minded my own business. But she still wouldn't actually apologize to Sarah for what she'd done. Sarah just stood there for a minute, looking between me and my mom. You could see her processing everything, not just the betrayal, but years of self-doubt that suddenly had an explanation. She thanked me for telling her, but her voice was shaky, and you could tell she was about to break down. Then she grabbed her purse and walked out. Just left her own graduation party. My mom immediately started yelling at me about how I'd destroyed everything and humiliated the family. Half the relatives were trying to comfort her, while the other half were clearly on Sarah's side. The party pretty much ended after that. People started making awkward excuses and leaving. My mom kept going on about how I'd betrayed her and ruined everything. But honestly, I wasn't listening anymore. I was thinking about Sarah driving home alone, finally understanding that all those years of thinking she wasn't smart enough were based on a lie. The party was basically over after Sarah left. People kept trickling out with these awkward goodbyes, making excuses about early mornings or babysitters. You could tell everyone felt uncomfortable being witnesses to our family falling apart. My mom spent the rest of the evening alternating between crying and telling anyone who would listen that I had humiliated her for no reason. My dad, who had been pretty quiet during the whole confrontation, helped clean up while shooting me these looks I couldn't quite read. He didn't say I was wrong, but he didn't say I was right either. Just kept stacking chairs and throwing away paper plates like nothing had happened. I tried calling Sarah that night, but it went straight to voicemail. I left a message apologizing for doing it so publicly, but saying I couldn't watch her keep blaming herself anymore. I didn't hear back from her for 3 days. When she finally texted me, it was this long message about how she'd been driving around for hours after leaving the party, just thinking about everything. She said she kept remembering specific moments from high school, like when she got that rejection from State University and cried in her room for hours, convinced she wasn't as smart as her teachers thought, or when she almost didn't apply to graduate school, because she figured she'd probably get rejected again. She told me she wished I hadn't done it so publicly, that having our family business aired out in front of the neighbors and extended family was embarrassing. But then she said she was also grateful to finally know the truth, that it explained so much about why she'd always felt like she had to prove herself academically. My mom, on the other hand, has been calling me non-stop, telling me I destroyed our family. She keeps saying I humiliated her in front of everyone and that there was no reason to bring up something that happened so long ago. According to her, Sarah turned out fine anyway, so what was the point of dredging up the past? She's been trying to get other family members on her side. Aunt Linda feels terrible about the whole thing and has been apologizing to everyone. Uncle Jim thinks I should have handled it privately. My cousin thinks what my mom did was horrible, but agrees the graduation party wasn't the right time or place. The thing is, my mom still won't actually apologize to Sarah. She keeps framing it like she made a mistake out of love, like her intentions somehow excuse what she did. She's been telling people that Sarah is being dramatic and that she needs to get over it because family is more important than holding grudges. Sarah hasn't spoken to my mom since the party. She's ignored all her calls and texts. My mom keeps asking me to talk to Sarah for her, to convince her to forgive and forget so we can go back to normal family dinners. But I told her that's not my job, and honestly, I don't think Sarah should have to forgive her until my mom actually acknowledges how much damage she caused. It's been almost a month now, and the family is basically split down the middle. Half think I was right to expose the truth, and half think I chose the worst possible way to do it. Sarah and I are closer than we've ever been, but the relationship with my parents is pretty strained. The weird thing is, I can already see changes in Sarah. She's been talking about maybe applying for some opportunities she wouldn't have considered before. She mentioned looking into a PhD program that she previously thought would be out of her league. It's like knowing the truth about those college rejections has given her permission to aim higher. But she's also dealing with a lot of anger about the lost time. She keeps talking about how different her 20s might have been if she'd gone to a better college, if she'd had more confidence in her abilities from the start. She's working through it with a therapist, but you can tell she's struggling with the what-ifs. My mom is still holding out hope that this will all blow over. She keeps planning family events and acting surprised when Sarah doesn't show up. She'll make comments about how Sarah is being stubborn and needs to move on. It's like she genuinely believes that if she just waits long enough, everyone will pretend it never happened. I don't regret telling the truth, but I do think about whether there was a better way to do it. Maybe I should have told Sarah privately first and let her decide how to handle it. But honestly, watching her diminish herself at her own graduation party while my mom accepted praise for being such a supportive parent, I just couldn't sit there and let that continue. The family dynamic is permanently changed now. There's no going back to the way things were before. Some relationships are stronger because of it, and others might be broken forever. But Sarah finally knows she was always smart enough, always capable enough. She just never got the chance to prove it back then because someone who was supposed to support her chose her own comfort over Sarah's future. I still don't know if our mom will ever really understand what she took from Sarah, or if Sarah will ever be able to forgive her. But at least now Sarah knows the truth about what happened. And maybe that's enough. During my brother-in-law's retirement speech, I revealed that he had been embezzling from the family business for over a decade. I, 41, co-own a small family construction company with my brother-in-law, Derek, 48, who's married to my sister, Sarah, 45. We've been partners for 15 years now, ever since our dad passed and left me his half of the business. Derek had already been working there for 5 years at that point, and Sarah convinced me he'd be the perfect partner to help grow things. For years, something always felt off about our finances, but I could never put my finger on it. We'd land decent contracts, employ good crews, and yet somehow we were always scraping by. Meanwhile, Derek kept showing up in new trucks every couple of years. First, it was a loaded F-150, then a Silverado, then some fancy Ram with all the bells and whistles. He and Sarah took these elaborate vacations to Europe and Hawaii that I couldn't even dream of affording. Derek always had some explanation about smart investments or side deals, and honestly, I just figured he was better with money than I was. Sarah worshipped the guy. She'd always go on about how lucky the company was to have him, how he was the one keeping everything organized and profitable. Even our employees seemed to love Derek. He had this way of making everyone feel like they were part of something special, like we were all family working toward the same goals. I started thinking maybe I was just paranoid or jealous of his success, but the numbers never made sense. Projects that should have been profitable would somehow end up in the red. We'd underbid jobs by thousands of dollars for no apparent reason. Derek handled most of the bookkeeping and always had explanations, but they were getting harder to follow. When employees asked about raises or bonuses, it was always Derek explaining how tight things were, how we needed to weather another rough quarter. Last year, I finally decided to hire an outside accountant. I told Derek it was just to help with tax planning and maybe find some deductions we were missing. He seemed fine with it, even helpful in gathering documents. I think he figured I was too trusting or maybe too dumb to dig deeper. The accountant, Janet, called me on a Tuesday morning in March. Her voice was different than usual, more serious. She asked if I could come to her office that afternoon instead of discussing things over the phone. I knew something was wrong just by her tone. When I sat down across from her desk, she had stacks of papers organized in neat piles. She walked me through it methodically. Shell companies with names similar to our regular suppliers. Invoices for materials that were never delivered. Subcontractor payments to crews that didn't exist. It went back over 10 years, maybe longer. The total was just over $400,000. I sat there staring at the papers, trying to process what she was telling me. Derek had been systematically stealing from our company. From me, for most of our partnership. While I was wondering why we couldn't give our guys decent Christmas bonuses, he was funneling company money into accounts he controlled. Janet had traced the money carefully. Most of it went to personal expenses. The trucks, the vacations, even part of their house renovations. Some went into investment accounts in Derek's name. The guy had built himself a comfortable retirement fund with money stolen from our business. I confronted Derek the next week. I asked him to meet me at the office after hours. Said I wanted to discuss some accounting issues. When I laid out the evidence, he didn't even try to deny it. He just leaned back in his chair and laughed. He told me I should have minded my own business. Said, what was I going to do about it anyway? Destroy the company's reputation by admitting we'd been robbed blind by one of the owners? He pointed out that Sarah would never forgive me, that our employees would lose faith in the business, that our clients would question whether we could manage their projects properly. Derek was right about one thing. Exposing him would cause massive problems, but he seemed to think that meant I'd just let it slide. He actually had the nerve to suggest we work out some kind of payment plan, like he was doing me a favor by offering to slowly pay back money he'd stolen. The worst part was how confident he was that I wouldn't do anything. He knew I cared about protecting Sarah and keeping the business stable. He was counting on my loyalty to the family to let him get away with it. Derek's retirement party was scheduled for the following month. Sarah had been planning it for weeks, booking the hotel ballroom, inviting all our employees and longtime clients. She kept talking about what a celebration it would be, how Derek deserved recognition for all his years of dedication and hard work. I spent those weeks going back and forth in my head. Part of me wanted to find a quiet way to handle it, maybe work with our lawyer to recover what we could without making it public. But another part of me was furious that he was about to walk away as some kind of hero while leaving me to clean up the financial mess he'd created. The closer we got to the retirement party, the more I realized Derek was going to get exactly what he wanted: a graceful exit, with everyone thinking he was the backbone of our company. Meanwhile, I'd be left trying to figure out how to keep the business afloat with $400,000 missing from our accounts. The retirement party was everything Sarah had planned it to be. She'd reserved the ballroom at the Marriott downtown, the same place where she and Derek had their wedding reception 20 years ago. About 60 people showed up. Our entire crew, office, staff, plus family, and some of our biggest clients. Sarah had even made a slideshow with photos of Derek from his early days at the company. I walked in that night with a manila folder tucked under my arm. Inside were copies of the financial documents Janet had prepared, enough for every table in the room. My hands were sweating, and I kept second-guessing myself. But I knew if I didn't do something that night, Derek would disappear into retirement while I dealt with the aftermath of his theft. Derek was in his element, working the room like a politician. He had on his best suit, the one Sarah bought him for their anniversary last year. He was shaking hands, telling stories, accepting congratulations like he'd actually earned them. I watched him talking to our foreman Mike about the good old days, patting him on the back like they were old friends. Mike had been asking for a raise for 2 years, and Derek kept telling him we couldn't afford it. Sarah gave a speech first. She talked about how proud she was of Derek, how he'd built the company into something special, how he'd always put the business and the employees first. She got emotional talking about his dedication and sacrifice. The whole room was nodding along, and I felt sick watching it. Then Derek got up to speak. He started by thanking everyone for coming, saying how much the company meant to him, how it had been like a family for all these years. He talked about the challenges we'd faced together, the projects we'd completed, the relationships we'd built with clients. He made it sound like he was some kind of selfless leader who'd guided us through tough times. The longer Derek talked, the angrier I got. He was standing there talking about loyalty and sacrifice while I knew exactly how much money he'd stolen. He mentioned the lean years when we all had to tighten our belts, how everyone pulled together to keep the company going. He actually thanked the crew for their understanding during the wage freezes, like he'd made some noble sacrifice instead of pocketing their money. Derek wrapped up his speech by saying he was confident the company would continue to thrive, that he was leaving it in good hands. Everyone started clapping, and I knew this was my moment. If I let him sit down and accept all that praise, I'd never forgive myself. I stood up and started clapping too. I waited for the applause to die down, then asked if I could say a few words. Sarah looked surprised but pleased. She probably thought I was going to give some touching tribute to her husband. I thanked Derek for his years of service and said I had some documents that really showed his impact on the company. I started pulling the financial statements out of my folder and walking around the room, placing copies on each table. People looked confused at first, thinking maybe it was some kind of financial summary showing company growth under Derek's leadership. I explained that these documents told the real story of Derek's dedication to the company. I walked through how he'd created shell companies, how he'd been billing us for materials that were never delivered, how he'd been paying fake subcontractors for work that was never done. I told them about the $400,000 that had disappeared from company accounts over the past decade. The room went completely silent. You could hear people flipping through the papers, trying to understand what they were looking at. I saw our client, Mr. Peterson, who'd been with us for 8 years, studying the documents with a confused look on his face. Janet had done a good job making everything clear and easy to follow. Mike was the first one to really get it. He looked up from the papers and stared at Derek with this expression of pure disbelief. Then he started getting angry, talking about how his crew had been working overtime without proper compensation, while Derek was stealing from them. Derek tried to interrupt me a few times, but I kept talking. I mentioned the wage freezes, the canceled bonuses, the times we told employees we couldn't afford equipment upgrades. I explained how Derek had been funding his lifestyle with money stolen from the company, while everyone else sacrificed. Sarah was crying before I finished. She kept looking back and forth between Derek and the documents, like she couldn't process what was happening. A few of our clients got up and walked out without saying anything. Others stayed, but looked like they were reconsidering their relationships with our company. Derek finally exploded. He called me a liar and said I was trying to destroy him out of jealousy. He claimed the documents were fake, that I was setting him up because I wanted full control of the company. But nobody was buying it. The evidence was too clear, and Derek's reaction just made him look more guilty. He stormed out of the ballroom, leaving Sarah sitting there sobbing while everyone stared at the financial statements. The party was obviously over. People started gathering their things and leaving, most of them avoiding eye contact with me or Sarah. A few employees came up and shook my hand, but others looked angry, like I'd ruined everything by bringing this up at Derek's retirement party. The fallout started immediately. Sarah left the hotel that night without saying a word to me. She's been staying at Derek's sister's house ever since and hasn't returned any of my calls or texts. My mom called me the next morning screaming about how I'd humiliated the family and destroyed Sarah's marriage. According to her, I should have handled it privately instead of making a scene at his retirement party. The business side got messy fast. Our lawyer, Tom, came in the Monday after the party to start figuring out our legal options. He spent 3 hours going through Janet's evidence and said we had a solid case for embezzlement and fraud. The problem is that Derek had been smart about it. He'd spread the theft over so many years that some of it might be past the statute of limitations. Tom also warned me that pursuing this could get expensive and time-consuming. Derek would probably hire his own lawyer and drag everything out as long as possible. Even if we won, there was no guarantee we'd recover much money since Derek had already spent most of it on personal expenses. I filed a police report anyway. The detective who took my statement said financial crimes like this usually take months to investigate properly. He seemed interested in the case, but warned me that getting a conviction wouldn't necessarily mean getting our money back. The worst part has been dealing with our clients. 3 of them canceled their contracts within the first week. Mr. Peterson, for 8 years, said he couldn't risk working with a company that had such poor financial controls. Another client told me he was concerned about our ability to complete projects if we were dealing with major theft and potential bankruptcy. I've had to be completely transparent with the remaining clients about what happened and what we're doing to fix it. Some of them appreciated the honesty, but others clearly lost confidence in our ability to manage their projects. We've probably lost about 30% of our business so far. The employee reactions have been mixed. Mike and a few of the older guys came up to me privately to say they'd suspected something was wrong for years. They thanked me for finally exposing Derek and said they respected me for doing the right thing even though it was difficult. But other employees are worried about their jobs. 2 of our best carpenters quit because they were afraid the company wouldn't survive the scandal. A few others have been cold toward me, like they blame me for creating this mess instead of blaming Derek for stealing the money in the first place. Our insurance company has been investigating whether Derek's theft affects our bonding for future projects. Apparently, having a partner commit embezzlement raises questions about our internal controls and management oversight. We might have trouble getting bonded for larger jobs until this gets resolved. The financial situation is complicated. We're not broke, but we're definitely in a tough spot. The $400,000 Derek stole over the years would have made a huge difference in our cash flow and ability to take on bigger projects. Now, I'm trying to figure out how to keep the company stable while dealing with legal fees and lost business. Sarah finally sent me a text last week saying she was filing for divorce. She didn't mention the theft or the company, just said she needed time to figure out her life. I heard from my mom that Derek's been trying to convince Sarah that I made everything up, because I was jealous of their success. The weird thing is that some people in town still don't believe Derek did anything wrong. His friends keep talking about how I threw him under the bus at his own retirement party. They act like the timing was the real crime, not the actual embezzlement. I've been second-guessing myself a lot. Maybe I should have confronted Derek privately one more time, before exposing everything publicly. Maybe I could have worked with Tom to handle it, through legal channels without making such a scene. But then, I remember Derek laughing at me when I first brought up the theft, how confident he was that I wouldn't do anything about it. The company might not survive all this. We're hemorrhaging clients, dealing with legal costs, and trying to rebuild trust with everyone from employees to suppliers. Some days I wonder if Derek was right. Maybe I should have just let him retire quietly and found a way to slowly recover the money without destroying our reputation. But other days, especially when employees like Mike tell me they're glad I exposed the truth, I think I did the right thing. Derek had stolen from all of us for over a decade. He was about to walk away as a celebrated hero while leaving me to deal with the financial mess he'd created. I don't know if the business will survive, but I couldn't let him leave as a false hero. The truth had to come out eventually, and at least now, everyone knows exactly who Derek really is. Whether that was worth destroying my relationship with Sarah and potentially losing the company, I'm still trying to figure out. On my wedding day, I played a video that proved my maid of honor had been sleeping with my fiancé. I'm a 28-year-old woman who thought I was living my fairy tale until 3 weeks ago. My fiancé, Mark, is 30, works in finance, and we'd been together for 3 years. My maid of honor, Sarah, has been my best friend since we were 7 years old. She's 28 like me, and honestly, I trusted her more than anyone in the world. We were planning this massive wedding at a gorgeous countryside estate with 150 guests, and Sarah had thrown herself into every single detail. She was more excited about my wedding than I was sometimes. Looking back now, the signs were everywhere, but I was so caught up in wedding planning that I missed them completely. About 2 months before the wedding, Mark started working late more often. He'd come home at like 10 p.m. saying he had to finish some big project, but he works at a small firm where everyone usually leaves by 6. Sarah started being weird too. She'd get these secretive phone calls during our planning sessions and step outside to take them. When I'd ask who it was, she'd just say, work stuff, or her mom. The worst part was how they developed all these inside jokes I wasn't part of. They'd be texting each other constantly during wedding planning meetings, then look up and share these knowing smiles. When I asked what was funny, they'd brush it off or change the subject. Sarah also insisted on handling certain vendors herself to take the pressure off me, which seemed sweet at the time. She said she'd coordinate directly with the florist and the DJ so I wouldn't have to worry about it. Mark's phone was always face down whenever I was around, which wasn't like him at all. He used to show me funny memes and videos all the time, but suddenly his phone became this private thing. Sarah was the same way. She'd be texting someone and quickly flip her phone over when I walked into the room. 3 weeks before the wedding, everything came crashing down. I needed to finalize the seating chart because we were running out of time, and Sarah had the most updated guest list on her laptop. She was in the shower, so I grabbed her MacBook to pull up the file. I knew her password because we'd shared everything since high school. I was looking for the folder labeled wedding stuff, but accidentally clicked on one called M&S instead. I figured it was more wedding files, maybe something about music or seating arrangements. But when it opened, my entire world collapsed. There were hundreds of saved messages between Mark and Sarah going back over a year, photos of them together that I'd never seen, videos that made me physically sick to watch. They weren't even trying to be careful about it. There were screenshots of their conversations where they talked about me like I was this pathetic, clueless idiot who was too naive to see what was happening right under my nose. But the thing that broke me completely was finding actual recordings of them mocking me. There was a video of them laughing about how trusting I was, how easy it was to fool me. Sarah was in my bed wearing one of my t-shirts, talking about how I'd spent the whole day at my bridal shower, gushing about how lucky I was to have such an amazing fiancé and best friend. They thought it was hilarious. I sat there for hours going through everything. The affair started literally 2 weeks after Mark proposed to me. While I was calling Sarah crying happy tears about getting engaged, she was already sleeping with him. Every time I'd complain to her about Mark working late or being distant, she'd comfort me and tell me wedding stress was normal. She knew exactly why he was acting weird, because she was the reason. The messages showed they'd been planning to continue the affair even after the wedding. They talked about how I'd never suspect anything because I trusted them both completely. Sarah even joked about being able to keep an eye on our marriage from the inside as my best friend. They were going to let me marry him and just keep going behind my back forever. I finally understood why Sarah had been so eager to handle certain wedding vendors. She'd been coordinating with them to create opportunities to meet up with Mark. The late-night planning sessions weren't about centerpieces and seating charts. The florist meetings and DJ consultations were just cover stories for their hookups. By the time Sarah got out of the shower, I'd closed the laptop and was sitting on her couch trying to process what I'd just discovered. She walked out talking about how we needed to confirm the final head count with the caterer, completely oblivious to the fact that I'd just uncovered her year-long betrayal. I made some excuse about feeling sick and left without saying much. That night, I drove around for hours, trying to figure out what to do. Part of me wanted to cancel everything quietly, just call off the wedding and disappear. But the more I thought about those videos of them laughing at me, the angrier I got. They were planning to smile through my wedding vows, while knowing they'd been betraying me for over a year. The idea of them getting away with it, of me just quietly disappearing while they faced no consequences, made me furious. That's when I decided they were going to face exactly the same kind of public humiliation they'd been planning to put me through. The morning of my wedding, I woke up with this weird sense of calm. I'd spent 2 weeks planning exactly how this was going to go down. And honestly, I was ready. Sarah came over early to help me get ready, acting like the perfect maid of honor. She brought coffee and bagels, did my hair, and kept telling me how beautiful I looked. The whole time, I'm thinking about those videos of her in my bed laughing about what an idiot I was. Watching her zip up my dress was probably the hardest part. She kept going on about how this was the happiest day of my life and how lucky Mark was to marry me. She even teared up a little, which would have been touching if I didn't know she was planning to keep sleeping with my husband after the ceremony. I had to bite my tongue so hard I'm surprised I didn't draw blood. My phone kept buzzing with texts from Mark all morning. He sent me this long message about how he couldn't wait to marry me and spend the rest of his life with me. He even said something about how he'd never been more certain about anything in his life. The hypocrisy of it made me want to throw my phone across the room, but I managed to text back some generic, excited bride response. Around noon, I called the AV guy at the venue and told him I had a special surprise video for the reception. I said it was a montage of Mark and me that I wanted to play during the toasts instead of the usual childhood photo slideshow. He seemed a little confused because Sarah had already given him a different video to play, but I told him plans had changed, and this was what the bride wanted. I sent him the file and made him promise to keep it a secret. The ceremony itself was torture. Walking down that aisle, seeing both of their faces smiling at me like they hadn't been betraying me for over a year was surreal. Mark looked genuinely emotional, which almost made me feel bad for about 2 seconds. Then I remembered him calling me naive in those recordings, and the feeling passed. His vows were the worst part. He went on and on about honesty and trust and how he promised to always be faithful to me. He talked about how Sarah had helped him pick out my engagement ring because she knew me so well, and everyone awed like it was the sweetest thing ever. I wanted to laugh at how ridiculous the whole situation was, but I managed to keep it together. When it was my turn, I kept my vows short and generic. I couldn't bring myself to promise him anything when I knew what was coming later. Sarah was standing right behind me the whole time, occasionally reaching forward to fix my train or adjust my veil. At one point, she whispered that she was so happy for me and that she loved me. I almost lost it right there. Somehow I got through the I do's without screaming or running away. Mark kissed me and everyone cheered, and we walked back down the aisle as husband and wife. For about 4 hours, I was technically married to him, which is honestly the weirdest part of this whole story. The reception started normally enough. We did the first dance, cut the cake, and I somehow managed to smile through all of it. My parents kept commenting on what a beautiful ceremony it was and how perfect everything looked. My dad even pulled me aside to say how proud he was and how much he liked Mark. That part actually did make me feel bad because my parents had spent so much money on this wedding. Finally, it was time for the toasts. Sarah went first as maid of honor and gave this speech about friendship and loyalty that made half the room cry. She talked about how she'd watched Mark and me fall in love and how she knew we were meant to be together. She said she felt honored to stand by my side on the most important day of my life. The irony was so thick, I could barely breathe. Then it was time for my surprise. I stood up and asked for everyone's attention. I said that instead of the usual slideshow of baby photos and childhood memories, I had something special I wanted to share with everyone. I told them it was a video that really captured the true spirit of the relationships that meant the most to me. The AV guy started the projection, and at first people were smiling and settling in to watch what they thought would be some sweet wedding video. Then the audio started, and you could hear Mark's voice, clearly saying Sarah's name. The camera focused, and there they were in my apartment, on my couch, doing things that definitely weren't wedding planning. The room went completely silent for about 10 seconds. Then Sarah made this strangled, gasping sound and went completely white. Mark jumped up and tried to rush toward the projector, but my cousin grabbed his arm. People started pulling out their phones to record the chaos, and others were already heading for the exits. My mom started screaming at the AV guy to cut the power while my dad just stood there with his mouth open. Some of Mark's family members were yelling at me, calling me crazy, while my friends were either cheering or looking horrified. Sarah tried to run out but couldn't get through the crowd of people who were either trying to leave or trying to get a better look at the screen. The video kept playing for another minute before someone finally unplugged the whole system. By then, half the room had seen enough to know exactly what had been going on. Mark was standing there in his tuxedo looking like he wanted to disappear, and Sarah was crying in the corner surrounded by her family. I stood up, grabbed my bouquet from the head table, and walked straight out of that reception hall in my full wedding dress. I left them both standing there with 150 people who now knew exactly what kind of people they really were. I made it about halfway to the parking lot before my parents caught up with me. My dad was practically running in his dress shoes, and my mom was hiking up her dress trying to keep pace. They found me sitting on a bench outside the main building, still holding my bouquet like an idiot. My dad sat down next to me and said he was proud of me for not actually marrying Mark after finding out what he'd done. My mom was less supportive. She kept going on about how I'd humiliated our entire family in front of everyone we knew and how people were going to be talking about this for years. But even she admitted She was relieved I hadn't gone to Toronto for... with actually becoming Mark's wife. About 20 minutes later, my maid of honor from college came running outside to tell me what was happening inside. Apparently, after I left, Mark tried to give some speech about how the video was fake or taken out of context, but nobody was buying it. Sarah had locked herself in the bathroom and refused to come out. Her parents were furious and ended up getting into a screaming match with Mark's parents about who was more to blame. The venue manager had to kick both Mark and Sarah off the property after they caused a huge scene trying to get people to delete the videos they'd taken on their phones. Mark actually tried to grab someone's phone out of their hands, and security had to escort him out. Sarah finally came out of the bathroom, but only to run straight to her car and drive off without talking to anyone. My cousin told me that Mark's brother, who was the best man, came looking for me to apologize. He said he'd suspected something was going on between Mark and Sarah for months, but hoped he was wrong and didn't want to cause drama by bringing it up. He felt terrible about not saying anything sooner. By the time I got back to my hotel room, my phone was completely blown up. I had like 50 missed calls and probably 200 text messages. Half of them were people supporting me and saying I did the right thing, and the other half were calling me psychotic and saying I should have handled it privately. My notifications were going crazy because people were already posting about it on social media. Someone had filmed the whole thing and posted it on their Instagram story. The worst part was scrolling through the messages and seeing how divided people were. My college friends were mostly on my side, saying Mark and Sarah got what they deserved. But some family members were horrified about the public spectacle and kept asking why I didn't just call off the wedding quietly. A few people even said I was vindictive and cruel for exposing them like that in front of everyone. Sarah's parents called around midnight to apologize. They said Sarah had confessed to them about the affair months ago, but they'd hoped she would end it before the wedding. They felt terrible for not saying anything to me or my parents. Her mom was crying on the phone, saying she was ashamed of her daughter and didn't know how to face our family after what Sarah had done. Mark's family tried calling too, but I blocked all their numbers after the first few calls. His mom left a voicemail saying I'd ruined his reputation over a misunderstanding and that I owed him an apology. His dad called me vindictive and said I'd destroyed multiple families over petty jealousy. I deleted all their messages without listening to the rest. The vendors were confused about everything. The caterer called asking about payment for the food that mostly went uneaten. The photographer wanted to know if I still wanted the edited photos from the ceremony. The DJ actually texted me asking if I wanted him to delete the footage he'd recorded of people's reactions during the video. I told him to keep it, because honestly, it might be worth something someday. I'm still sitting in this hotel room at 3 a.m., still in my wedding dress, because I can't get the buttons undone by myself. My phone keeps buzzing with notifications from people sharing the story. Someone apparently posted it in a wedding shaming group on Facebook, and it's getting thousands of comments. Most people are saying I'm a hero, but there are plenty calling me unhinged. The craziest part is that our honeymoon to Italy is already paid for. The flights leave tomorrow afternoon, and I'm seriously considering going by myself. I mean, why should I lose out on a week in Tuscany just because my husband turned out to be a cheating piece of garbage? My mom thinks it would be weird to go alone, but my dad said I should take the trip and try to clear my head. I keep going back and forth about whether I did the right thing. Part of me feels vindicated because they got exactly the public humiliation they deserved after spending a year making a fool out of me. But another part of me wonders if I destroyed my own reputation along with theirs. My mom's probably right that people in our small town are going to be talking about this forever. Tomorrow I have to figure out what to do with all the wedding gifts. Do I return them and deal with the awkward conversations, or do I keep them as compensation for the emotional damage? I spent $40,000 on what turned into the most expensive revenge plot in my family's history, but at least Mark and Sarah will never be able to show their faces at another social event in this town without people remembering what they did. The wedding dress is definitely going on eBay, though. Maybe I can get enough money from it to upgrade my flight to Italy to first class. For my father's funeral, I revealed in my eulogy that he had a second family none of us knew about. I'm Sarah, 35, the oldest of 3 kids. My brother Michael is 32 and my sister Lisa is 28. My mom Janet is 58 and had been married to my dad for 36 years when he died of a heart attack 2 weeks ago. He was 61. Growing up, Dad was basically the poster child for what a good man should be. He coached Little League for 8 years, never missed a Sunday at church, worked double shifts at the manufacturing plant, so we could have nice things. Everyone in our small town knew him and respected him. Mom used to brag to her friends about how lucky she was to have a husband who was so devoted to his family. She'd always say he never even looked at other women, that he came straight home from work every single day without fail. The thing is, she was wrong. 2 weeks before the funeral, I was at Mom's house helping her go through Dad's office. We needed to get his tax documents together and figure out the estate paperwork. Mom was too much of a mess to handle it herself, so it fell to me as the oldest. I was digging through his filing cabinet when I noticed it didn't sit flush against the wall. When I pulled it out, there was a shoebox wrapped in plastic behind it, like he was trying to keep moisture out or something. Inside that box was 20 years of lies, photos of Dad with another woman and 3 kids I'd never seen before, birthday cards addressed to him signed Love, Daddy, from kids named Carmen, David, and Miguel, copies of birth certificates where he was listed as the father. The oldest kid looked about 20, which meant this had been going on for basically my entire adult life. I just sat there on his office floor staring at these pictures. The woman was pretty, probably around Mom's age. The kids looked happy. There were photos of Dad at birthday parties, Christmas mornings, graduation ceremonies. A whole other life we knew nothing about. My first instinct was to march into the living room and tell Mom everything right, then and there. But when I found her in their bedroom going through his clothes and crying into one of his shirts, I couldn't do it. She looked so completely destroyed already. The funeral was in 3 days, and she could barely function. I decided I'd wait until after we buried him to drop this bomb on her. So I kept quiet and helped plan the funeral like nothing had happened. I wrote a eulogy about what a wonderful father and husband he was, even though every word felt like glass in my mouth. I figured we'd get through the service, and then I'd figure out how to handle this mess. The night before the funeral, we had visitation at the church. The place was packed with people from all over town coming to pay their respects. I was standing by the guest book greeting everyone when I saw them walk in. The woman from the photos and 3 young adults, all dressed in black. I recognized them immediately. They didn't approach our family or try to talk to anyone. They just quietly took seats in the back corner of the church and sat there. The woman kept dabbing at her eyes with tissues. One of the kids, a girl who looked exactly like my sister Lisa, kept staring at the memorial table we'd set up with family photos. She looked like she was studying them, trying to piece something together. I felt sick watching them. Here were Dad's other kids, grieving their father just like we were, but they had to do it from the shadows, like some kind of dirty secret. People started noticing them too. My aunt kept asking me who they were, if they were friends of Dad's from work. I just said I didn't know and tried to redirect conversations. The worst part was watching Mom. She was so focused on accepting condolences and playing the grieving widow that she hadn't even noticed them yet. But I knew it was only a matter of time before someone would ask the right question or make the right connection. That night I couldn't sleep. I kept thinking about that girl who looked like Lisa, how she was probably Dad's daughter too, how she had every right to be there mourning him. And I kept thinking about the eulogy I was supposed to give the next morning, full of lies about who he really was. The morning of the funeral, I got to the church early to make sure everything was ready. The other family was already there, same back pew as the night before. The church filled up fast. Over 300 people came, which would have made Dad proud. He always loved being the center of attention. As I sat in the front row waiting for my turn to speak, I kept looking back at them. The girl caught my eye at one point and gave me this heartbroken look that just about killed me. Here I was, about to stand up and give a speech about what a devoted family man Dad was, while his other children sat in the back, like they didn't even exist. It felt wrong. It felt like I'd be betraying them just as much as he had. When Pastor Williams called my name to give the eulogy, I walked up to that podium with my prepared speech in my hand. I'd practiced it probably 20 times. It was all about Dad's work ethic, how he never missed one of our baseball games, what a devoted husband he was to Mom. Standard funeral stuff that would make everyone feel good about him. But standing up there, looking out at over 300 people, I couldn't stop staring at the back pew. Dad's other family was sitting there so quietly, trying not to draw attention to themselves. The girl who looked like Lisa had tears streaming down her face. The two boys were just staring at the floor. Their mother kept glancing at our family in the front row like she was trying to figure out how much we knew. I started with the safe stuff. Talked about how Dad worked double shifts to provide for us, how he coached Little League, how proud our community was to know him. People were nodding and smiling. Mom was crying, but in that proud way, you know? Like she was remembering all the good times. Then I got to the part where I was supposed to talk about what a devoted family man he was, and I just froze. The words were right there on the paper in front of me, but I couldn't say them, not while looking at those kids in the back who were also his children. I put the speech down and went off script. I said something like, Dad was more complicated than we all knew, that he had a big heart, maybe too big for just one family. The church got really quiet, really fast. You know that kind of silence where you can hear people breathing? That's what it was like. Then I said, the thing that changed everything. I looked right at the back pew and said, I wanted to acknowledge all of his children and all of the families he had adopted. Wow is nails. Where minha big dons are in some our parts licorum. People were turning around to look where I was looking. Mom grabbed Michael's arm like she knew something terrible was happening but couldn't figure out what. That's when Mom fainted. Not like a gentle swoon in the movies. She went down hard and hit the pew in front of her on the way down. Michael started yelling at me right there in front of everyone, asking what the hell I was doing. Lisa was crying and trying to help Mom while also staring at me like I'd lost my mind. The other family in the back started crying too. But it was different. It was like relief crying, if that makes sense. The mother put her arms around her kids, and they were all holding each other. A bunch of people in the church were whispering and turning around to stare at them, trying to figure out what was happening. I should have stopped talking, but I didn't. I said that Dad loved deeply, and that everyone who was grieving him today deserved to be recognized, no matter how complicated the situation was. By this point, half the church was in chaos. People were standing up trying to see what was happening with Mom. Others were craning their necks to look at the family in the back. Pastor Williams came up and gently took the microphone from me. I was shaking so badly I could barely walk back to my seat. Michael was still furious and kept hissing at me about what I'd done. Mom was conscious again but looked like she was having a panic attack. Lisa was just staring at the other family with this shocked expression. The service basically ended there. Pastor Williams tried to wrap things up with a prayer, but you could tell everyone was distracted. People were whispering and pointing. Some folks were already getting up to leave, probably so they could call their friends and spread the gossip. As people started filing out, the other family approached me. The mother introduced herself as Maria and thanked me through tears. She said they'd been grieving in silence for 2 weeks, afraid to come forward because they didn't want to intrude on our pain. The girl who looked like Lisa hugged me and said it meant everything to her that I acknowledged them, instead of pretending they didn't exist. Meanwhile, my own family was falling apart. Michael and Lisa had to basically carry Mom out of the church because she couldn't stop crying and hyperventilating. Michael kept shooting me these looks like he wanted to murder me. Lisa looked confused and hurt, like she couldn't process what had just happened. The whole drive to the cemetery was silent, except for Mom's crying. We got through the burial, but it was awkward as hell. Half the people there were still whispering about what had happened at the church. The other family showed up at the cemetery too, but they stayed way back from everyone else. That night at Mom's house, after everyone left, Michael completely lost it on me. He said I was selfish and attention-seeking, that I destroyed our family's reputation for what? To make some strangers feel better? Lisa didn't say much, but I could tell she was angry too. Mom locked herself in her bedroom and wouldn't come out. I went home that night, not knowing if I'd done the right thing or completely destroyed my family. All I knew was that I couldn't have stood up there and lied about who Dad was while his other kids sat in the back, like they didn't matter. It's been 3 months since the funeral, and Mom still won't speak to me. Not a single word. Michael calls me every few weeks just to tell me how selfish I am and how I destroyed our family's reputation for attention. He's convinced that I planned the whole thing to make myself the center of drama. Lisa's the only one who's even somewhat talking to me, but she's torn between being angry and being curious about our half-siblings. The extended family picks sides pretty quickly. Dad's sister thinks I was brave for telling the truth. Mom's brother won't even look at me at family gatherings. My cousins are split down the middle. Some think I did the right thing by acknowledging Dad's other kids. Others think I'm a monster who humiliated a grieving widow at her husband's funeral. The whole town knows now, obviously. You can't drop a bomb like that in a church full of 300 people and expect it to stay quiet. People still stop me at the grocery store to ask questions or give their opinions. Some congratulate me for doing the right thing. Others literally cross the street to avoid talking to me. The gossip mill has been running non-stop for months. 2 days after the funeral, I got a Facebook message from the girl who looked like Lisa. Her name is Carmen, and she's 19. She thanked me for acknowledging them and said it meant everything to her family that I didn't let them be erased. We've been talking regularly since then. Turns out Dad had been visiting them every weekend for her entire life. He told them he was divorced and that we were grown up and didn't want anything to do with him. They had no idea. We thought he was this devoted family man who never left town. Carmen has 2 brothers, David, who's 22, and Miguel, who's 17. Their mom, Maria, worked as a nurse, and Dad met her at the hospital when he had his appendix out 20 years ago. He basically lived 2 completely separate lives. With us, he was the strict but loving father who coached Little League and never missed church. With them, he was the fun weekend dad who took them to amusement parks and bought them expensive gifts. The legal stuff has been a nightmare. Now that Dad's other kids exist officially, the whole estate has to be reevaluated. Mom's lawyer is furious because everything got complicated when I opened my mouth. There are questions about life, insurance, beneficiaries, and whether Dad was paying child support that we didn't know about. Turns out he was sending Maria money every month for 20 years, which explains why our family finances were always tighter than they should have been. Maria tried reaching out to Mom through me, but Mom refuses to hear anything about it. She's basically pretending the other family doesn't exist, which I guess is her way of coping. She's been going to grief counseling, but according to Lisa, she mostly just talks about how embarrassed she is and how I betrayed her. I started seeing a therapist too, because the guilt was eating me alive. Some days I think I did the right thing by giving Dad's other kids the recognition they deserved. Other days I think I'm a terrible daughter who destroyed her mother's last good memories of her husband. My therapist keeps asking me what I would do differently if I could go back. And honestly, I don't know. The worst part is that I'm grieving too, but I can't talk to my family about it. I lost my father and then found out he wasn't who I thought he was. I'm mourning the dad I knew, and also trying to process this stranger who lived a double life for 20 years. But my siblings are so angry at me that I have to grieve alone. Carmen and I have gotten pretty close. She's sweet and smart, and talking to her feels like talking to Lisa sometimes. She's studying nursing like her mom, and she has Dad's stubborn streak, just like we all do. David is more reserved, but seems like a good kid. Miguel is still in high school and is having a hard time processing everything. They're dealing with their own family drama because their mom is struggling with finding out Dad was married the whole time. Last week, something else happened that I'm not sure I'm ready to deal with. Carmen called me crying and said she found more photos in her mom's things while they were cleaning out Dad's stuff. Pictures of Dad with another woman and what looked like a young child, maybe 5 or 6 years old. The photos were older, maybe from 15 years ago, but they were hidden in the same way Dad hid the photos of Carmen's family. I haven't told anyone about this yet. I don't know if I can handle finding out there's a third family somewhere. I don't know if Mom could survive another revelation like this. But I also keep thinking about that kid in the photo, who would be around 20 now, and whether they know their father is dead. I'm torn between wanting to find out the truth and wanting to let sleeping dogs lie. But after everything that's happened, I don't think I'm strong enough to keep another one of Dad's secrets. The question is whether my family can survive any more of his lies coming to light. At my mother's milestone birthday party, I announced that her husband had been secretly draining her savings for his gambling habit. I'm a 32-year-old son who's always been close with my mom, Sarah, who just turned 60. She's been married to my stepfather, Rick, for about 8 years now. Rick's 58, and honestly seemed like a decent guy when they first got together. My dad died when I was in college, and after a few years of Mom being alone, Rick came along. He was stable, responsible, handled all the financial stuff so Mom could focus on her teaching career without stress. At least that's what we all thought. The whole thing started about a year ago when Mom asked me to help her organize her retirement accounts. She was planning to cut back on teaching and wanted to make sure everything was in order. I'm pretty good with numbers and finances, so she figured I could help her understand where she stood financially. Should have been straightforward. But as soon as I started looking at her bank statements and investment accounts, things felt off. There were random withdrawals that didn't make sense, transfers between accounts that seemed weird, money moving around in patterns that just looked wrong. At first I thought maybe it was bank errors, or maybe Mom was making purchases she forgot about. She's always been a little scattered with details. So I started digging deeper, cross-referencing dates, tracking where money was actually going, following the paper trail. What I found made me sick to my stomach. Over the past few years, hundreds of thousands of dollars had been systematically moved out of Mom's retirement accounts and savings. We're talking about money that was supposed to last her through retirement, her safety net, everything she'd worked for as a teacher for over 30 years. The worst part was where it was going. Online gambling sites, DraftKings, some offshore poker platforms, sports betting sites I'd never even heard of. The amounts were insane, sometimes $10,000 or $15,000 in a single day, sometimes multiple withdrawals on the same day. This wasn't casual weekend betting. This was full-blown gambling addiction territory. Mom had absolutely no idea. She trusted Rick completely with their finances, which honestly made sense since he'd always handled everything and seemed good at it. She'd ask him how their investments were doing, and he'd tell her everything was great, that she didn't need to worry about money in retirement. Meanwhile, he was using her accounts like his personal ATM to cover massive gambling losses. The guy who constantly bragged about being financially responsible and looking out for Mom's future was systematically destroying it. Every family dinner where he'd talk about their solid financial planning or how Mom would be set for life was complete bullshit. He knew exactly what he was doing. I knew I had to confront him, but I honestly wasn't sure how to approach it. This wasn't just about money. This was about my mom's entire future, her ability to retire, her trust in the man she married. 3 weeks before her 60th birthday party, I finally worked up the nerve to talk to him privately. I printed out everything, bank statements, gambling site transactions, the whole paper trail. When I showed him the evidence, he didn't even try to deny it at first. Just got immediately defensive and angry, like I was the one doing something wrong by finding out. Then he switched tactics and started making excuses. He was just having a rough patch. He'd pay it all back soon. It wasn't as bad as it looked. All the usual stuff problem gamblers say when they get caught. But when I told him I was going to tell Mom, that's when he really lost it. Started yelling about how I'd destroy the family, how it would kill her to know, how I was being selfish and vindictive. Said I didn't understand their relationship and that he was handling it. Handling it by stealing more of her money, apparently. I gave him 2 weeks to come clean to Mom himself, told him he could explain it however he wanted, but she needed to know what was happening to her money. He promised he would. Swore he'd sit her down and tell her everything before the party. Said he just needed a little time to figure out how to break it to her gently. Of course, he didn't do it. The party was coming up fast and nothing had changed except more money kept disappearing from Mom's accounts. I'd check online and see new withdrawals, new gambling transactions, business as usual. He was either planning to never tell her or figured he could somehow win it all back before she found out. Meanwhile, Mom was so excited about her party. She'd been planning it for months, invited all her friends and family, bought a new dress, made arrangements at this nice banquet hall downtown. She kept talking about how grateful she was to have Rick in her life, how secure and happy she felt. It was killing me to watch her be so trusting while he continued stealing from her behind her back. The night of the party, I still wasn't sure what I was going to do. Part of me hoped maybe Rick would come to his senses at the last minute and confess. But as I watched him playing the perfect husband, making sure everyone had drinks, posing for photos, acting like the devoted spouse who'd taken such good care of my mom's future, I realized he had no intention of ever telling her the truth. The party was everything Mom had hoped for. The banquet hall looked nice, nothing fancy but clean and welcoming. All her favorite people were there, her sister Lisa, her brother Mike and his family, friends from the school where she taught, neighbors she'd known for years, people from church. Mom was absolutely glowing in this blue dress she'd been excited about for weeks. She kept hugging people and thanking them for coming, saying she felt so loved and grateful. Rick was in full performance mode that night, making sure everyone's drinks were topped off, taking photos with his phone, telling stories about Mom to people who'd known her longer than he had, playing the devoted husband who'd swept in and made her golden years perfect. Watching him work the room, you'd think he was genuinely the guy everyone believed him to be. Then came the toasts. This is where everything started falling apart for me mentally. Person after person got up to talk about how wonderful Mom was, which was all true and deserved. But they kept bringing Rick into it, talking about how lucky Mom was to have found love again after losing Dad, how secure and happy she seemed with Rick, how it was so sweet to see her being taken care of after all those years of struggling alone. Mom's friend Janet got up and went on about how Rick had given Mom her confidence back, how she never worried about money anymore because Rick handled everything so well. Her brother Mike made some comment about how Rick was the kind of man who really knew how to provide for a woman. Every word felt like a knife because I knew the truth. This man they were praising had been systematically stealing from her for years, but it was when Rick got up to give his own toast that I almost lost it completely. He stood there with his glass raised, talking about how proud he was to be Mom's husband, how she deserved all the happiness in the world. Then he started going on about her future, saying he'd made sure she'd be financially secure for the rest of her life, how she'd never have to worry about money in retirement, how he'd taken care of everything so she could just enjoy herself. People were eating it up. Nodding and smiling, some of Mom's friends were actually getting teary-eyed. Meanwhile, I'm sitting there, knowing her retirement fund was maybe 30% of what it should have been, knowing that every month he was still moving money from her accounts to cover his gambling losses. The hypocrisy was suffocating. When Rick finished his toast, everyone clapped, and Mom looked so happy and grateful. She kept squeezing his hand and smiling at him like he'd just promised her the world, which in a way he had, except it was all lies built on money he'd stolen from her. Then they started calling for other people to speak. A few more family members got up. Then Mom's old teaching partner. Then they called my name. I honestly hadn't planned to say anything that night. I'd been going back and forth about it for weeks, but figured the party wasn't the right place. But standing there with everyone looking at me expectantly, knowing what I knew, I just couldn't pretend anymore. I started off okay. Talked about how resilient Mom was, how she'd bounced back after losing Dad, how she'd raised me to value honesty and hard work. Said she deserved to be surrounded by people who respected her and wanted what was best for her. Standard toast stuff that was all completely true. But then something snapped. Maybe it was seeing her look so trusting and grateful toward Rick, or thinking about her teacher's pension being gambled away while she planned her retirement. I pulled out my phone and started reading off the gambling transactions. DraftKings, May 15th, $8,200. PokerStars, June 3rd, $12,500. Just started listing dates and amounts while the room went dead, silent. You could have heard a pin drop. Mom's face went completely white, then red, then white again. She just stared at me like she couldn't process what I was saying. Rick immediately started yelling, calling me a liar, saying I was jealous and trying to break up their marriage. But I had the bank statements right there on my phone. I started reading off the account numbers, the exact timestamps, details only someone with access to her accounts would know. Some people in the crowd started getting uncomfortable and shifting in their seats. Others looked confused, like they couldn't follow what was happening. But Mom's sister Lisa understood immediately. She got this look on her face, like everything suddenly made sense. And she moved closer to Mom's table. Rick kept trying to shout me down, getting louder and more aggressive. He was calling me vindictive, saying I'd always resented him, that I was making everything up because I couldn't accept him being part of the family. But his denials sounded desperate, and people were starting to look at him differently. The whole atmosphere in the room had shifted from celebration to something ugly and tense. Mom still hadn't said a word, just kept staring back and forth between me and Rick like she was watching a tennis match. Some of her friends looked horrified. Others looked confused. A few people were whispering to each other, trying to figure out what was happening. I could see I'd basically detonated a bomb in the middle of her birthday party, but there was no taking it back now. The party completely imploded after that. It was like watching a building collapse in slow motion. People didn't know where to look or what to do. Some of Mom's friends just sat there with their mouths open, trying to process what they'd just heard. Others started whispering frantically to whoever was sitting next to them. Mom's sister, Lisa, was the first to really react. She immediately got up and went to Mom's side, putting her arm around her shoulders. Mom still looked like she was in complete shock, just staring at me like I was speaking a foreign language. She wasn't crying or yelling, just frozen. It was honestly worse than if she'd screamed at me. Rick was still going off, getting louder and more desperate. He kept insisting I was lying, that I'd doctored the bank statements somehow, that I'd never liked him and was trying to destroy their marriage. But his explanations weren't making sense, and people were starting to see through it. When someone asked him directly about the gambling sites, he couldn't give a straight answer. A few people actually got up and left at that point. I guess they felt too uncomfortable being in the middle of family drama, which I totally understand. Mom's neighbor, Mrs. Chen, looked absolutely mortified and kept apologizing to Mom like it was somehow her fault for being there. Mom's brother, Mike, stood up and asked Rick point blank if what I was saying was true. Rick tried to deflect, saying it was complicated and I didn't understand their finances. But Mike's not stupid. He used to work in banking, and he could tell Rick was dodging the question. That's when things got really heated because Mike started demanding to see the actual account statements. I felt terrible watching Mom just sit there while everyone argued around her. This was supposed to be her celebration, her special day, and I'd turned it into a nightmare. But I also knew that if I hadn't said something, Rick would have kept bleeding her dry until there was nothing left. The whole thing probably only lasted about 15 more minutes, but it felt like hours. Eventually, people started realizing the party was over. Some folks came up to Mom to say goodbye and that they were sorry. Others just quietly gathered their things and left. Rick was still trying to do damage control, telling people this was all a misunderstanding that would get sorted out, but nobody was really listening to him anymore. I left pretty quickly after that. Couldn't handle watching Mom's world fall apart, even though I knew it needed to happen. As I was walking out, I could hear Rick behind me, still shouting, calling me selfish and vindictive, saying I'd ruined everything for no reason. Mom never said a word to me as I left. The next morning, Mom called me around 9. Her voice sounded different, flatter, and more tired than I'd ever heard it. She told me she'd spent most of the night awake, going through bank statements and financial documents with Lisa. They'd confirmed everything I'd said and found even more transactions I hadn't seen. She said she'd already called a divorce lawyer and was meeting with them that afternoon. She didn't say whether she forgave me or not, just that she needed some time to process everything and figure out her next steps. She was going to stay at Lisa's house for a while since she couldn't bear to be in the same place as Rick. The conversation was maybe 5 minutes long and felt like talking to a stranger. Rick's been blowing up my phone ever since. At first he was still trying to deny everything. Then he switched to begging me to help him fix the situation. He kept saying he could pay the money back, that he just needed time, that I was destroying a good marriage over what he called a temporary problem. When I didn't respond to those messages, he started getting nasty again, calling me vindictive and saying I'd always been jealous of their relationship. The family reaction has been mixed. Lisa and Mike are firmly on my side, saying I did the right thing even if the timing was awful. But some other relatives think I handled it terribly, that I humiliated Mom unnecessarily and should have found a private way to deal with it. My cousin Jenny told me I was cruel to ruin Mom's birthday like that there had to have been a better way. Mom met with the lawyer, and apparently there might be a way to recover some of the money. But a lot of it is just gone forever. She's looking into whether she can press charges, but Rick apparently covered his tracks pretty well by having access to her accounts legitimately as her husband. The lawyer said it's complicated because, technically, he wasn't stealing since his name was on everything. It's been 2 weeks now, and Mom still hasn't really processed it all emotionally. She's staying with Lisa, going through the motions of getting her legal stuff sorted out. But Lisa says she's like a zombie, not sleeping well, barely eating, just kind of existing in this state of shock. I keep going back and forth about whether I did the right thing. Part of me thinks I should have found a way to handle it privately, maybe gotten Lisa involved to help convince Mom or something. But honestly, Rick had weeks to come clean and didn't, and he was still actively gambling away her money right up until the party. I'm not sure there was ever going to be a good time or a gentle way to expose something like that. When my best friend introduced his fiancée at their engagement party, I exposed that she and I had been secretly dating for months. I'm 29, and Jake is 30. We've been best friends since college, the kind of friendship where we've seen each other through everything. Breakups, job losses, family, drama, you name it. He's basically my brother at this point. For over a year now, Jake had been completely obsessed with this woman, Sarah, 27. Every conversation somehow circled back to her. She was the one, the love of his life, and he was planning to propose soon. I was happy for him, genuinely. Jake deserved someone amazing after his string of terrible relationships. What Jake didn't know was that I'd met Sarah 8 months ago through our mutual friend Alex at a house party. We hit it off immediately. There was this instant chemistry that I rarely feel with anyone. We exchanged numbers, and within a week we were seeing each other regularly. It wasn't just hooking up either. We went on actual dates, spent entire weekends together, had those long, late-night conversations where you lose track of time. I met her parents when they visited. She had a drawer at my place. I genuinely thought we had something real developing. Then one day, Sarah just disappeared, stopped responding to my texts completely, wouldn't answer calls. She started avoiding places we used to hang out together. I was confused as hell, and, honestly, pretty hurt. We hadn't had a fight or anything. Things seemed to be going great. I figured maybe she just wasn't as into it as I thought and decided to ghost me rather than have an awkward conversation. It stung, but these things happen. 3 weeks after Sarah vanished from my life, Jake came to me practically bouncing off the walls with excitement. He'd met this incredible woman and wanted to show me her picture. My stomach dropped when I saw Sarah's face on his phone screen. He was already planning their second date and going on about how perfect she was, how they had this amazing connection, how he'd never felt this way about anyone before. For months, I watched my best friend fall head over heels for the woman who had ghosted me. Every time Jake told me about their dates or shared some cute story about something Sarah did, I felt sick. The worst part was listening to him talk about their relationship timeline, how they met, their first kiss when they became official. He had no idea that during those early weeks when he thought they were just getting to know each other, she was still technically involved with me, or at least I thought she was right up until she disappeared. At group hangouts, Sarah would act like she'd never seen me before in her life. She'd smile politely when Jake introduced us and make small talk like we were complete strangers. I started declining invitations to things where I knew she'd be there. Jake noticed and kept asking if I was okay, which made everything worse because I couldn't exactly explain why I was being weird around his girlfriend. The day before their engagement party, Jake asked me to help him set up at this fancy rooftop restaurant downtown. I couldn't say no. I'm his best man, and despite everything, I wanted to be supportive. The whole thing was elaborate. Jake had rented out the entire rooftop, hired a catering company, even had a string quartet. He was so excited, he could barely contain himself. While Jake was dealing with the catering staff, Sarah cornered me by the bar. She looked panicked, almost shaking. She started talking fast, reminding me of specific things from our relationship. Our weekend trip to that cabin in the mountains, the night I met her parents at that Italian restaurant, the morning she made me pancakes and we stayed in bed until noon. She wasn't trying to be romantic about it. She was making sure I remembered exactly what had happened between us, so I'd understand the magnitude of what she was asking me to keep quiet. Then she shifted tactics completely. If I said anything to Jake, she'd tell everyone I'd been obsessed with her this whole time. She'd claim I was the jealous best friend who couldn't handle seeing Jake happy, that I'd been making up stories to break them up. She asked me who I thought Jake would believe, his fiancée who he's planning to marry, or his suddenly jealous best friend with a convenient story about a secret relationship. I stood there listening to her basically threaten me while Jake was 20 feet away arranging flowers and humming to himself. The woman he was about to propose to in front of all their friends and family was the same person who had shared my bed for 4 months and then vanished without explanation, only to immediately start dating my best friend. And now, she wanted me to stay quiet about it forever. That's when I realized Jake was going to marry someone who had been lying to his face since day one of their relationship. Someone who was capable of looking him in the eye every single day and pretending their love story started completely differently than it actually did. The entire engagement party, I felt like I was going to explode. There were probably 60 people there. Jake's family, Sarah's parents, co-workers, college friends. Everyone was so happy and excited, toasting the happy couple and talking about wedding plans. Meanwhile, I'm standing there with this massive secret eating me alive, watching Sarah play the perfect fiancé while shooting me warning looks whenever Jake wasn't paying attention. I kept going back and forth in my head. Part of me thought, maybe I should just let it go. They seemed genuinely happy together, and bringing up ancient history now would destroy Jake. Maybe what Sarah and I had really didn't matter in the grand scheme of things. Maybe I was just being selfish and jealous like she said I'd look. But then I'd watch them together and remember all the lies she must have told to make their timeline work, and I'd get angry all over again. During dinner, Sarah actually grabbed the microphone to give an impromptu speech. She talked about how grateful she was for everyone being there, how much Jake meant to her, and then, I swear this was targeted at me, she went on about how their relationship was built on complete honesty and trust. She said that was what made their love so special, that they could tell each other anything and never had to worry about secrets between them. I was gripping my wine glass so hard I'm surprised it didn't shatter in my hand. The audacity was unbelievable. Jake's dad gave a toast about welcoming Sarah to the family. Sarah's mom cried talking about how perfect they were together. A few of our college buddies made jokes about Jake finally settling down. Everyone was so genuinely happy for them, which made what I was considering even worse. I wasn't just thinking about destroying their relationship. I was about to ruin this entire celebration in front of all these people who loved them. Every time someone mentioned how perfect they were together, or how their love story was like something out of a movie, I felt sicker. Sarah kept playing her part perfectly, laughing at Jake's jokes and looking at him with these adoring eyes. But I could see the tension in her shoulders whenever I was nearby. She knew I was a ticking time bomb. The worst moment was when Jake pulled me aside during dessert and thanked me for being such an amazing friend. He said having me there as his best man meant everything to him, that he couldn't imagine going through this without my support. He was so genuinely grateful and trusting. And I realized that no matter what I did, I was probably going to lose him. Either I'd lose him by keeping this secret and watching him marry someone who had already betrayed him, or I'd lose him by telling the truth and having him hate me for it. Then came time for the best man toast. This was the moment I'd been dreading all night. Jake handed me the microphone with this huge grin on his face, completely trusting that I was going to say something nice about him and Sarah. All these people were looking at me expectantly. His parents, her parents, all our friends. Sarah was staring at me with this frozen smile, barely shaking her head like she was willing me to just give a normal toast and let this whole thing go. I had prepared something generic about Jake deserving happiness and Sarah being lucky to have him. Safe, boring, forgettable. But standing there with that microphone in my hand, looking at my best friend's trusting face, I couldn't do it. I kept thinking about all the conversations we'd had where he told me about falling in love with Sarah, not knowing that I already knew exactly who she was. I thought about how he'd been planning this proposal for months, saving up for her ring, talking about their future kids. He was building his entire life around someone who had been lying to him from day one. So instead of the toast I'd planned, I told the truth. I spoke as calmly and clearly as I could manage. I explained that Sarah and I had been in a relationship for 4 months before she started dating Jake, that we hadn't just been casual friends or had a few dates, we'd been together, that she had ended things by completely ghosting me and then immediately started seeing Jake without ever mentioning our history to either of us. The entire rooftop went silent. I'm talking dead silent. Even the string quartet stopped playing. Jake's champagne glass slipped right out of his hand and shattered on the ground. Sarah went completely white. For about 10 seconds, nobody moved or said anything. Then, all hell broke loose. Sarah immediately started denying everything, calling me a liar and saying I was just jealous that Jake had found happiness. Some people started talking all at once. Others began pulling out their phones. Jake just stood there in shock, looking back and forth between Sarah and me, like he couldn't process what was happening. His mom started crying. Sarah's dad looked like he wanted to punch someone. It was complete chaos, and I was the one who had caused all of it. The party completely fell apart after that. Sarah kept denying everything, getting more and more frantic about it. She was telling anyone who would listen that I was obsessed with her, that I'd been jealous of Jake this whole time and was making up lies to break them up. She even grabbed Jake's arm and started crying, begging him not to believe me. But Jake wasn't saying anything. He was just standing there staring at both of us like we were strangers. People started leaving pretty quickly. Some of Jake's cousins were whispering and looking at their phones, probably texting other family members about the drama. Sarah's parents looked absolutely mortified. Her dad tried to get everyone to calm down and suggested we take this conversation somewhere private. But the damage was already done. Half the party had heard everything, and the other half was getting filled in by people who had. When Sarah kept insisting I was lying, I knew, I had to show Jake the proof. I pulled out my phone and started scrolling through old photos and messages. There were dozens of them. Selfies from our weekend at the mountain cabin, pictures of us at restaurants, screenshots of good morning texts, and inside jokes. The look on Sarah's face when she realized I'd kept everything was pure panic. Jake took my phone with shaking hands and just stared at the screen. You could see him processing it all, the dates on the photos, the timeline of when everything happened. Sarah tried to grab the phone away from him, saying the photos were fake or taken out of context, but Jake pulled away from her. He kept scrolling and scrolling, seeing months of evidence that Sarah and I had been together right before she started dating him. That's when Jake finally exploded. He was furious with both of us, but especially with Sarah. He started yelling about how she'd lied to him about everything. When they met, how their relationship started, her entire dating history. Sarah tried to minimize it, saying we'd only gone on a few casual dates and it didn't mean anything. But that just made Jake angrier because he could see from the photos how serious it obviously was. The worst part was watching Sarah's story completely fall apart. First, she said nothing had happened between us. Then, when Jake saw the evidence, she claimed it was just a few casual dates. When he saw photos of her meeting my parents and staying at my place, she said it was just physical and didn't mean anything emotionally. Every time she changed her story, Jake looked more devastated and betrayed. By this point, most of the guests had left. Jake's parents were trying to get him to come home with them. Sarah's mom was crying and asking what they were going to tell all the relatives who were expecting a wedding. The whole thing was a disaster, and I was the one who had caused it all. That was 3 weeks ago. Jake hasn't spoken to me since that night. Not a single text, call, or anything. The engagement is obviously off. Sarah moved out of their apartment the next day. I heard through mutual friends that she's been staying with her sister and telling everyone who will listen that I'm obsessed with her and fabricated everything out of jealousy. A few people from our friend group have quietly reached out to me. Alex, who introduced us originally, said he remembered Sarah mentioning she was seeing someone around the time I said we were together. Jake's brother texted me, saying he thought I did the right thing, even though it was messy. But most people are staying completely out of it, which I understand. Nobody wants to pick sides in this kind of situation. The thing that keeps me up at night is wondering if I did this for the right reasons, or if I really was just being selfish and jealous, like Sarah said. Maybe I could have found a way to tell Jake privately, instead of humiliating both of them in front of their entire families. Maybe I should have just kept my mouth shut and let them be happy, even if their relationship was built on lies. But then, I think about how Sarah was capable of looking Jake in the eye every single day and pretending their love story was completely different than what actually happened. She was planning to marry him while keeping this massive secret. What kind of marriage starts with that level of deception? I keep wondering if Jake will ever be able to forgive me. I didn't just destroy his engagement. I destroyed it in the most public, humiliating way possible. His whole family saw it happen. All their friends witnessed it. Maybe there was a better way to handle this that wouldn't have blown up so spectacularly. The worst part is that I'm not even sure I would have said anything if Sarah hadn't cornered me and basically threatened me the day before. Maybe I really was just acting out of spite and jealousy, and I've ruined my best friend's life for no good reason. Now I've lost Jake either way, and I have to live with knowing that I might have destroyed the most important friendship in my life just to get back at someone who hurt me months ago. On Christmas Eve dinner, I revealed that my sister's husband had been secretly seeing our cousin behind her back. I'm 34, and I was hosting our extended family's traditional Christmas Eve dinner at my house like I always do. My sister Sarah, 31, came with her husband Mark, 33, and we had nearly 30 relatives crammed into my place. Sarah has been going through hell with fertility issues for the past 2 years, and Mark has supposedly been her rock through all the treatments and monthly disappointments. But here's the thing. For months leading up to Christmas, I'd been picking up on weird vibes between Mark and our cousin Lisa, who's 28. They'd have these inside jokes that made no sense to anyone else. Mark would suddenly disappear during family gatherings, claiming he had to run errands, and I kept catching them whispering in corners like teenagers. At first, I thought maybe I was reading too much into it because I've never really liked Mark anyway, but my gut kept telling me something was off. Then Thanksgiving happened at my parents' house. I was upstairs looking for the bathroom when I turned down the hallway, and there they were. Mark and Lisa, standing way too close to each other by the guest bedroom, holding hands. Not like cousin-in-law friendly hand-holding either. They jumped apart the second they saw me, and Mark stammered something about Lisa having an eyelash stuck or whatever. Complete bullshit excuse. And we all knew it. I didn't say anything that day because I honestly didn't know what I'd actually seen. Maybe I was wrong, maybe it was innocent, but I couldn't stop thinking about it, especially watching Sarah at dinner talking about maybe trying IVF again after the holidays. 2 weeks later, Lisa came over for our usual weekly family dinner and left her phone charging in my kitchen when everyone was leaving. When it started buzzing with notifications, I saw messages from Mark popping up on the lock screen. Not normal brother-in-law messages either. I know I shouldn't have, but I opened that phone, and what I found made me sick to my stomach. Months of messages. Explicit ones. They were meeting up regularly, talking about when and where they could see each other, making jokes about family events, discussing how no one suspected anything. There were messages from the day after Thanksgiving where Lisa was laughing about how I almost caught them. I took screenshots of everything because I knew no one would believe me without proof. The next day I drove to Lisa's apartment and confronted her. I was hoping she'd be mortified and end it immediately, maybe even confess to Sarah herself. Instead, she just shrugged and said it wasn't a big deal, that Mark would never actually leave Sarah, so no real harm was being done. She told me I was overreacting and that I should mind my own business. When I brought up Sarah's fertility struggles and how much she was depending on Mark emotionally, Lisa rolled her eyes and said that wasn't her problem. That conversation made me furious. Here was my sister, falling apart every month when another treatment failed, leaning on her husband for support while he was sneaking around with our own cousin. Sarah had been talking about how grateful she was to have Mark, how he was the only thing keeping her sane through all the doctor appointments and medications and false hopes. The weeks leading up to Christmas Eve were torture. Every family interaction became this minefield where I'm watching Mark play the devoted husband, while Lisa smirked at me from across the room. Sarah kept talking about their plans for the new year, about maybe taking a romantic vacation before starting IVF, completely oblivious to what was happening right under her nose. I went back and forth constantly about what to do. Part of me thought I should tell Sarah privately, but another part worried she wouldn't believe me or would blame me for snooping. I considered confronting Mark directly, but I knew he'd just deny everything and probably convince Sarah I was lying. I even thought about telling my parents and letting them handle it, but they would have wanted to sweep it under the rug to avoid family drama. By Christmas Eve, I was a wreck. I'd barely slept in weeks, kept replaying those text messages in my head, watching Sarah make plans for a future with a man who was betraying her with our own family member. Every time she smiled or laughed or talked about how supportive Mark had been, I felt like I was going to throw up. So when 30 people packed into my house that night for our traditional dinner, I knew something had to give. I couldn't sit through another meal watching this charade. Couldn't listen to Sarah toast her marriage while her husband and cousin made eyes at each other across my dining room table. The whole thing felt like a sick joke that everyone was in on, except Sarah. The dinner itself was absolute torture. I'm trying to play hostess, making sure everyone has food and drinks, while internally I'm losing my mind. Sarah is sitting there looking happier than she has in months, talking to our aunt about maybe doing another round of IVF in February. Mark is right next to her, rubbing her back and nodding along like he's the most supportive husband in the world. Meanwhile, Lisa is 3 seats down the table, and I keep catching these little looks between her and Mark when they think no one is paying attention. Every time Mark got up to help Sarah with something or brought her a drink, I wanted to scream. She kept talking about how lucky she was to have him, how he'd been her rock through all the fertility treatments. Our cousin Jenny even made some comment about how Mark and Sarah were relationship goals, and everyone at the table agreed. Lisa just sat there smiling like nothing was wrong. The worst part was watching Sarah. She was actually glowing for the first time in forever, talking about their plans for next year, how they were going to redecorate their guest room into a nursery after the next treatment cycle. She had this hope in her voice that I hadn't heard in 2 years, and the whole time, her husband is sitting right there, planning God knows what, with Lisa in his head. I kept going to the kitchen to check on food just to get away from the table, but every time I came back it was more of the same. Mark playing the perfect husband, Lisa acting innocent, and Sarah completely clueless. My hands started shaking every time I picked up a plate or glass. My mom asked me twice if I was feeling okay. When dinner was winding down and people were getting ready for dessert, I knew I was running out of time. In our family, Christmas Eve dinner always ends with this traditional toast, where we go around the table and everyone says what they're grateful for. It's cheesy, but it's been our thing for like 20 years. Sarah was already talking about how she wanted to toast Mark and their marriage this year. I couldn't let that happen. I couldn't sit there and watch her thank her cheating husband in front of our entire family while his mistress nodded along. So when everyone started gathering in the living room with their wine glasses for the toast, I made a decision. I stood up first, which isn't unusual since I'm the host. Everyone got quiet and looked at me expectantly. I started talking about how Christmas was about family and honesty, about how important it was to always tell the truth to the people we love. People were nodding along, probably thinking I was just being sentimental, like I get every year after a few glasses of wine. But then I said that honesty meant I couldn't let this dinner end without everyone knowing that Mark had been having an affair with Lisa for months. The room went completely silent, like dead silent. You could still hear the Christmas music playing from the kitchen speaker, but nobody moved or said anything for what felt like forever. Sarah's face went through this horrible progression. First confusion, like she didn't understand what I'd said, then this look of complete shock. Then her face just crumpled and she started crying these gut-wrenching sobs that made everyone in the room flinch. It was the kind of crying where you can barely breathe. Mark immediately started yelling that I was lying, that I was jealous and vindictive and making things up to ruin their marriage. He kept saying I'd always hated him and this was my way of breaking them up. But I pulled out my phone and started reading some of Lisa's text messages out loud. Not the really explicit ones, because kids were in the room, but enough that everyone understood what had been going on. Lisa didn't even try to deny it. She just grabbed her purse and coat and ran for the door, didn't say goodbye to anyone, didn't try to explain herself, just bolted like a coward. That pretty much confirmed everything for anyone who might have doubted me. The room exploded after that. Half the family started yelling at me for ruining Christmas and handling it wrong. My aunt was screaming about how this should have been done privately. The other half was yelling at Mark, calling him every name in the book. My uncle actually had to physically hold back Sarah's dad because he was trying to get at Mark. Through all of this, Sarah just sat there crying. She wouldn't look at Mark even when he kept trying to grab her hands and explain. She wouldn't look at me either. She just stared down at her lap while her whole world fell apart in front of 30 people on Christmas Eve. Mark kept alternating between trying to comfort Sarah and yelling at me. He called me a psycho bitch who destroyed his family out of spite. Then he'd turn back to Sarah and try to tell her it didn't mean anything, that he loved her, that we could work through this. But she just kept crying and wouldn't respond to anything he said. People started leaving pretty quickly after that. Some stopped to hug Sarah on their way out. others gave me death glares. The whole thing was a complete disaster, but I was still standing there with my phone in my hand, shaking, knowing that at least now everyone knew the truth. The dinner was obviously over after that. People started filtering out in groups, some stopping to give Sarah awkward hugs on their way to the door, others shooting me looks that could kill. My mom grabbed my arm on her way out and hissed that I should have handled this privately, that there were better ways to deal with family problems. My dad just shook his head and said Mark got what was coming to him. But even he looked disappointed in how it all went down. Mark kept trying to talk to Sarah, following her around my living room while she collected her purse and coat. He was still doing that thing where he'd go from begging her to forgive him to getting angry and blaming me for destroying their marriage. Sarah wouldn't even make eye contact with him. She just stood there like a zombie while he talked at her. The worst part was watching my younger cousins leave. A couple of them looked scared, like they'd witnessed something, they weren't supposed to see. The teenagers kept whispering to each other and looking back at me. I realized I'd probably traumatized half the kids in our family by exploding their parents' marriage in front of everyone. After about an hour, the house was finally empty except for me, Sarah, and Mark. He was still trying to convince her to come home with him, promising they could work through this, that it was just a mistake, and didn't mean anything. Sarah finally looked at him and said she needed space to think. That was literally the first thing she'd said since I dropped the bomb. Mark left, but not before telling me I'd destroyed his life and that Sarah would never forgive me for humiliating her like this. I didn't argue with him because, honestly, I wasn't sure he was wrong. Sarah asked if she could stay at my place for the night, and I obviously said yes. That was a week ago. She's still here. She's barely been eating or sleeping. Just sits on my couch, scrolling through her phone, looking at old photos and text messages. I think she's going through their entire relationship, trying to figure out what signs she missed. Sometimes I hear her crying in the guest room at night. Mark has been calling and texting both of us nonstop. The messages alternate between him apologizing and begging Sarah to come home, and him calling me every horrible name you can think of. He's been telling anyone who will listen that I'm a vindictive bitch who broke up his marriage because I've always been jealous of what he and Sarah had. Some of his family members are buying that story. Lisa hasn't spoken to anyone in the family since she ran out of my house. I heard from my aunt that she's been telling people nothing physical actually happened between them, that it was just emotional support, and I invaded her privacy by reading her private messages, which is complete bullshit based on what I saw in those texts. But apparently some people are believing her version. The family is completely split down the middle. My younger cousins think I'm a hero for exposing the truth and saving Sarah from wasting more years with a cheater. They keep texting me, saying I did the right thing and that Mark is disgusting for betraying Sarah while she was struggling with fertility issues. But my aunts and some of the older relatives think I handled it completely wrong. They're saying I could have pulled Sarah aside privately instead of humiliating her in front of the entire extended family. My mom keeps calling and asking why I couldn't have waited until after the holidays, or at least told Sarah when she was alone instead of making it a public spectacle. Sarah's friends have been amazing. They've been bringing her food and checking on her constantly. But she told me yesterday that she doesn't know if she'll ever be able to trust anyone again. Not just romantic partners, but anyone. She said if her own husband could lie to her face for months while she was at her lowest point, and her own cousin could betray her like that, then maybe she's just a terrible judge of character. I've been second-guessing myself constantly. Part of me thinks I did the right thing because Sarah deserved to know the truth. And Who knows how much longer Mark and Lisa would have kept this going? But another part of me wonders if I should have found a better way, or if I was just being selfish and wanted to get it off my chest instead of protecting Sarah's feelings. The worst part is that Christmas is completely ruined for our entire family now. Not just this year, but probably forever. Every Christmas Eve dinner from now on, people are going to remember the year I blew up Sarah's marriage in front of everyone. The kids who were there are never going to forget it either. Sarah asked me yesterday if I think she should try to work things out with Mark or if she should file for divorce. I told her I couldn't make that decision for her. But privately, I think she deserves so much better than a man who would cheat on her with her own cousin while she was struggling with infertility. So here I am, a week later, with my sister living on my couch. Half my family thinking I'm a hero, and the other half thinking I'm a monster. I still don't know if I destroyed Christmas or if I finally made it honest. At my company's award gala, I revealed that my boss had been stealing credit for my projects for years. I'm Sarah, 30, and I've been a mid-level manager at TechFlow Solutions for 4 years now. My boss Marcus is 45 and the VP of Product Development. Looking back, I should have seen the red flags from day one, but I was just grateful to have landed a decent job at a growing tech company. The pattern started small. I'd spend weeks developing a new feature or solving a critical bug, then Marcus would present it in meetings as something we accomplished. At first I thought it was normal. He was the boss after all. But it got worse. Way worse. Last year I pulled 3 all-nighters to redesign our mobile app interface after user complaints were flooding in. I researched user behavior, created wireframes, tested prototypes, the whole 9 yards. When the redesign launched and got amazing feedback, Marcus presented it to the board as his vision for user-centric design. He literally used my presentation slides with his name on them. When I mentioned my role to a colleague, Marcus pulled me aside later and reminded me that team players don't need individual recognition. Then there was the AI chatbot project. I built that thing from scratch, learned Python on my own time, studied machine learning algorithms, even debugged the natural language processing myself. It took me 6 months. When it went live and started saving the company thousands in customer service costs, Marcus wrote a company blog post about his innovative approach to automated customer support. My name appeared once, buried in a paragraph thanking the development team. The worst part was watching him mentor the junior developers I'd actually been training. I spent hours helping them improve their coding skills and understand our systems. But when their performance reviews came around, Marcus took credit for their growth and even got a bonus for exceptional team development. I kept telling myself to be patient. That's what everyone said. Be a team player. Your time will come. Focus on the work, not the recognition. But watching promotion after promotion pass me by while Marcus climbed higher using my work was eating me alive. 3 weeks before this year's annual gala, I found out Marcus was receiving the Innovation Excellence Award from the Tech Leadership Institute. It's a huge deal in our industry, comes with a $10,000 prize, and basically guarantees you'll be headhunted by bigger companies. When I saw the award submission online, my stomach dropped. The centerpiece of his groundbreaking innovation portfolio was my blockchain integration project. I had spent 8 months developing that system. I researched blockchain applications, designed the architecture, wrote the smart contracts, and integrated it with our existing databases. It was entirely my concept and my execution. Marcus had barely understood what blockchain was when I first proposed it, but there it was, described in the award materials as Marcus Chen's revolutionary approach to secure data management. The breaking point came 2 days later. I was grabbing coffee in the break room when I overheard Marcus talking to Janet from HR. He was laughing about something, and then I heard him say my name. I froze behind the coffee machine and listened. He was telling her about some leadership workshop he'd attended, making jokes about different employee personalities. Then he said it. The thing that made my blood boil. Take Sarah, for example. She's too timid to ever speak up anyway. Perfectly happy working in the background. Some people just aren't cut out for the spotlight. I stood there holding my coffee mug, shaking. Here was a man who had built his entire reputation on my work, and he had the audacity to call me timid. He thought I was too weak to ever challenge him. He was so confident that I'd never fight back, that he was openly mocking me to HR. That night I went home and pulled together everything I had. Email timestamps showing when I'd sent him initial project proposals, version histories from our code repository with my commits, design documents with my digital signatures, screenshots of late-night Slack messages where I'd been troubleshooting issues. I had proof of everything, going back years. When the gala invitation arrived the following week, I saw Marcus listed as the keynote speaker for the evening. The program description mentioned he'd be discussing his award-winning innovations and leadership philosophy. I stared at that invitation for probably 10 minutes, and something inside me just snapped. I wasn't going to sit in that audience and watch him accept praise for my work one more time. I wasn't going to smile politely while he gave another speech about teamwork and collaboration. I was done being the ghost behind his success story. I bought a new dress for the gala, black, professional, but with enough presence that I wouldn't blend into the background. I printed out my evidence and put it in a folder. I practiced what I was going to say in my bathroom mirror until I had it memorized. Marcus had been stealing credit from me for 4 years, building his career on my innovations while keeping me buried in middle management. He thought I was too timid to ever speak up. He was about to find out how wrong he was. The gala was held at the Grand Ballroom downtown, the kind of place with chandeliers and servers in bow ties. I sat at table 12 with my team, developers and analysts who had no idea what was about to happen. Marcus was at the head table with all the other VPs and executives, looking completely relaxed in his expensive tuxedo. Dinner dragged on forever. I barely touched my food, just kept checking my phone and fidgeting with the folder of documents I'd hidden under my napkin. My teammates were chatting about normal stuff, weekend plans, the new coffee machine in the office, but I couldn't focus on any of it. Every few minutes I'd glance up at Marcus, laughing with the CEO and other executives, probably telling them about his innovative projects. When they announced it was time for the awards ceremony, my heart started pounding. I watched Marcus adjust his tie and stand up when they called his name. The whole room applauded as he walked to the stage, shaking hands with the CEO and accepting this crystal trophy thing that probably cost more than my monthly salary. Then he started his speech. I had heard variations of this same speech from him dozens of times in smaller meetings, but hearing it in front of 200 people made me physically nauseous. He talked about the importance of innovation in tech, about pushing boundaries and thinking outside the box. He specifically mentioned the blockchain integration project, my project, as an example of how collaborative leadership leads to breakthrough solutions. The worst part was when he started talking about his team. He said something about how success comes from empowering others and creating an environment where everyone can contribute their best work. People were nodding along, some even taking notes on their phones. He was getting a standing ovation for being the kind of leader who gives credit where credit is due, when he was literally the opposite of that. That's when I stood up. I don't even remember making the conscious decision to do it. 1 second, I was sitting there listening to him lie, and the next second, I was on my feet walking toward the stage. The room got quiet pretty quickly. You know how it is when someone starts moving during a speech. Everyone turns to look. Marcus saw me coming, and his face went from confused to panicked in about 2 seconds. He tried to keep talking, something about teamwork and dedication, but his voice got quieter as I got closer to the stage. By the time I reached the steps, the entire ballroom was dead silent. I walked right up to the microphone. Marcus stepped back, probably thinking I was going to congratulate him or something. Instead, I leaned into the mic and started talking. I told them that every single project Marcus had just described as his innovation came from me and my team. The blockchain integration, the mobile app redesign, the AI chatbot. All of it was my work. I wasn't emotional or dramatic about it, just stated the facts clearly. I could hear people whispering, chairs creaking as people turned to get a better look. Then I pulled out my folder. I'd printed everything, emails with timestamps, code repository logs, design documents with digital signatures. I held up the first document and explained that it showed the original blockchain proposal I'd sent to Marcus 18 months ago. I showed them the version control history proving I'd written every line of code for the integration. The gasps started when I pulled out the screenshot of Marcus's email to the award committee. He'd literally copy-pasted paragraphs from my project documentation and submitted them as his own work. I read part of it out loud, then showed the original document I'd created 6 months earlier. Marcus tried to interrupt me. He stepped back toward the microphone and said something about how I was certainly part of the team effort, and that he was proud to have such dedicated colleagues. But I wasn't done. I told everyone that I hadn't been part of any team. I had been the team. Every innovation he'd just taken credit for was something I'd developed independently, often working nights and weekends while he was at industry conferences, taking credit for work he'd never even seen until it was finished. By this point, some people were actually applauding. Not everyone. Probably half the room looked horrified that I was publicly calling out a VP. But I could see colleagues from other departments nodding along, and a few people were even taking pictures with their phones. The CEO looked like he wanted to crawl under the table. Marcus had gone completely pale and stopped trying to respond. He just stood there holding his award while I methodically destroyed his reputation with documented proof of 4 years of plagiarism. When I finished, the room was so quiet you could hear the air conditioning. I handed the microphone back to Marcus, told him he could keep the trophy since his name was engraved on it anyway, and walked back to my table. The applause that followed was scattered and uncertain, like people weren't sure if they should be clapping or calling security. Marcus left the stage without saying another word. The CEO quickly took over and moved on to the next award. But everyone was still staring at me. I sat back down at my table, and my teammate Jake leaned over and whispered that he couldn't believe I'd actually done it. Neither could I, honestly. But it was too late to take it back now. The rest of the gala was incredibly awkward. Marcus disappeared completely. I think he left right after I finished talking. People kept glancing over at my table, some giving me thumbs up when they thought nobody was looking, others avoiding eye contact entirely. The CEO rushed through the remaining awards like he wanted to get everyone out of there as fast as possible. My teammates didn't know what to say to me. Jake kept making these wide-eyed expressions, like he couldn't believe what had just happened. Lisa, one of the junior developers I'd been mentoring, leaned over and whispered that she'd always wondered why Marcus seemed to know so little about the technical details of projects he claimed to have designed. But mostly we just sat there in this weird bubble of tension while the ceremony wrapped up. When people started leaving, things got really interesting. A bunch of colleagues came up to me, people from other departments I barely knew. Turns out half the company had similar stories about Marcus taking credit for their work. Janet from marketing told me he'd presented her entire social media campaign as his idea to the board last quarter. Two guys from the infrastructure team said he'd been claiming credit for their server optimization work for months. But not everyone was supportive. I saw several people from the executive level giving me looks that definitely weren't friendly. Marcus's buddy from sales walked right past me without acknowledging I existed. A few of the senior managers were whispering in a corner and kept glancing in my direction. The weekend was torture. I kept checking my work email, expecting to find a termination letter, or at least a meeting request from HR. Nothing came, which was almost worse than getting fired would have been. I spent Saturday and Sunday replaying the whole thing in my head, wondering if I'd just destroyed my career over a moment of anger. Monday morning, I got to the office early, hoping to avoid the stares and whispered conversations. No such luck. The elevator ride up to our floor was the longest 30 seconds of my life. Everyone kept looking at me like I was some kind of office legend or office pariah, depending on who they were. Marcus wasn't at his desk. His assistant told me he was working from home for the rest of the week. Honestly, I was relieved. I had no idea what I was going to say to him when we inevitably had to face each other. The first HR meeting happened Tuesday afternoon. Nothing dramatic, just Linda from HR asking me to walk through what had happened at the gala and why I'd felt it was necessary to address the situation publicly. I brought copies of all my documentation again and explained the pattern of credit theft going back 4 years. She took notes, but didn't give me any indication of what was going to happen next. Word spread fast through the company. By Wednesday, I was getting messages on Slack from people I'd never even talked to before. Some were congratulating me for having the courage to speak up. Others were sharing their own stories about toxic managers or workplace credit theft. But I also noticed that several people who used to chat with me regularly were suddenly very busy whenever I walked by their desks. The most surprising thing happened Thursday morning. I got an email from Jennifer Chen, the Director of Innovation. She runs a completely different department that focuses on emerging technologies. She wanted to grab coffee and discuss some potential opportunities. We met at the Starbucks across the street from our building, and she got straight to the point. Turns out she'd been in the audience at the gala. She'd also been following my work for months through internal reports and presentations, even though Marcus had always been the one presenting it. She told me her department was expanding and they needed someone with my technical background and project management experience. It wasn't exactly a job offer, but it was pretty close. The conversation was surreal. Here I was, potentially getting promoted because I'd publicly humiliated my boss. Jennifer said the company had been dealing with concerns about Marcus for a while. Apparently, other employees had filed complaints about him taking credit for their work, but nothing had ever been documented as thoroughly as what I'd presented. Meanwhile, Marcus was still nowhere to be seen. I heard from his assistant that he was having meetings with upper management, but nobody knew what was being discussed. The weird thing was, some of his responsibilities were quietly being redistributed to other managers. Projects that he'd normally oversee were suddenly being handed off to other VPs. By Friday, the office dynamic had completely shifted. People were either treating me like some kind of whistleblower hero or avoiding me, like I had a contagious disease. There wasn't much middle ground. The junior developers on my team seemed energized, like they finally felt safe talking about their ideas without worrying about someone else taking credit. I still haven't talked to Marcus directly. He came back to the office this week, but he's been keeping a low profile. No team meetings, no presentations, just staying in his office with the door closed most of the time. When we passed each other in the hallway yesterday, he looked right through me like I didn't exist. The thing is, I don't regret it. Yeah, maybe I could have handled it differently. Maybe I should have gone to HR first or tried to address it privately. But I'd tried being patient for 4 years, and nothing had changed. Sometimes the only way to stop someone from stealing from you is to call them out in front of everyone. Update. I just got an email from the CEO's office. Meeting tomorrow at 9 a.m. No subject line, no explanation. I guess I'm about to find out if standing up for myself was career suicide or the best decision I ever made. At my wife's surprise baby shower, I announced that the baby isn't mine and revealed who the real father is. I'm a 33-year-old guy who's been married to Sarah for 4 years. We met in college and everything seemed perfect until about 6 months ago when things started getting weird. My sister, Emma, who's 29, organized this whole baby shower thing because she's always been close with Sarah and wanted to do something special for her first pregnancy. The problem started around February. Sarah would come home late from work claiming she had to stay for meetings, but when I'd call her office, they'd say she left hours ago. She became super protective of her phone, too, taking it everywhere, including the bathroom. When I'd try to talk to her about random stuff, she'd seem distracted or annoyed, like I was interrupting something important. The worst part was how she'd flinch when I tried to touch her or be affectionate. We went from being that couple who couldn't keep their hands off each other to basically roommates. When she told me she was pregnant in March, I was over the moon. We'd been trying for about a year, and I thought maybe all the weird behavior was just stress from work or hormones or something. I figured once we had this baby, everything would go back to normal, but the nagging feeling in my gut wouldn't go away. The real turning point came about 3 weeks ago when Sarah left her phone on the kitchen counter while she was in the shower. I know it's wrong to look through someone's phone, but I couldn't shake this feeling that something was off. What I found made my blood run cold. There were dozens of messages between her and my friend Marcus, who I've known since high school. The messages weren't explicitly sexual, but they were way too intimate for a married woman to be sending to another man. Stuff like, "I can't stop thinking about you," and "I wish we could just run away together," and "This is so complicated, but I can't help how I feel." Marcus has been one of my closest friends for 15 years. He was in our wedding party. He comes over for barbecues and football games. The betrayal felt like a punch to the stomach, but I needed proof before I could do anything about it. I ordered a paternity test kit online and waited for Sarah to leave some hair in the bathroom sink. The waiting was torture. For 2 weeks, I had to pretend everything was normal while my world was potentially falling apart. I'd look at Sarah talking about nursery colors and baby names and wonder if any of it was real, or if I was just some fool being played. The results came back on a Thursday, 3 days before the baby shower. The baby wasn't mine. I stared at that paper for probably an hour, reading it over and over again, hoping the words would change. But they didn't. I wasn't the father of the baby everyone thought was mine. I confronted Sarah that night after dinner. I just put the paternity test results on the kitchen table and waited. She looked at the paper and her face went completely white. She didn't even try to deny it at first, just started crying and saying she was sorry over and over again. Then she told me it happened during a rough patch in our marriage back in January when we'd been fighting a lot about money and her job. She said it was only a few times and that she'd ended it as soon as she found out she was pregnant. But here's the thing that really got to me. She wasn't sure if the baby was mine or Marcus's when she first told me about the pregnancy. She knew there was a chance it wasn't mine, and she let me celebrate and make plans and tell my family we were having a baby. For months, she watched me be excited about becoming a father while knowing I might not actually be the father. When I told her I was going to tell everyone the truth, she completely broke down. She begged me not to ruin the baby shower, saying it would humiliate her in front of all her friends and family. She promised we could figure everything out after the party, maybe go to counseling or work something out. She kept saying she loved me and that the baby could still be ours, even if I wasn't the biological father. But I couldn't do it anymore. I couldn't sit there and smile while everyone congratulated me on becoming a dad when I knew the truth. I couldn't shake hands with Marcus and pretend we were still friends when he'd been sleeping with my wife. And I definitely couldn't keep living this lie just to protect Sarah's feelings when she'd been lying to me for months. The baby shower was the next day, and I knew that once I walked into that room, I'd have to make a choice. Either play along with the charade or blow everything up in front of everyone. There was no middle ground anymore. The baby shower was at my sister's house on Saturday afternoon. When we walked in, there were probably 30 people there. Sarah's mom and sisters, her co-workers, some of our neighbors, and a bunch of her college friends I barely knew. Emma had gone all out with pink and blue decorations everywhere, and one of those fancy diaper cakes as a centerpiece. Everyone was already mingling and drinking punch when we arrived. The moment we stepped through the door, people started congratulating me. Sarah's aunt grabbed my arm and said how excited she was for me to be a dad. Her co-worker from the accounting firm kept talking about how lucky the baby was to have such a devoted father. My own mother was there, beaming with pride, telling anyone who would listen about her future grandchild. Each congratulation felt like a knife twisting in my stomach. What made it worse was watching Sarah. She was absolutely glowing, soaking up all the attention like she deserved it. She'd put her hand on her belly whenever people talked about the baby and give this sweet smile like she was the perfect, expectant mother. When people asked her about how I was handling the pregnancy, she'd look at me with these loving eyes and say how supportive and wonderful I'd been. It was like watching someone put on the performance of their life while I knew the truth behind it all. Marcus showed up about 20 minutes after we did. He walked right up to me, shook my hand, and congratulated me on becoming a father. He looked me straight in the eye and said he was happy for us and couldn't wait to meet the baby. The audacity of it was unbelievable. This guy had been sleeping with my wife, had gotten her pregnant, and was standing there pretending to be my friend, while everyone celebrated what they thought was my child. I spent the first hour of the party in this weird fog, just nodding and smiling while people talked at me. Sarah's mom kept going on about how the baby was going to have my eyes and her daughter's nose. Emma was taking pictures of everyone and kept asking me and Sarah to pose together with her hands on her belly. Every photo felt like documentation of the biggest lie of my life. The games made everything worse. They played that stupid game where you guessed the baby food flavors, and everyone kept joking about how I'd better get used to eating weird stuff since I'd be helping with feedings. Then they did the one where you measure Sarah's belly with toilet paper, and people kept saying the baby was going to be big, just like Dad. Marcus participated in all of it, laughing and joking like he belonged there. About halfway through, I stepped outside to get some air. I was seriously considering just leaving, maybe claiming I felt sick or something. But then I realized that would just be another form of running away from the truth. Sarah had put me in this position by lying for months, and now she expected me to keep lying to protect her from embarrassment. When I came back inside, they were opening presents. Sarah was sitting in this decorated chair while everyone gathered around to watch her unwrap tiny clothes and toys and all the stuff you need for a baby. People kept asking me what I was most excited about or what kind of father I thought I'd be. My sister gave us this expensive stroller and said she couldn't wait to take her nephew or niece to the park. The whole scene felt surreal, like I was watching it happen to someone else. The breaking point came when they brought out the cake. It was this elaborate thing with little baby booties made of frosting and "Congratulations, Mom and Dad" written in pink and blue icing. Everyone started chanting for me to make a speech, saying the proud papa had to say a few words. Sarah looked at me with this panicked expression, probably remembering our conversation from the night before, but she couldn't exactly object without raising suspicions. I stood up and looked around the room at all these people who thought they were celebrating my family. My mother-in-law was recording everything on her phone. My own parents were smiling at me with such pride. Emma looked so happy that she'd pulled off this surprise. And there was Marcus, standing in the back, with his arms crossed, probably thinking he'd gotten away with everything. That's when I realized I couldn't do it anymore. I couldn't stand there and give some heartfelt speech about becoming a father when I knew the real father was standing 10 feet away from me. I couldn't let all these people leave thinking they'd celebrated something beautiful when the whole thing was built on lies and betrayal. The humiliation of being made to play the fool in front of everyone I cared about was too much. I cleared my throat, and the room went quiet. Everyone was looking at me expectantly, waiting for me to say something touching about the journey to parenthood or how grateful we were for their support. Instead, I thanked everyone for coming and said I was happy Sarah was having such a wonderful day. Then I told them there was something important they all needed to know about the baby. I told everyone that I'd recently gotten some test results back, and that the baby Sarah was carrying wasn't mine. Then I said the real father was Marcus, who was standing right there in the back of the room. The silence that followed was probably only a few seconds, but it felt like forever. Then all hell broke loose. Sarah let out this wail and buried her face in her hands. Her sister jumped up and started screaming at me, calling me every name in the book and saying I was a monster for doing this at a baby shower. My mother-in-law was shouting about how I was lying and trying to destroy her daughter. Marcus didn't say a word, just bolted for the door like his ass was on fire. I heard his car start up and screech out of the driveway about 30 seconds later. My own mother looked like someone had slapped her. She kept asking if this was some kind of sick joke, and when I showed her the paternity test results on my phone, she just sat down hard in the nearest chair. Emma was crying and asking why I couldn't have told her beforehand, so she wouldn't have wasted all this time and money on the party. Half the room was yelling. The other half was just staring in shock. Sarah's dad, who's usually pretty calm, got right up in my face and told me I was a piece of shit for humiliating his daughter like this. He said even if what I was saying was true, there was no excuse for doing it this way. Sarah's mom was holding her while she sobbed, glaring at me like I was the devil himself. A bunch of Sarah's friends were gathering around her too, shooting me dirty looks and whispering among themselves. The weird thing was that not everyone was mad at me. My buddy Dave, who'd known me since college, came over and said he was sorry this happened to me. A few of Sarah's coworkers were looking more shocked than angry, like they were processing what this meant about the person they thought they knew. My aunt pulled me aside and said she couldn't believe Sarah had done this to me, though she wished I'd handled it differently. People started leaving pretty quickly after that. Nobody really knew what to do or say. So they just grabbed their purses and headed for the door. Sarah was still crying in that chair, surrounded by all the opened baby presents, which made the whole scene even more depressing. The cake sat there untouched with its stupid congratulations message, while her family packed up the gifts. I left without saying anything else to Sarah. What was there to say at that point? I'd said what I needed to say in front of everyone who mattered. Emma was mad at me for ruining her party. But she also said she understood why I couldn't keep pretending. She helped me carry some of my stuff to the car while Sarah's family was busy consoling her. The drive home was the longest 20 minutes of my life. When we got to the house, Sarah went straight to the bedroom and started packing a suitcase. She was still crying, but also furious, telling me I'd destroyed everything and humiliated her for no reason. She said we could have worked it out privately, and that now everyone would judge her and the baby forever. I reminded her that she'd lied to me for months and let me believe I was going to be a father when she knew there was a chance I wasn't. She left that night and went to her parents' house. I haven't seen her since, except when she came by with her dad to get more of her stuff while I was at work. She left her key on the kitchen counter, along with her wedding ring. The divorce papers got filed about 2 weeks later. My lawyer says it should be pretty straightforward since we don't have kids together, and our finances aren't too complicated. Sarah's asking for spousal support, but given the circumstances, my lawyer doesn't think she'll get much. The reactions from people have been all over the place. Some of our mutual friends think I'm a complete asshole for doing it that way. They say I should have confronted Marcus privately, or just quietly divorced Sarah without making a public spectacle. My brother said I went nuclear when I could have just walked away with my dignity intact. But other people have told me they would have done the exact same thing. My dad said he was proud of me for not letting myself get played. A few guys at work said they wished they'd had the balls to call out their cheating wives instead of just taking it. Even some of Sarah's friends have reached out to say they had no idea what was going on, and they're sorry it happened to me. I've been living in the house alone for about a month now. Some days, I feel completely empty, like someone scooped out everything inside me and left just a shell. Other days I feel weirdly free, like I finally stopped carrying around this massive weight I didn't even realize was there. I don't know if what I did was right or wrong, but I know I couldn't keep living that lie in front of everyone I cared about. On my parents' 40th anniversary dinner, I exposed that my dad had been funneling money to a secret partner for years. I'm 36 and was helping my siblings, Sarah, 34, and Mike, 32, plan this massive celebration for our parents at Romano's, this upscale steakhouse downtown that Mom had been talking about for months. She was so excited about hitting the 40-year mark. My mom, 62, had invited practically everyone she knew. Extended family, neighbors, people from their church group, old work friends. We're talking about 30 people easy. She kept going on about how proud she was of their marriage, and how Dad had always been such a faithful husband and devoted father. Dad, 64, seemed happy enough about the whole thing, though he's never been one for big celebrations. He was letting Mom handle most of the planning while he took care of what he called the financial side of things. That should have been my first red flag right there. I offered to help coordinate with the restaurant and handle some of the logistics since I lived closest to the venue. Mom was grateful and handed over a box of paperwork, guest lists, menu selections, payment receipts, and some bank statements she'd printed out to track expenses. She's always been super organized about this stuff. That's when I saw them. These monthly transfers from Dad's business account that I'd never heard about before. Every month for the past 10 years. Like clockwork. $20,500 going to someone named Rebecca Martinez. I stared at those statements for probably 20 minutes trying to figure out who this person could be. The name meant nothing to me. We don't have any relatives with that name. None of my parents' friends are named Rebecca that I know of. At first I thought maybe it was some kind of business expense or investment thing. Dad's always been pretty private about his finances, but $2,500 every single month for a decade? That's $300,000, and why would a business expense go to an individual person rather than a company? I spent the next 2 days doing some digging online. Found Rebecca Martinez on Facebook pretty easily. She Christian up. Sheen sign. An hour away in the suburbs. Her profile wasn't private, so I could see her photos. She looked to be in her early 50s, attractive with 2 kids who appeared to be teenagers. Nothing in her profile indicated any business connection to my dad or our family. That's when it hit me. This wasn't a business expense. My dad was supporting this woman and her family. I confronted him privately on Wednesday, 2 days before the anniversary dinner. I printed out the bank statements and asked him directly who Rebecca Martinez was and why he'd been sending her money for 10 years. He immediately got defensive and told me I had no business going through financial documents. I said Mom had given them to me to help with the party planning, which was true. He got quiet for a minute, then said it was complicated and that I wouldn't understand. I pressed him on it, asked if Mom knew about these payments. He said it wasn't any of my business and that I needed to stay out of it. When I told him that $2,500 a month was a lot of money to keep secret from his wife, he got angry and walked away from me mid-conversation. That's when I knew for sure something was seriously wrong. If it was legitimate, he would have just explained it. The fact that he was being so secretive and defensive confirmed what I was already thinking. I considered talking to Sarah and Mike about it, but I knew they'd just tell me to mind my own business or try to convince me there was some innocent explanation. They've always seen Dad as this perfect husband and father who could do no wrong. And honestly, part of me hoped I was wrong, and that there was some reasonable explanation I wasn't seeing. But I couldn't stop thinking about Mom. She'd been so happy planning this dinner, talking about how lucky she was to have found such a loyal partner. She handles all their household expenses and joint accounts, but she'd always trusted Dad completely with his business finances. She had no idea what he was doing with that money. The more I thought about it, the sicker I felt. Here's my mom, celebrating 40 years of what she thinks is a faithful marriage, while my dad has apparently been financially supporting another woman and her kids for a decade. And not just supporting. $2,500 a month is serious relationship money. That's not helping out a friend in need. That's taking care of someone long-term. So by Thursday night, the day before the anniversary dinner, I was sitting in my apartment staring at those bank statements and trying to figure out what to do. I could keep my mouth shut and let the celebration go on as planned, preserving the illusion for my mom's sake. Or I could find a way to tell her the truth and potentially destroy her world right there in front of everyone she cares about. The thought of watching her give speeches about their perfect marriage while knowing what I knew was making me physically ill. But the thought of humiliating her in public wasn't much better. I barely slept that night. I kept going back and forth, but one thing kept nagging at me. If I stayed quiet, how long would this go on? Another 10 years? 20? How much more money would Dad spend on this other family while Mom lived in ignorance? By Friday evening, as I was getting dressed for the dinner, I still hadn't decided what I was going to do. The dinner started exactly how Mom had planned it. Everyone showed up looking their best. The restaurant had decorated our private dining room with flowers, and the mood was festive. Mom was glowing in her new dress, going around to every table thanking people for coming. Dad was in a good mood, too, shaking hands and hugging people he hadn't seen in months. I sat there with those bank statements folded up in my jacket pocket, feeling like I was going to throw up. Sarah and Mike were at my table with their spouses, laughing and catching up with our cousins. Everyone kept commenting on how happy our parents looked and what an inspiration their marriage was. Our pastor made some joke about how he hoped his own marriage would be as strong after 40 years. The worst part was watching Mom. She kept looking over at Dad with this adoring expression, and every time someone complimented their relationship, she'd get this proud smile and reach for his hand. She had no idea, absolutely no clue that while she was sitting there feeling grateful for her faithful husband, he'd been sending enough money to support another family for the past decade. Dinner went smoothly through the appetizers and main course. People shared stories about my parents, talked about how they'd been relationship goals for years, mentioned how Dad had always been so devoted to Mom and us kids. Every compliment felt like a knife in my stomach because I knew it was all built on a lie. Then came the toasts. My aunt went first, talking about how she'd watched their love grow over the years. Our family friend Jim talked about Dad's integrity, and how he'd always been a man of his word. Sarah gave this emotional speech about how they'd shown her what real love looked like and how she hoped to have a marriage like theirs someday. That's when Dad stood up to give his own speech. He thanked everyone for coming, said how much it meant to him and Mom to be surrounded by people they loved. Then he started talking about the secret to their long marriage. He said it was built on trust, loyalty, and devotion. He said the most important thing was never keeping secrets from each other, always being honest, even when it was hard. The entire room was eating it up. People were nodding and getting teary-eyed. Mom was looking at him like he was giving the most romantic speech she'd ever heard. I felt like I was losing my mind. Here's this man talking about honesty and no secrets while he's been lying to his wife for 10 years and sending $2,500 every month to another woman. He finished his speech by raising his glass and saying that he hoped everyone could find the kind of love and trust that he and Mom shared. Everyone applauded and raised their glasses. Mom wiped away a tear and mouthed, "I love you," at him. That's when the waiter brought out the anniversary cake, and everyone started getting ready for one final toast. The restaurant had dimmed the lights, and someone had arranged for champagne for the whole table. Mom stood up and was about to say something when I realized I couldn't take it anymore. I stood up before she could start talking. My hands were shaking, but I managed to get everyone's attention. I said I wanted to add something to honor Mom specifically, because she deserved to be recognized for being stronger than she even knew she was. Everyone looked confused, but they were still smiling, thinking I was just adding to the celebration. Mom looked pleased that I wanted to say something nice about her. Sarah gave me an encouraging nod. That's when I pulled out the bank statements. I said that while we were all celebrating 40 years of marriage, I thought Mom deserved to know the truth about what those 40 years had actually looked like. I told the room that Dad had been sending $2,500 every month for the past decade to a woman named Rebecca Martinez, and that Mom had no idea this was happening. The change in the room was instant. The smiles disappeared. People started looking back and forth between me and Dad. Mom's face went completely white, and she sat down hard in her chair like her legs had given out. Dad immediately started yelling at me to sit down and shut up, that I didn't know what I was talking about. But I kept going. I said Mom deserved better than being lied to for 10 years, and that I couldn't sit there and listen to speeches about honesty and trust when it was all fake. That's when Mom started crying, not just getting emotional, but really sobbing. Sarah grabbed the papers out of my hands, and Mike was shouting at me, asking what the hell I thought I was doing. People at other tables were starting to stare and whisper. Dad tried to damage control by saying I was confused and that this was just a business arrangement, but his voice was shaking, and he wouldn't look at Mom. Our pastor looked completely stunned. Some of the church ladies started gathering their purses. Mom couldn't stop crying. She kept saying she didn't understand, asking Dad if it was true. He wasn't answering her, just kept telling me I'd ruined everything and that I had no right to air private business in public. Within 10 minutes, half the guests had quietly left. The other half were sitting there in shocked silence or trying to comfort Mom. The anniversary celebration was completely destroyed. The dinner fell apart completely after that. Mom locked herself in the restaurant bathroom and wouldn't come out for 20 minutes. I could hear her sobbing through the door while Sarah was trying to coax her out. Dad stormed out of the building without saying another word to anyone. Didn't even take his jacket. Just left Mom there crying in front of everyone. Mike was furious with me. He kept asking why I couldn't have handled this privately, instead of humiliating our parents in front of half the town. Sarah was crying, too, by this point, partly from seeing Mom so devastated and partly because she was angry at me for blindsiding everyone. She kept saying I should have told them what I'd found so we could figure out how to handle it as a family. The guests didn't know what to do with themselves. Our pastor tried to help by offering to drive Mom home, but she was too upset to make decisions. The church ladies were whispering to each other and shooting me dirty looks, like I was the one who'd betrayed my mother. Our aunt was the only one who seemed supportive, telling me quietly that Mom needed to know the truth even if it hurt. Most people left within the next half hour. A few family members stayed to help clean up the mess, literally and figuratively. The restaurant staff was trying to be polite about the whole situation, but you could tell they wanted us out of there. We ended up paying for the full dinner even though half the desserts never got eaten. I drove Mom home since Dad had taken off with their car. She barely spoke the entire ride, just stared out the window crying. When I tried to apologize for the timing, she told me she needed some space to process everything. Sarah and Mike followed us to the house, but Mom went straight to her bedroom and didn't come back out. My siblings laid into me for the next 2 hours. They said I'd handled it in the worst possible way, that I'd traumatized Mom unnecessarily, and that there might have been an innocent explanation for the money transfers that I'd never bothered to find out. Mike pointed out that I'd destroyed Mom's reputation in front of her church friends and neighbors, people she'd have to face every week for the rest of her life. I tried to explain that I'd confronted Dad privately first, and he'd refused to give me any explanation, but they weren't hearing it. Sarah said I should have come to them with what I'd found, so we could have planned an intervention or something. They both thought I'd acted selfishly and impulsively without considering the consequences for Mom. Dad didn't come home that night. Mom called me the next morning from our aunt's house, where she'd gone to stay. I was expecting her to tear into me like my siblings had, but instead she thanked me. She said she'd been awake all night thinking about things that hadn't made sense to her over the years. Money that had gone missing from their joint account that Dad had explained away. Times when he'd been unreachable for hours during the day. Business trips that seemed longer than necessary. She told me she'd already called a lawyer that morning to schedule a consultation for Monday. She wanted to know what her options were and how to protect herself financially before she confronted Dad about the extent of his deception. She said she felt stupid for not seeing the signs, but that she was grateful I'd found the courage to tell her the truth, even though it meant destroying her anniversary celebration. That afternoon, Mom did some investigating of her own. She found Rebecca Martinez on Facebook and spent hours going through her photos. She called me crying again that evening because she'd seen pictures of Rebecca's 2 kids, and they looked exactly like Dad. Same nose, same eyes, same smile. The kids appeared to be around 16 and 14, which would mean Dad had been involved with this woman for almost 2 decades. Dad finally came home Sunday night, but Mom refused to see him. Tried calling me, but I didn't answer. According to Mike, Dad was claiming the whole thing was a misunderstanding and that Rebecca was just a friend he'd been helping out financially. But Mom had already seen the photos of those kids and wasn't buying his explanations anymore. Sarah and Mike are still barely speaking to me. They think I destroyed our family for no good reason and that I should have minded my own business. Sarah said Mom would have been happier, not knowing, and that some secrets are better left buried. Mike thinks I was just trying to stir up drama and get attention. Mom's been staying at our aunt's house for the past week now. She's filed for separation and is working with her lawyer to figure out how much money Dad has spent on his other family over the years. The lawyer thinks she has grounds for divorce based on financial infidelity and wants to subpoena Dad's bank records going back 20 years. Dad hasn't spoken to me since the dinner. He's apparently told some people that I'm a troublemaker who destroyed his marriage out of spite. Some of Mom's church friends have been calling to check on her, but others seem to be avoiding her completely. She's embarrassed about having her private business exposed so publicly, but She says she doesn't regret learning the truth. So here I am, wondering if I did the right thing by exposing Dad in front of everyone, or if I should have found a way to tell Mom privately that wouldn't have humiliated her in front of half the people she knows. At my best friend's birthday dinner, I revealed that her husband had been secretly messaging me for months. I'm 31, and Sarah has been my best friend since college. She just turned 30 and has been married to Jake, who's 32, for 3 years now. We've always been this tight little group where everyone gets along. I was her maid of honor at their wedding, and Jake and I were always friendly, but nothing more than that. Just normal friend stuff. About 4 months ago, Jake started texting me more than usual. At first, it seemed completely innocent. He was asking about surprise party ideas for Sarah's upcoming birthday, sharing funny memes he thought I'd appreciate, that kind of thing. I didn't think anything of it, because we'd texted before about group hangouts or when he needed gift ideas for Sarah. It felt normal, but then things started shifting in a way that made me uncomfortable. The late-night messages went from casual to comments about how good I looked at our last group dinner. I tried to keep my responses short and redirect the conversation back to normal topics, but Jake kept pushing. He started complaining about his marriage, saying he and Sarah weren't connecting the way they used to. Then came the flirty comments about my appearance and these weird hypothetical jokes about what it would be like if we were together instead of him being with Sarah. Every single time he crossed a line, I shut him down. I'd tell him that what he was saying wasn't appropriate and that he was married to my best friend. But Jake would always follow up with these messages begging me not to tell Sarah because it would destroy her, and then he'd back off for a few days before starting up again. It became this awful cycle where I thought maybe I'd gotten through to him, and then my phone would buzz with another inappropriate text. The messages kept escalating over the months. Jake started sending longer texts about how he was attracted to me, how he thought about me, how Sarah didn't understand him the way I did. I felt sick every time my phone buzzed and I saw his name. I started dreading group hangouts because I knew he'd be there acting like everything was normal while sending me these messages that made my skin crawl. The absolute final straw came the night before Sarah's birthday party. I was getting ready for bed around 11 p.m. when my phone buzzed. Jake had sent me an explicit photo of himself along with this graphic message describing what he wanted to do to me. I literally dropped my phone and just stared at it in complete shock and disgust. This wasn't some innocent flirtation anymore. This was sexual harassment from my best friend's husband. I couldn't sleep that night. I kept going back and forth about what I should do. Part of me thought I should pull Sarah aside privately before the party and tell her what had been happening. Another part of me wanted to confront Jake first and give him a chance to confess to Sarah himself. But the biggest part of me just wanted to pretend it never happened so I wouldn't have to ruin her birthday. The problem was that every time I imagined sitting at that restaurant the next night, watching Jake kiss Sarah's cheek and act like the perfect husband while I had those disgusting messages sitting in my phone, I felt like I was going to be sick. How was I supposed to smile and make small talk and celebrate my best friend while her husband sat across from me knowing exactly what kind of person he really was? I kept thinking about how Sarah would be so happy and excited for her birthday dinner, and how Jake would probably spend the whole night being extra affectionate with her to keep up appearances. The thought of him touching her and calling her beautiful while secretly sending me explicit photos made me want to scream. I realized I couldn't do it. I couldn't sit through an entire dinner pretending everything was fine when I knew her husband was a creep who had been sexually harassing me for months. By morning, I had made my decision. I wasn't going to let Jake turn me into his accomplice by staying quiet. Sarah deserved to know who she was married to, even if it meant ruining her birthday. I got dressed and headed to the restaurant, my phone full of evidence and my stomach in knots, knowing that everything was about to change forever. The restaurant was packed with about 20 of our friends and family members, all squeezed around this long table at the trendy downtown place Sarah had been wanting to try for months. Everyone was in such a good mood, laughing and catching up, and Sarah looked absolutely radiant in this gorgeous blue dress she'd bought specifically for her birthday. She was practically glowing with happiness at having everyone she loved in one place. And there was Jake, sitting directly across from me, making casual small talk like absolutely nothing had happened. He was being extra charming, cracking jokes and complimenting everyone, playing the role of the perfect husband. When people complimented Sarah, he'd squeeze her hand and agree about how lucky he was. Every time he caught my eye, he'd give me these knowing looks like we shared some kind of secret bond. It made my skin crawl. For the first 2 hours, I could barely function. I pushed food around my plate without eating much of anything and gave short responses when people tried to include me in conversations. My friends kept asking if I was feeling okay because I was being so quiet, but I just blamed it on work stress. Meanwhile, Jake was being increasingly bold, making comments about how nice I looked and asking me direct questions to force me to engage with him. At one point, he even reached over and briefly touched my hand while making some joke. And I had to resist the urge to yank it away and cause a scene right then. The worst part was watching how happy Sarah was. She kept talking about how this was exactly the kind of birthday she'd always wanted, surrounded by all her favorite people. She was taking selfies with everyone and posting them on social media, talking about how grateful she was for her amazing husband and wonderful friends. Every time she said something sweet about Jake or their marriage, I felt like I was going to throw up. When Jake stood up to go to the bathroom, he walked behind my chair and briefly put his hand on my shoulder. Nobody else would have thought anything of it, but I knew exactly what he was doing. He was testing me, seeing how far he could push before I broke. When he came back, he started being even more affectionate with Sarah, kissing her cheek and whispering things in her ear that made her giggle. I realized he was enjoying this, the power of making me sit there and watch while I kept his secret. Then they brought out the birthday cake, and everyone stood up with their wine glasses for toasts. Sarah's sister Emma went first with this sweet speech about childhood memories. Then, her college roommate talked about their adventures together. People were laughing and taking photos, and the whole atmosphere was so warm and celebratory. Sarah looked genuinely moved by all the love in the room. I kept thinking that maybe I should just let her have this perfect night. Maybe I could pull her aside tomorrow and tell her privately. But then, Jake stood up for his toast and started going on about how lucky he was to have such an amazing wife and such wonderful friends in his life. He looked directly at me when he said the part about friends, and I could see this smug satisfaction in his eyes. He knew I was trapped. That's when something inside me just snapped. I couldn't sit there for one more second listening to him lie to everyone's face while he thought he had power over me. I stood up, and my voice came out louder than I intended when I said I had something I needed to say to Sarah, because I loved her too much to keep lying to her. The entire table went completely silent. You could hear silverware clinking as people set down their forks, and the background noise from other restaurant tables suddenly seemed deafeningly loud. Sarah looked confused and asked what I was talking about. I pulled out my phone with shaking hands and told her that her husband had been sending me inappropriate messages for months, and that she needed to know what kind of person she was married to. Jake immediately started trying to interrupt me, saying I was drunk or confused or making things up. But I started reading the messages out loud, beginning with some of the milder, flirtatious ones, and building up to the explicit photo he'd sent me the night before. With each message I read, the color drained from Sarah's face, and Jake got more desperate in his denials. The reaction around the table was immediate chaos. Sarah's mom started crying and asking what was happening. Some of our friends were gasping and looking back and forth between Jake and me like they were watching a tennis match. A few people got up from the table. Entirely. Jake tried to grab my phone at one point, but I pulled it away and kept reading. Sarah just sat there frozen, staring at Jake like she was seeing him for the first time. When I finished reading the messages, the silence was deafening except for her mom's quiet sobbing. Sarah finally spoke and just said one word: leave. Jake started trying to explain himself, claiming I was twisting things and making everything sound worse than it was, but Sarah's voice got louder and she repeated herself. He grabbed his jacket and stormed out of the restaurant, and then Sarah got up, grabbed her purse, and walked out too without looking at anyone. After Sarah walked out, the restaurant felt like a disaster zone. Everyone just sat there, staring at each other in complete shock. Sarah's sister Emma took charge of the situation, apologizing to the other guests and handling the check while I sat there feeling like I was going to pass out. A few people came over to quietly tell me. They thought I did the right thing, but most of our friends just gathered their stuff and left without saying much of anything to me. That was a week ago now, and Sarah still hasn't responded to any of my calls or texts. I've sent her probably 15 messages trying to explain myself, apologizing for ruining her birthday, but not apologizing for telling the truth. I keep checking her social media, but she hasn't posted anything since that night. It's like she just disappeared from the world entirely. Emma called me 2 days after the party to give me an update. She said Sarah was staying at their mom's house and was completely devastated. Apparently, Sarah kept saying she didn't know who to trust anymore and felt like her entire life was a lie. But Emma also thanked me for speaking up, because she said she always had a weird feeling about Jake, but never wanted to cause problems in their marriage. She told me she'd found some suspicious things on Jake's phone when Sarah confronted him at home after the party, so my messages weren't the only evidence of him being inappropriate with other women. Jake, meanwhile, has been absolutely losing his mind. He's been blowing up my phone with furious messages, calling me every name in the book and accusing me of being a jealous bitch who couldn't stand seeing Sarah happy. He's claiming that I came onto him first, and that I've been obsessed with their marriage from the beginning. The messages are getting more and more unhinged, and he's threatening to tell everyone, our mutual friends, that I was the one pursuing him. I've been taking screenshots of everything he sends before blocking and unblocking his number just to see what new crazy stuff he's saying. The reaction from our friend group has been mixed, which honestly surprised me. I thought everyone would immediately see that Jake was the problem here, but it's more complicated than that. Some people think I did the right thing by exposing him, especially after Emma shared that there was other evidence of his cheating, but others think I should have handled it privately instead of making such a public scene at Sarah's birthday party. A few people have even suggested that I was jealous of Sarah's marriage and looking for an excuse to break them up. Sarah's mom called me yesterday, crying and thanking me for speaking up. She said she'd noticed Jake being too friendly with other women at family gatherings, but never wanted to say anything, because she didn't want to cause drama. She told me she found out that Jake had been inappropriate with Sarah's cousin at their wedding reception 3 years ago, but the cousin never said anything because she didn't want to ruin the marriage. Apparently, there's been a pattern of this behavior that everyone just kept quiet about. The hardest part is not knowing what Sarah is thinking. I keep replaying every interaction we've had over the past few months, wondering if she suspected something was going on, and if that's why she's so angry at me. Maybe she thinks I should have told her sooner. Or maybe she thinks I encouraged Jake somehow. The not knowing is driving me crazy, especially because she's been my best friend for over a decade, and we've never gone this long without talking. I've been staying off social media mostly, but I did see that Jake moved out of their apartment. Emma told me that Sarah found dating apps on his phone and evidence that he'd been messaging multiple women, not just me. So at least she knows now that this wasn't some isolated incident or something I made up. But I still don't know if that means she'll ever forgive me for the way I handled it. Our mutual friends keep asking me for updates, and I don't know what to tell them. Some of them are planning Sarah's makeup birthday celebration since the original one was such a disaster, but nobody knows if I'm invited or if Sarah even wants to see any of us right now. I feel like I'm in limbo, not knowing if I saved my best friend from a horrible marriage or if I destroyed the most important friendship in my life. I keep wondering if there was a better way to handle the whole situation. Maybe I should have confronted Jake privately first and given him an ultimatum to tell Sarah himself. Maybe I should have waited until after her birthday and found a way to tell her when we were alone. But then I think about how Jake would have just denied everything and made me look like the crazy, jealous friend, and I'm not sure Sarah would have believed me without the public confrontation and all the evidence I had ready. Now I'm just sitting here a week later, still in the dress I bought specifically for her party, wondering if I'll ever get my best friend back or if this is how our friendship ends after all these years. On Thanksgiving night, I told everyone that my cousin had been blackmailing our grandmother for money. I'm 27, and every year my entire extended family crams into my grandmother's tiny dining room for Thanksgiving. We're talking about 20 people here, my parents who are in their mid-50s, my sister Emma who's 25, my Aunt Linda and Uncle Rich with their kids, and a bunch of other relatives. My grandmother is 78 and has been hosting this chaos for as long as I can remember. The woman refuses to let anyone else take over hosting duties, even though her house is way too small for all of us. My cousin Jake is 24 and Aunt Linda's son. He's always been the family screw-up, but this year was different. About 6 months ago, my grandmother pulled me aside after one of these family dinners and told me something that made my stomach drop. Jake had been asking her for money, what he called loans, that we both knew would never get paid back. At first it was small stuff, like $200 here and there for gas or groceries. My grandmother has always had a soft spot for Jake because he's had a rough time finding steady work. But then she told me the real reason she kept giving him money. Jake knew something about her that nobody else in the family knew. Apparently, 40 years ago, she had an affair. My grandfather never found out before he died, and she's carried this secret her whole life. Somehow Jake discovered this. I never found out exactly how, and he started using it against her. He told her that if she didn't help him out financially, he'd have to share this information with the whole family. What started as a couple $100 turned into $500, then $800 monthly demands. My grandmother was terrified that everyone would look at her differently if they knew about the affair. She kept saying she didn't want the family to think she was a bad person or that she didn't love my grandfather. She made me promise not to tell anyone because she was so ashamed. I watched my grandmother become a completely different person over those months. She used to be this vibrant woman who loved hosting everyone and being the center of attention, but she started getting quiet during family gatherings. She looked tired all the time. I'd catch her staring off into space with this defeated expression on her face. A week before Thanksgiving, she called me crying because Jake had demanded $200 for car repairs. She was scared to say no. The whole situation was eating me alive. I wanted to protect her, but I also didn't want to betray her trust. by telling everyone. I kept thinking maybe Jake would get his act together, or maybe my grandmother would finally stand up to him. But it just kept getting worse. Then Thanksgiving night happened. Everyone was already seated around the table when Jake showed up late. He walked in wearing this expensive new leather jacket and brand new shoes that probably cost more than most people's rent. He made this big show of hugging everyone, especially my grandmother. I watched her face when he hugged her, and she looked like she was going to be sick. During dinner, Jake wouldn't shut up about his successful investments and all these business ventures he was supposedly involved in. He kept talking about how well he was doing financially and how he was finally getting his life together. The whole time I'm sitting there knowing exactly where his money was coming from. My grandmother barely touched her food and kept looking down at her plate. But the moment that broke me was when Jake decided to make a toast. He stood up with his wine glass and started going on about how thankful he was for family and how my grandmother had always believed in him. He said she was always there to support his dreams and that he couldn't have made it without her. The whole family was smiling and nodding along, and my grandmother just sat there with tears in her eyes, but not the good kind. I looked at her hands and they were shaking. This woman who had raised half of us, who had sacrificed so much for this family, was being tortured by her own grandson and thanking her for it in front of everyone. I couldn't take it anymore. I felt like I was going to explode if I didn't say something right then and there. I stood up so fast that my chair scraped loudly against the floor. The whole room went quiet, and everyone was staring at me. My heart was pounding, and I knew there was no going back from whatever I was about to say. I looked at Jake, then at my grandmother, then at the rest of my family. I opened my mouth and said I had something everyone needed to know about Jake's so-called investments. The second I said I had something to share about Jake's investments, you could hear a pin drop. Everyone was looking at me like I'd lost my mind. Jake immediately got defensive and started asking what I was talking about. I could see the panic in his eyes, even though he was trying to play it cool. I took a deep breath and just laid it all out. I told everyone that Jake had been blackmailing our grandmother for money. I explained that what he called his successful investments was actually cash he'd been extorting from her for months. The room stayed dead silent for maybe 5 seconds before everyone started talking at once. My dad was the first to speak up, saying that was a serious accusation. Aunt Linda immediately jumped to Jake's defense, saying I was being ridiculous and that Jake would never do something like that. A few of my other relatives started chiming in, saying I must be mistaken or that I was being dramatic. Jake kept shaking his head and calling me crazy, saying he couldn't believe I would make something like this up. My grandmother started crying, which just made everything worse. She kept trying to minimize it, saying it wasn't that bad and that Jake was just going through a hard time. But I could see she was relieved that it was finally out there. Aunt Linda got more aggressive, asking why I would try to destroy her son's reputation with lies. Uncle Rich looked confused and kept asking what was really going on. That's when I realized I needed proof. Earlier that day, my grandmother had shown me Jake's latest text messages demanding money, and I still had her phone. I pulled it out and started reading the messages out loud. The first one said something about how she knew what he'd have to tell everyone if she didn't help him out. Another one mentioned how Grandpa wouldn't have wanted the family to know about her little secret. The most recent one from that morning was asking for $800 and promising he'd leave her alone for a while. The room went completely silent again. You could see people's faces changing as they realized this wasn't some made-up story. Jake's expression went from defensive to panicked to furious in about 10 seconds. He started yelling that I had no right to go through private messages and that this was none of my business. Then Jake completely lost it. He lunged across the table, trying to grab the phone from me. Uncle Rich had to physically hold him back while Jake was screaming about how I'd ruined everything. Plates and glasses were clattering as he tried to get to me. My sister Emma jumped up from her seat, and my dad was yelling at everyone to calm down. Aunt Linda was now screaming at me, saying I'd destroyed her son and that I should be ashamed of myself. She kept asking how I could do this to family and why I couldn't have handled it privately. Some of my other relatives were asking more questions about the messages, while others were trying to comfort my grandmother, who was sobbing at this point. My grandmother kept apologizing over and over, saying she was sorry she'd let this happen, and that she never wanted anyone to know. She looked absolutely mortified that her business was being aired out in front of everyone. I felt terrible for her, but I also knew this was the only way to stop Jake. Jake finally broke free from Uncle Rich and started pointing at me, yelling that I'd just ruined Thanksgiving for everyone. He said this was supposed to be a family celebration and that I'd turned it into a nightmare. He kept saying it was none of my business and that I should have stayed out of it. The irony of him talking about ruining Thanksgiving while he'd been torturing our grandmother for months wasn't lost on me. Uncle Rich was trying to get Jake to calm down and explain himself, but Jake was way past that point. He started saying that everyone was going to regret this and that I had no idea what I'd just done. Aunt Linda was still defending him, saying there had to be some misunderstanding and that Jake wasn't capable of something like this. But the evidence was right there on the phone. I showed Uncle Rich and my parents some of the other messages where Jake was more explicit about the threats. You could see the exact moment Uncle Rich realized his son had been extorting an elderly woman. His face went from confused to disgusted to furious. My mom was trying to console my grandmother while also processing what had just happened. My sister was standing next to me, whispering that someone had to do something. A few of my cousins were asking more questions about how long this had been going on and whether anyone else knew. The whole thing probably lasted about 10 minutes, but it felt like hours. Jake finally grabbed his jacket and stormed toward the door, yelling that we were all going to regret this and that I'd destroyed the family. Aunt Linda and Uncle Rich followed him out, with Aunt Linda still defending him and Uncle Rich demanding answers. The front door slammed so hard it shook the whole house. After Jake stormed out with his parents, the dining room felt like a bomb had gone off. My grandmother locked herself in the bathroom and wouldn't come out for almost an hour. We could hear her crying through the door, but every time someone tried to talk to her, she just said she needed a few minutes. The rest of us sat around that table in complete silence, picking at our cold food and not knowing what to say. The family immediately split into two camps. My sister, Emma, was completely on my side, saying someone had to do something and that Jake had been getting away with too much for too long. My dad agreed that I'd done the right thing, but my mom kept saying she wished I'd handled it privately first. A few of my cousins were asking why nobody had noticed what was happening, while others were mad that I'd embarrassed Jake in front of everyone. My Uncle Mark, who's usually pretty quiet, said he'd suspected something was off because my grandmother had seemed different lately. He felt guilty that he hadn't said anything, but my Aunt Sarah was furious with me, saying I could have ruined Jake's life and that family business should stay private. The whole dinner ended with people leaving early and taking sides on their way out. The next day, my grandmother called and asked me to come over. When I got there, she thanked me for standing up for her, but I could tell she was still mortified about everything coming out the way it did. She kept apologizing for putting me in that position and for letting Jake manipulate her for so long. She said she felt stupid for falling for his threats. But she'd been so scared of everyone finding out about her past. What really got to me was when she said she'd rather deal with Jake's blackmail than have the whole family know her business. Even after everything that happened, she was more worried about what people thought of her than about being extorted by her own grandson. I tried to tell her that nobody was judging her, but I don't think she believed me. Jake completely disappeared after that night. He wasn't answering calls or texts from anyone in the family. Aunt Linda sent me this long, angry text message saying I'd destroyed her family and that Jake was so upset he couldn't even face anyone. She blamed me for everything and said I should have minded my own business. Uncle Rich, on the other hand, called me a few days later and quietly admitted that he'd suspected Jake was up to something but didn't know how bad it was. The family group chat became a war zone. Some people were defending me, saying I'd protected our grandmother from further abuse. Others were saying I'd handled it all wrong, and that I should have confronted Jake privately or talked to his parents first. My cousin Lisa posted this long message about how family should stick together and work things out internally, which started a whole new argument. My mom was torn between supporting me and keeping peace in the family. She understood why I did what I did, but she kept saying there had to have been a better way. My dad was more straightforward about it. He said Jake got what he deserved and that someone should have stopped him sooner. But even he admitted that doing it in front of everyone was pretty brutal. The worst part was seeing how it affected my grandmother. She seemed relieved that the financial pressure was gone, but she was also dealing with the shame of having her private business exposed. She stopped answering the phone as much and seemed embarrassed whenever relatives called to check on her. I started wondering if I'd made everything worse for her by trying to help. 2 weeks went by with no word from Jake. Some people thought he'd left town entirely. Others figured he was just laying low until things cooled down. Aunt Linda was still barely speaking to anyone, and Uncle Rich looked like he'd aged 10 years. The whole family dynamic had completely shifted, and I wasn't sure it would ever go back to normal. Then yesterday, 3 weeks after Thanksgiving, Jake finally sent a message to the family group chat. He said he was getting help and that he would make things right. But he didn't say where he was or when he planned to come back. The message was pretty vague and didn't really address what he'd done to our grandmother. Some people saw it as progress, but others thought it was just another manipulation. Now, my grandmother wants to see me tonight. She called this morning and said she has something important to tell me about the whole situation. Her voice sounded different, kind of nervous, but also determined. I'm honestly scared about what else I might find out. Part of me wonders if there's more to this story that she hasn't told me yet. With Christmas coming up, I have no idea if our family will even attempt to get together or if this whole mess has permanently broken us apart. Edit. It's been 3 weeks now and I'm still not sure if I did the right thing. Jake's text yesterday was the first anyone had heard from him. And my grandmother asking to see me tonight has me worried there's something else going on that I don't know about yet. During my brother's engagement dinner, I revealed that his fiancée was secretly dating his best friend. I'm a 25-year-old woman, and honestly, I never thought I'd be the person to blow up someone's life like this. But here we are. My brother Jake is 28, and had been with his fiancée Sarah, who's 26, for about 3 years. Everyone loved Sarah. My parents adored her. She got along great with our extended family, and she seemed to make Jake really happy. His best friend Marcus, 29, had been around since their days and was basically like another brother to all of us. The three of them were always hanging out together, going on trips, having dinner at each other's places. It was one of those perfect friendship dynamics that everyone envied. The whole nightmare started about 6 months before the engagement dinner. I was supposed to meet Sarah for lunch at this little cafe downtown. We'd been getting closer since she and Jake got serious, and I actually really liked her. I got there early and was looking for parking when I spotted her through the window. But she wasn't alone, and she definitely wasn't waiting for me. Marcus was sitting across from her. And they were holding hands across the table. Not like friends comforting each other, but like a couple. They were leaning in close, looking at each other in that intense way that lovers do. My stomach just dropped. I sat in my car for probably 10 minutes trying to convince myself I was seeing things wrong, but there was no mistaking what was happening. I ended up texting Sarah that I couldn't make lunch and drove home, but I couldn't stop thinking about it. Maybe it was innocent. Maybe they were going through something and needed to talk. I tried to rationalize it for days, but deep down I knew what I'd seen. About a week later, I confronted Sarah about it. She completely broke down crying and admitted everything. She said it had started a few months earlier, that she and Marcus had gotten drunk one night when Jake was out of town for work, and one thing led to another. She swore. It was just that like one time, and that she felt horrible about it. Marcus was there too, and he looked like he wanted to disappear into the floor. They both begged me not to tell Jake, promising it would never happen again. I wanted to believe them. Sarah seemed genuinely devastated, and Marcus kept saying he'd rather die than hurt Jake. So I agreed to keep quiet, thinking maybe they really would end it and Jake would never have to know about one stupid mistake. But then it happened again. 2 weeks later, I was driving past this hotel across town and saw Marcus's car in the parking lot. That was weird enough, but then I saw Sarah walking out of the lobby. I parked and waited, and sure enough, Marcus came out about 5 minutes later. They didn't see me, but I saw them kiss goodbye before getting in their separate cars. I confronted them again, and this time they had a whole story ready. They said they were trying to figure out how to tell Jake together, that they needed to talk through how to handle everything. More tears, more promises that this was the last time. I felt sick, but didn't know what else to do. Over the next few months, I kept catching little signs. Marcus's car parked outside Sarah's apartment when Jake was supposed to be out of town. Weird looks between them at family gatherings. Sarah being secretive about her phone. Each time I brought it up, they had explanations and more promises. Meanwhile, Jake was the happiest I'd ever seen him. He was talking about proposing, showing me rings, asking my opinion on everything. He'd mention how lucky he was to have both Sarah and Marcus in his life, how they were his two favorite people in the world. It was killing me watching him plan his future while being completely lied to by the two people he trusted most. When Jake finally proposed and Sarah said yes, I thought maybe the guilt would make them come clean. Instead, they seemed to get more careful about hiding it. The engagement party planning started, and Jake asked Marcus to be his best man. Marcus accepted with this big speech about brotherhood and loyalty that made me want to throw up. The engagement dinner was scheduled for the nicest restaurant in town. Both families would be there, plus Marcus and a few other close friends. As the date got closer, I kept thinking someone else would figure it out. Or Sarah and Marcus would finally tell the truth. Or something would happen to stop this whole charade. But nothing did. The night before the dinner, I lay in bed staring at the ceiling, knowing I had to sit through this whole celebration while knowing the truth. I kept going back and forth between thinking it wasn't my place to say anything and feeling like I was betraying my brother by staying silent. I'd been carrying this secret for months, watching Jake get more and more invested in a relationship that was built on lies. I got dressed that night knowing something was going to happen. I just didn't know what yet. The restaurant was packed that night, and our table was right in the center of the main dining room. Both sets of parents were there, my grandparents, Sarah's sister, a few aunts and uncles, plus Marcus, and 2 other close friends. Everyone was dressed up and excited, taking pictures and making small talk about wedding plans. Jake looked absolutely radiant sitting next to Sarah, and she was playing the perfect bride-to-be, showing off her ring and laughing at everyone's jokes. I could barely eat anything. Every time I looked at Sarah and Marcus, I felt this knot in my stomach getting tighter. They were being so careful not to look at each other too much, but I could still catch these little moments. When Sarah got up to use the bathroom, Marcus watched her walk away. When Marcus was talking to my dad, Sarah was stealing glances at him. It was like watching this secret relationship playing out right in front of everyone, and I was the only one who could see it. The formal toasts started after dinner. My dad went first, talking about how proud he was of Jake and how welcome Sarah was in our family. Sarah's dad followed with this emotional speech about gaining a son. Everyone was getting teary-eyed and raising their glasses. Jake was beaming, holding Sarah's hand and looking like the luckiest guy in the world. Then Sarah stood up to give her speech. She thanked everyone for being there and started talking about her relationship with Jake. She said their love was built on complete trust, unwavering loyalty, and absolute honesty. She looked right at Jake while she said this, touching his face and talking about how these were the foundations that would make their marriage last forever. She went on about how important it was to always be truthful with the person you love, how lies and secrets could destroy any relationship. I literally felt nauseous listening to her. Here she was, lying to everyone at the table while giving a speech about honesty. Jake was hanging on every word, nodding along and squeezing her hand. My parents were practically glowing with pride. Sarah's family was crying happy tears, and I'm sitting there knowing that everything she was saying was complete bullshit. The worst part was how genuine she sounded. If I didn't know the truth, I would have been moved by her words too. She was so convincing, talking about trust and loyalty, while actively betraying the man she was supposed to marry. It made me wonder how long she'd been lying to Jake's face, how easy it was for her to manipulate him. After Sarah sat down, Marcus stood up for his best man speech. This was the moment I'd been dreading the most. He started talking about friendship and brotherhood, about how he'd known Jake since college and watched him grow into an amazing man. He said he'd always be there for both Jake and Sarah, that he'd always have their backs no matter what. But what really set me off was the way he kept looking at Sarah while he talked. There were these little smiles passing between them, these quick glances that lasted just a second too long. When he talked about always being loyal to Jake, Sarah was nodding at him with this look that only I seemed to notice. It was like they were having their own private conversation while he gave this speech about honor and friendship. Marcus kept going on about how Jake deserved all the happiness in the world, how Sarah was perfect for him, how their relationship was something special that should be protected and cherished. All while he'd been sleeping with her behind Jake's back for months. The hypocrisy was making me sick. I kept looking around the table to see if anyone else was picking up on the weird energy between them, but everyone was just smiling and nodding along. My mom was dabbing her eyes with a napkin. Jake looked so proud of his best friend and his fiancée, so grateful to have them both in his life. When Marcus finished his toast, everyone clapped and raised their glasses again. Jake stood up and hugged him, thanking him for being such an amazing friend. Sarah was applauding and beaming at Marcus like he'd just given the performance of his life. The whole scene felt like some sick joke that only I was aware of. People started having side conversations and the formal part of the evening was winding down. I sat there staring at my untouched dessert, feeling like I was going to explode. I kept thinking about Jake's face during those speeches, how happy and trusting he looked. I thought about how he'd been showing me engagement rings for weeks, how excited he was about their future together. I thought about how he had no idea that his two favorite people in the world had been betraying him this entire time. Something inside me just snapped. I couldn't sit there for one more second pretending everything was normal. Before I really knew what I was doing, I found myself standing up with my wine glass in my hand. Everyone at the table turned to look at me, probably expecting another sweet toast. Instead, I heard myself saying that I had something important I needed to share with everyone. The words just came pouring out before I could stop them. I told everyone at the table that Sarah had been having an affair with Marcus for months, that I'd caught them together multiple times, and that they'd been begging me to keep it secret while Jake planned his future with her. I said I couldn't sit there anymore, listening to speeches about loyalty and honesty when it was all lies. The silence that followed was absolutely deafening. You could hear the clinking of glasses and conversations from other tables. But our table went completely dead. Everyone just stared at me like I'd lost my mind. Sarah's face drained of all color, and she started shaking her head, whispering that it wasn't true. Marcus jumped up so fast his chair almost fell over. Marcus started yelling at me, calling me a liar and asking what was wrong with me. He said I was jealous and vindictive, that I'd always had problems with Sarah, and was trying to ruin their happiness. Sarah was crying and trying to deny everything, reaching for Jake's hand and telling him not to listen to me. But Jake just sat there staring at her with this look I'd never seen before. My dad was telling everyone to calm down, and my mom kept asking me what I was talking about. Sarah's parents looked horrified and confused. Her sister started demanding I take back what I'd said. The whole table erupted into chaos, with everyone talking over each other, but Jake hadn't said a word yet. Finally, Jake looked at Sarah and asked her if it was true. His voice was so quiet compared to all the shouting, but everyone heard it and went silent again. Sarah was sobbing at this point and couldn't even look at him. She kept saying she could explain, that it wasn't what I made it sound like. Marcus was still standing there denying everything, but his face was red and he looked panicked. Jake asked again, and this time, Sarah just completely broke down. She didn't say yes, but she didn't have to. Jake knew from her reaction that everything I'd said was real. He pushed back from the table and stood up, looking between Sarah and Marcus like he was seeing them for the first time. That's when Marcus really lost it. He started screaming at me that I'd ruined everything, that I had no right to destroy people's lives like this. Jake told him to shut up and get away from the table. Marcus tried to explain himself to Jake, saying it didn't mean anything and that Jake had to understand. Jake just told him to leave and never contact him again. The restaurant staff was starting to notice our table because of all the commotion. Sarah's parents grabbed her and basically dragged her out while she was still crying and trying to apologize to Jake. Marcus stood there for another minute like he wanted to say something else. But my dad told him he needed to go. He finally left, but not before giving me this look of pure hatred. After they were gone, our family just sat there in shock. Jake looked completely devastated. My grandparents didn't really understand what had happened and kept asking for explanations. My mom was trying to comfort Jake while simultaneously asking me why I chose to handle it this way. The whole dinner was obviously over at that point. Jake called off the engagement 3 days later. He came over to our parents' house and told us he'd broken up with Sarah and canceled all the wedding plans. He said Sarah had admitted to everything when they talked privately, and that she and Marcus had been together for months, just like I'd said. He thanked me for telling him the truth, but said he wished I'd found a different way to do it. The fallout has been intense. Some family members have privately told me I did the right thing and saved Jake from making a huge mistake. My aunt said she always thought something seemed off about Marcus and Sarah together. My mom agrees I was right to tell Jake, but thinks the timing was cruel and unnecessary. Other people are furious with me. Sarah's sister, who I was actually pretty close with, won't speak to me anymore. She says I humiliated her entire family and could have handled it privately. A few of my cousins think I was being dramatic and attention-seeking. My uncle said I should have minded my own business and let Jake figure it out himself. The hardest part is seeing Jake now. He's grateful I told him the truth, but he's also devastated. It's not just losing Sarah. It's losing Marcus, too. His best friend since college and his fiancée both betrayed him, and I'm the one who delivered that news in front of both families. He's been staying at our parents' house because he can't stand being in his apartment where he has memories with both of them. I keep going back and forth about whether I did the right thing. Maybe I should have pulled Jake aside months ago when I first found out. Maybe I should have confronted Sarah and Marcus more forcefully and given them an ultimatum. Maybe I should have found a way to make them tell Jake themselves instead of doing it publicly like that. But I also know that if I hadn't said something that night, Jake would have married someone who was actively cheating on him with his best friend, and that seems so much worse. At my father's retirement party, I revealed the real reason he lost his promotion years ago. I'm 32 now, and my dad David just turned 65. After 35 years at the same engineering firm, he was finally hanging up his hard hat. The company threw him this massive retirement party at their main office. We're talking catered food, decorations, the whole 9 yards. Must have been 60 people there. All his colleagues, bosses, even some guys who'd retired years before him came back just for this. My mom was there, beaming with pride. And my sister flew in from Portland for the occasion. Everyone was in such a good mood, sharing stories about Dad's legendary attention to detail and how he'd saved their asses on countless projects over the decades. It should have been perfect. But there was one person there who always made these work events complicated for our family, Mark Harrison. Mark was Dad's age, started around the same time, but he'd been Dad's supervisor for the past 15 years. See, back when I was 17, both Dad and Mark were up for the same promotion to senior project manager. Dad had been working on this huge municipal contract, some water treatment facility that would have been his ticket to the big leagues. Instead, Mark got promoted, and Dad stayed where he was until he retired. Dad never got over it. For 15 years, he'd come home and complain about Mark getting opportunities handed to him, about office politics, about how the company didn't value loyalty. He was convinced Mark had somehow sabotaged him or played favorites with the higher-ups. Family dinners always had this undercurrent of resentment whenever work came up. What Dad never knew was that I was the one who screwed him over. I was going through my rebellious phase back then, angry about everything, getting into trouble at school. Dad had been working late every night on that project, barely home, stressed out of his mind. I was pissed that he was missing my basketball games and basically ignoring the family. So one night when he left his work laptop open at home, I decided to mess with him. I thought it would be funny to delete some files, maybe corrupt a few documents, just enough to stress him out and get his attention. I had no idea what I was actually doing. Turned out, I destroyed weeks of calculations and design specifications. When Dad tried to present the project to the client, half his data was missing, and the other half was corrupted. The presentation was a complete disaster. The client almost pulled out entirely. Mark stepped in and somehow salvaged the whole thing, working around the clock to rebuild what I'd destroyed. He saved the contract and got the promotion Dad had been counting on. Dad blamed it on computer problems and bad luck, never suspecting his own son had sabotaged his career. I kept my mouth shut. What was I going to say? Sorry, Dad. I destroyed your life's work because I was mad you missed a few basketball games. The guilt ate at me for a while, but I was 17 and stupid. I figured it would blow over eventually. It never did. Dad carried that resentment for 15 years. Every work story, every holiday dinner when Mark's name came up, every time he talked about feeling unappreciated. I knew it was my fault. The worst part was watching him hate Mark. This decent guy who'd actually cleaned up my mess and probably saved Dad's job in the process. So there I was at this retirement party, watching everyone celebrate Dad's career when Mark got up to make a speech. He talked about Dad's dedication and reliability, how he'd always been someone you could count on even during the toughest projects. Then he mentioned that water treatment project specifically, calling it a testament to Dad's resilience during difficult times. The room was nodding along, everyone smiling at Dad, and Dad was just glowing with pride. Finally getting the recognition he'd felt cheated out of for so long. But all I could think about was how none of them knew the real story. How Dad's biggest professional disappointment was actually caused by his own son's stupidity. My hands started shaking. I couldn't eat the cake, couldn't focus on the conversations around me. Every time someone congratulated Dad or mentioned how he deserved this celebration, the guilt twisted deeper in my stomach. When people started giving impromptu toasts, I knew I had to say something. I stood up and grabbed my wine glass, and suddenly the whole room was looking at me expectantly. Dad was smiling, probably thinking I was about to give some heartfelt speech about what a great father he'd been. Everyone got quiet, waiting for the son's tribute, but instead of talking about fishing trips and life lessons, I opened my mouth and destroyed everything. I started talking before I really knew what I was going to say. My voice came out shaky and weird, not at all how I'd planned it in my head during those 30 seconds of standing there with everyone staring at me. I said something about how proud I was of Dad's career, how he'd overcome obstacles that nobody in that room really knew about. Then I just went for it. I told them that 15 years ago, when I was 17 and being an idiot teenager, I had messed with Dad's work computer. I said I'd deleted files and corrupted documents as some stupid prank because I was angry about him working so much. The room went dead silent. Like, you could hear the air conditioning humming kind of silent. I kept going because I couldn't stop at that point. I explained how Dad's presentation had failed because of what I'd done, how the project nearly collapsed, and how Mark had to step in and fix everything. I said I'd been carrying this secret for 15 years, and I couldn't let Dad's retirement party happen without him knowing the truth. Dad's face went through about 5 different expressions while I was talking. First, confusion, like he couldn't process what I was saying. Then, this look of recognition, as the pieces started clicking together. Then something that might have been anger, but it was mixed with hurt and shock, and I couldn't really read it. Everyone else in the room looked like they wanted to disappear. Some people were staring at their plates. Others were looking between me and Dad like they were watching a car accident happen. My mom had her hand over her mouth, and my sister was giving me this look of absolute horror. Mark looked completely stunned. He was standing there with his mouth slightly open, probably realizing that he'd spent 15 years being the target of Dad's resentment when he'd actually been the one who saved Dad's ass. I finished by saying that I was sorry, that I'd been a selfish kid who didn't understand the consequences of my actions, and that I couldn't let Dad retire thinking he'd been cheated when the truth was that his own son had sabotaged him. Then I sat down, and the silence stretched on forever. Someone coughed. A chair scraped against the floor. But nobody said anything. Dad just kept staring at me. Not angry staring, not disappointed staring. Just this blank look like he was trying to process information that didn't fit with everything he'd believed for the past decade and a half. I wanted him to yell at me or tell me I was an idiot or something, anything other than that empty stare. My mom tried to salvage the situation by suggesting maybe we should all get back to celebrating Dad's achievements. But her voice was too bright and fake, and it just made everything more awkward. A few people started having quiet conversations, but the party atmosphere was completely dead. Mark walked over to Dad and said something quiet that I couldn't hear. Dad nodded, but still wasn't really responding to anyone. He looked like someone had just told him his whole understanding of reality was wrong, which I guess is basically what had happened. I realized I might have just destroyed my relationship with my father in front of 60 people. All those years of him complaining about Mark, all that bitterness and resentment, and it turned out the person who'd really screwed him over was sitting across from him at the dinner table the whole time. The worst part was that I couldn't tell if I'd confessed for his sake or for mine. I'd told myself it was about honesty and letting him know the truth, but sitting there, watching him process everything, I wondered if I'd really just been trying to get rid of my own guilt. Maybe I'd been carrying this secret for so long that I couldn't handle it anymore, and I'd used his retirement party as an excuse to make myself feel better. People started leaving pretty soon after that. They'd make some excuse about getting home to the kids or having an early morning, but really they just wanted to get out of there. Can't blame them. Nobody wants to stick around for family drama at a work party. Dad barely spoke for the rest of the evening. When people came up to say goodbye and congratulate him, he'd shake hands and nod, but he wasn't really there anymore. The whole celebration just deflated like a balloon with a hole in it. By the time we were cleaning up, there were only family members left, plus a few of Dad's closest work friends. Mark stayed until the end, helping stack chairs and clean up, shooting these concerned looks at Dad the whole time. Before he left, he pulled Dad aside and they talked for a few minutes, but I couldn't hear what they said. The drive home with my parents was the most uncomfortable car ride of my life. The car ride home was brutal. Dad sat in the passenger seat staring out the window while Mom drove, and I was in the back feeling like I was 17 again and in trouble for breaking curfew. Except this was about 1,000 times worse. About halfway home, Dad finally spoke. He asked why I'd chosen that night, his retirement party, to drop this bomb on him. His voice was quiet and flat. Not angry exactly, just completely drained. I tried to explain that I couldn't let him retire thinking he'd been wronged, that he deserved to know the truth, but it sounded weak even to me. He just nodded and went back to staring out the window. Mom kept glancing at me in the rearview mirror with this expression I couldn't read. She didn't say much, just asked if we wanted to stop for coffee, or if Dad needed anything. The whole drive felt like we were going to a funeral instead of coming home from a retirement party. When we got to their house, Dad went straight to his study and closed the door. Mom and I sat in the kitchen while she made tea neither of us drank. She told me that what I'd done as a teenager was stupid and hurtful, but that Dad needed to know the truth, even if it was painful. She said secrets like that have a way of poisoning families from the inside. My sister called the next morning absolutely furious with me. She said I was selfish and cruel for making Dad's special night about my guilt. According to her, I should have kept my mouth shut and let him enjoy his retirement without having to deal with this revelation. She said there was a time and place for confessions, and his retirement party in front of all his colleagues was definitely not it. I tried calling Dad a few times over the next week, but he wasn't picking up. Mom would answer and say he was processing things, that he needed space. She kept insisting that honesty was the right choice in the long run, but I could tell she was worried about how quiet he'd been. The weird thing was that Mark called Dad 3 days after the party. Mom told me later that Mark had apologized for accepting the promotion, even though it wasn't his fault. He said he'd always wondered why Dad seemed to resent him. And now that he knew the real story, he felt terrible about benefiting from my screw-up. Dad apparently told him not to apologize for doing his job well, but I don't know what else they talked about. 2 weeks after the party, I finally drove over to their house, unannounced. Dad was in the garage working on some project, and when he saw me, he didn't immediately turn away or tell me to leave. We stood there for a minute, not saying anything. Then he asked if I wanted to help him organize his tools. We worked in silence for about an hour before he started talking. He said he'd spent 15 years being angry at the wrong person, feeling like a victim of office politics when really he'd been a victim of his own kid's stupidity. But he also said he understood why I'd kept it secret. That confessing as a teenager would have been even worse for everyone involved. The part that really got to me was when he said he wasn't sure if he was more upset about what I'd done or about the fact that I'd let him hate Mark for so long. All those family dinners where he'd complained about being passed over, all those times he'd bad-mouthed Mark or talked about the unfairness of corporate life. And I'd just sat there knowing the truth. He told me he didn't know how to feel about everything yet. He wasn't ready to forgive me, but he also wasn't sure he wanted to stay angry forever. He said retirement was supposed to be about moving forward, not getting stuck in the past. But now he had to figure out how to do that when his understanding of the past had completely changed. Mom thinks we'll be okay eventually. She says Dad's more hurt than angry, and that hurt fades faster than resentment. My sister still thinks I'm an asshole for choosing that moment to come clean, but she's at least talking to me again. It's been a month now since the party. Dad and I have had coffee twice, and it's awkward, but not hostile. We talk about safe topics like sports and the weather. He started returning my calls, though our conversations are shorter than they used to be. I keep wondering if I made the right choice. Maybe some truths are better left buried, especially when they can't change anything. Dad's career is over. Mark's promotion happened 15 years ago, and all my confession did was shift Dad's disappointment from his coworker to his son. But then I think about those 15 years of family dinners where Dad would complain about being overlooked and how I'd sit there knowing it was my fault. Maybe the truth was always going to come out eventually. And at least now we can try to move forward instead of being stuck in that old resentment. I still don't know if I confessed for him or for me. Probably both.